man agreeing, dog. I put my shit out for niggas. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff this big pops and projectiles between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to bump. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block, that's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight, golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at it, jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out.
The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. God killer, God killer, God killer.
Yeah, what up? What's up, what's up? Just kicking back, chilling. Trying to see who out there. What is it, Friday?
Morodic script.
Let's go and get it popping on a Friday.
Roll through with them arches.
Hardcore.
That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Nether and hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I'll turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, no king. You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean.
That's right, that's right.
Fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mythological was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.
That's right. What's up to the people? Peace to the chat. We is in the building.
Dead Perry.
Yep, Dead Perry in the building. Could have let that next slapper play, but I ain't even tripping. What's up? But how Black Egypt then sat around and won the conscious community. Just that quick. Let's go over it. Because every man, it's not a man in the Mediterraneans that ain't down right now. See, it ain't a man, it ain't a Mediterraneanite that don't got an arrow in him right now. Name the one. Name him. Name the Mediterraneanite that ain't got hunted down by the Magi, set up and everything. Hey, you got a line on, bruh? Hook that up. Now what y'all think they doing? I can't imagine what's going on in the Mediterranean world today. They ain't got no more DNA. They ain't got no Chief X lies. Yeah. What they gonna do? See, I play chess, so I'm always thinking about what they gonna do. If you play chess, that's just part of your thing. Anticipating the move of your opponent. And when you see they ain't got too many moves left on the board, you start rolling. Like, oh, it's checkmate in a few more moves. Now it's gonna be checkmate in a few more moves. Y'all know that, right? Because they in check right now. We're gonna play one more slapper and start the show because it's a slow Friday or something. I don't know. I changed my stream time so much people don't know when I'm on. But let's hear that Revolt. Which one we about to play? Revolt or They Crazy, Bruh? They might be crazy, bro. Yeah, we need a theme song. Chief X is down. Corey hiding out because he see it that went down. Chef caught a he got clipped standing next to Dr. Bonobo. He ain't recovered from his wounds yet. Standing way too close to Dr. Bonobo. They crazy, bruh. Here we go. We be right back. Make sure y'all support the stream. Like. Put up a chat when you roll in. Let's get it popping.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor saved me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young
yeah, we caught them all out there.
Mine and y'all can't help them. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking.
That's right. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bro.
Thought he was conscious, but the
homies just play me, bro. That's right.
House of consciousness is
going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Yeah, they is, boy. And we're gonna rock it like this one time on a Friday evening. You know what I mean? You rocking with the best. Matter of fact, I think I need to have my cattle count, man. Check it out. We're doing the cattle count through Cash App. Now I'm gonna tell you the new Kemet. So this is how the cattle count. I need the pseudo killers to make sure before the show over, I need the equivalent of 40 cattle in my Cash App. I need 40 cattle from the pseudo killers. Chief X, I think I need all your livestock, bruh. We sending the Shimsu Heru out to do the cattle count. Regional year of the Kings. Huh? Yep. Count them cattle right there. Tribute to me, Ja. How often they gotta send tribute? Now that they all shut down, closed down. Over this black conversation, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about. I think they need to send us 300 slaves a year. What treaty is that? What treaty is that they had to send 300 slaves a year? Somebody put it in the chat. I don't want none of them slaves, though. See? That's what I'm saying. It be different kings. And if I was a king, I'm cool on them slaves. Y'all got to come up on something else. Go on and be the king on your YouTube. Shalom, what's up with that? Oh, the Shalom Treaty? I thought you was using Shalom. I thought you came back in Hebrew. I think it was called the Bach Treaty. Right? No, I think it was the Bach Treaty. Shout out to Brendan in the building. What's up with Uric? Yep, he said the Bach Treaty. All right, we can talk about some different Africans today, though. But I should find that source. I'm going to do it on another show. I'm going to do a good-ass show on that. This is about how all the detractors, all the haters, all the runners, they just in the box right now. They really, anybody really believe the hype of Chief X? Oh, this cattle count, yeah. That's right. So y'all believed, who believed the hype of Chief X for real? Like when y'all was watching them videos, y'all really thought he had something? How about all the dudes who was talking about the DNA? They crumbled the quickest, damn. See, this is how you know who crumbled the quickest, who cuss you out the fastest. Tell the truth, though. That's how you know who information fold the quickest. By who cuss you out the fastest. To be fair to Chief X, he been getting his bars off. He be screaming, but he ain't never had to go all the way to ain't got nothing to say. I'ma start cussing. He make his hostile escape a little different. Chief, y'all know, if y'all don't know what a hostile escape is, it is when people, but let's talk about all the different escapes. But the hostile escape is when people turn up in order not to finish the conversation, basically. You feel me? It's when people just, for no reason, find a reason to turn up so they ain't got to answer the question. It's kind of like when you ask somebody something and they don't want to answer, they say, "Why you coming at me like that?" Oh no, you trying to switch it to how I'm addressing you from answering the question. You want to talk about the conversation. Don't ever get caught arguing about the argument. But you said this, but when you said this, but you said this. That's when y'all know y'all got to calm down and take a breath. Because now we arguing about the argument. We ain't that mad at each other. I don't even know what this text is we looking at. I just got it scrolling just for some visuals. Oh yeah, no, not for Brendan. Brendan always good to me, Ja. But all them other detractors, yeah, we taking big tribute. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we demand our tribute if we sending out them archers to shoot y'all up again. Matter of fact, how we gonna do this in the internet streets? How do you place an embargo on some detractors now? You feel me? Let me figure it out. And I want to play a game. Let's create an internet game for the Zoom right now. It's based on knowledge. It ain't get out the Zoom. But see, it ain't me. Shout out to you, Salute Champ. It's not really me. In all humility, when somebody give me my accolades, it turn me back to being humble. You feel me? Oh, you can't see nothing on the screen? Who said they can't see anything? None of y'all can see anything? Y'all don't see a papyrus scrolling to the right? But it's all blurry, you saying. Let me know if y'all see a papyrus. I mean, everyone should be seeing a papyrus scrolling to the right. He say, "Smash, make the detractors pay $3 to hit your link." Oh, people can see it. Yeah, it ain't nothing really to see here. That's what I was saying. This is the Book of the Dead Papyrus of Khonsu in Renep. All right. So it wasn't, I just used those images while I'm talking. I just want something scrolling on the screen. If we do want to analyze one of these texts, we very well could. But I just pick one frivolously and just let them scroll on the screen. You feel me? So this is what happened. I'm going to tell y'all what happened. I even need to go get the Cat Williams clip and everything. Because it recently started with Kevin Hart. I'm talking about I'm gonna even line up Garfield's attacks, because they might predate Kevin Hart saying that a little. But what I want to speak towards is the Egyptian government's move towards stopping Black Americans from researching and talking about Egypt. But particularly from saying that Egypt was Black. Not that African Americans was Egyptians. That ain't what none of them said. But that Egyptians was Black. So I'm going to tell y'all my story of it. And this ain't all about to be all facts. Facts is when we doing the knowledge. Right now, we just telling the story. And some of this got to be creative imagination too, because it's the truth. But you can't prove it. How much money, if $0, okay, if y'all say $0, y'all tripping. How much money, I don't know if I'm going to ask the question correctly. How much focus does the online branch of the Egyptian government have on preserving what they call ancient Egyptian history? Any focus or no focus? All right, if we think they have a small focus, do we think that they have allocated any funds towards that focus? If they haven't allocated their funds towards that focus, they've been trying to do what all right, it go like this, bro. For real, you got to hear the whole story. You don't remember when they was electing Trump? Yeah, you remember that, right? And then they told us that foreign nations were doing what? They were meddling in our democratic process. How is these foreign nations meddling in our democratic process? Through the internet. Y'all don't remember that? Yes or no? See? Y'all remember that. But if I would have been asking y'all, do y'all think a foreign nation is getting on Instagram trolling anybody who want to vote for Joe Biden? Y'all would have said, hell no. But that was actually happening. It's documented. Y'all know that, right? So they use misinformation, disinformation, but what they would really do, which is a lot stronger, is they would sway conversations. And they would get into chats, just like you in the chat right now, and they would think militarily at spreading their propaganda and creating a particular narrative. Now, I can show y'all this the smartest chat in the world. Hold up. Especially because y'all fucking with me. Watch how we do this. Watch this. Hold up. We can do a social experiment live if we wanted to, right? And we could go to one of the biggest channels out. And we a little channel. And I'm just going to show you. We don't have to do this. But if we did this now, it would go bananas. Now watch what I do. I'm clicking on Tasha K. Tasha K is live right now. Watch this. So it's 5,000 people in her chat putting up frivolous statements and conversations and just being human. Now, we got 71 people in our chat. Now, if 71 of us went into that chat and all said the same thing, all 5,000 of those people will say, what the F? Yes or no? Am I incorrect or correct? If all of us went in the chat and said, okay, at exactly 5 o'clock, which will be 8 o'clock Eastern, post your post that says, we love Tasha K. 5,000 people would see 71 different posts saying we love Tasha K. It's called plenty of things. Call it a raid, call it what you want. I'm not familiar with that terminology, but I'm just talking about how we just be not doing nothing really. Initially, I was talking about how people from the Egyptian government, not necessarily trolling, because if you're trying to say something negative, Devin, it'll be trolling. But what if you just want to get these people in Tasha K's chat to vote for a particular candidate? I'm telling you right now, us in this chat could think of something and we could force that into the lives of the people in her stream right now. But it's done systematically. So say tuck my eye. Say you're going to be first. You're going to go in our chat and say, hey, has anybody seen the last Sonetta TV? And then the next person, Devin, going to say, yeah, I seen that shit. That shit was hella good. And then somebody else going to chime in. Jack going to chime in and say, oh, y'all talking about that Sonetta from today? That shit viral. Now, just those three going to have, out of the 5,000 people, it's probably 500 people looking at the chat. That's going to start getting people who are real people talking about what you talking about. Well, I know in explaining this, I'm going, yeah, honestly, Devin, we should be smart enough to use our numbers, because if we was unified like that, we could sell that to artists. Like, yo, we got 100 people that pop up in any of your streams that's going to make sure any troll hopping your shit is over. But I'm getting off track. Because my point was to say, this was a social experiment I was illustrating to show that other nations have figured this out. And they always, since the propaganda came out with the Germans and stuff, they always wanted to figure out a way to propagandize, if that's a word, to serve propaganda to another nation's population. We all know that, right? So that's why we be trying to keep other nations' TV shows off of our TVs. They don't want you watching the news from another country. It's all for them same reasons. So now back to my ultimate point was that I'm not suspicious or a conspiracy theorist. I know that anyone in every government has a position for this. If you don't think so, you just tripping. Almost every first world government definitely has a social media. First of all, it's not called social media. It's in a bigger envelope under national security. Right? Think about it. So y'all don't think this is there? So now we know we do it domestically. We all know because we all heard about what that dude who hiding in Russia, the Andrew dude, the whistleblower, whatever his name was, he told us this already. So we know they're doing it domestically, our own nation. So we know other nations are doing it. Now the question is, do we not think they're doing it internationally? How about you? If you ran a nation, would you be like, nah, I'm cool on having hackers and computer people? Or would you be like, yeah, run that fast? So I'm under the assumption they probably would have that pop into. Now the question is, Snowden. Yeah, Snowden. I said something else. Now the question is, why do you think, I'm talking about, that what we talking about is of any importance? So I'm gonna ask the audience. I'm not outdoing us. I'm not overdoing us. I'm not putting too much weight on our conversation. I'm talking about the weight of the conversation. You see what I mean? I'm not putting too much weight on the fact that it is me delivering this information and thinking they watching me in particular, but me having conversations like this help you to have conversations like this, which help your peers to engage in conversations like this. Then it gets to our more powerful people who are less tapped in and they can't recite everything we say in the YouTube, but they just say, I know one thing, Egyptians was black, and they Kevin Hart. Are they are they Cat Williams? And now that's a problem, and the Egyptian government proved it. I'm about to put a new term on the screen. I didn't make it up. I heard it said before, but this is definitely what's going on. All right. And this is all the stuff we had to kill winning the West. Let me go to Canva. Put up a term for us that we need to, well, I ain't saying we need to do, but this encapsulates everything. This encapsulates almost all of the pseudo attacks that Egypt has been facing. And then I'm about to define it with its synonym. Let me see. Yep. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me look up this definition real quick. Don't even trip. Because we've been facing it. All right, forget it. I ain't even going by their definition or nothing. What you've been experiencing on social media, whether influenced by outside sources or not, when you've been wondering why is black people going crazy like this, it is a new wave of what I like to call Anti-Kemetism. And this could be equated to anti-Semitism. It is exactly the same thing. Anti-Kemetism. That's what's going on Garfield's show. That's what's going on Chief X show. And that's what's going on a lot of shows. Anti-Kemetism. Metatron. Anti-Kemetic. It's a fact. This is why they running around talking about Egyptomaniacs. They anti-Kemetic and they got Jabari fever. That's just the truth of the matter. You hating on somebody for the same reasons that the person who fights against anti-Semitism say you hating on them. They're anti-Kemetic. It's just facts. I got a lot of stuff to show. My screen's still open since last time. I'm just going to pop on a presentation. Now, Chief X came on Sonetta. We both got a 10-minute warning. Yo, y'all want to come on the show in a minute? Cool. I ain't mad. But how you gonna do all these presentations, all these videos, you sitting in front of your computer where you stream from all the time, everybody know how computers work, and you talking about you ain't got your sources on you. Where they at? If a person sitting at their computer and they streaming through the computer and they say they ain't got their sources on them, what the hell do sources be? How the hell? Now, what real, I mean, I know, I don't even want to say nothing. I don't know what we are. We ain't scholars. Give scholars more credit than that. Some of y'all are. I'm probably holding the line. I'm right at the line. But see, my love of wisdom don't have to be qualified by academia. It's qualified in the real world. Because it comes through my love of words. And, poetry. It's crazy. So I'm gonna pop some stuff up here that we all seen while we was winning the battle of the conscious community. It really ain't none of them that could even poke their head out. How you gonna get beat on a neutral? Oh, that ain't a neutral platform? He called the whole crowd Egyptomaniacs. Like it ain't hella Hebrews in Sonetta's crowd. Like it ain't hella Christians in Sonetta's crowd. How you get beat in a poll 83-17 and think you right still? Have y'all ever been beat? Have 83 people ever told y'all was wrong and 17 told y'all was right and y'all still maintain that? Well, I appreciate you saying I'm a scholar and I accept that, but I'm giving homage to the real scholars. The real ones. I like to dress up like one. But the real ones, what they do different, they go hop hurdles. Okay? They receive degrees. And I'm giving them their just desserts. All of you in the chat. However so limited your prowess. I'm not thinking you overqualified because you hopped that hurdle. I beat the brakes off them hurdles. But I'm saying you get what your just desserts. Don't let nobody minimalize your accomplishments that they ain't done. That's what I'll be like, damn, that's hella funny. People love minimalizing stuff that they have not done. Minimalizing stuff that you've done is the way to do it. Oh yeah, I did that a long time ago. I mean, that's cool if you want to be like that. But if you ain't even did it, so now we all humans. And nothing means that that person who went to school has a better brain than you. He just went on a different course than you. The information is in, I would hate to say the universe. That's a scapegoat. The information is out here, right? It ain't stuck in academia. I've been in the basement of Gardiner stacks in the middle of Cal Berkeley. So much so that the librarian was like, man, you get in. They don't care about your past, nothing. What's up, Smash? Go and walk in. I don't know what you're researching, but I ain't never seen nobody like you. Well, maybe seen one or two people like you. But you don't go to this school and you keep popping up 8 in the morning, going to the basement, going to the Sumerian and the Egyptian section. Anyway, forget that nonsense. Egyptology and the Negro problem. I had to show them this. Y'all remember when I had to whip this out? Because they was acting like they ain't know. Saying 4 words at once. They ain't know. And 2, they ain't know. They did not know. But I'm just thinking, what grammar take 4 words and put it into 2? See, African American vernacular English gonna have to get some more linguistics done about it. So this is what E.A. Wallace Budge said in Notes are Now Notes for Travel. And I often like to read this quote because people be messing up Nubia. They be like, well, Egypt was the black land. This is the... Some people couldn't figure out shit, bruh. Like if you drop them off in the forest, they're not going to figure out nothing. Some people ain't going to figure out shit. Word up, Chris. Some people like they can't figure it out. They logically can't figure it out. Like this proposes, this is really perplexing to some people. This is actually a logical situation to some people. Let me illustrate this. I can't even stop to illustrate it. Hold up. Look. Let me calm down. Look. People want us to believe that the Sudan was called the land of the blacks. And Egypt was called the black land. All right? So some people is like, what's so weird about that? That's true. But think about it again. They want us to think that the Sudan was called the black land and Egypt was called the land of the blacks, right? So how would this transpire in real life? There would be a line called the border where you would be crossing over from the black land to the land of the blacks. Right? Think about that. That this is what they want us to believe, that there was a line. You cross this line, you in the land of the blacks. We accept that. Yeah, that's the black land. That's the land of the blacks. But when you cross over this line, you're now in the black land. And it's the soil. So I like to think of things practically like we're travelers. I'm not even going to say let's not accept it. Let's just accept that that really was the case, right? But you telling me that we are travelers who never thought about this? You trying to say that nobody in history ever said, this is the black land and this is the land of the blacks? And see nothing close? It just was all the way ignored up until us? This is how I know this shit be bullshit. How could that have happened? We on horseback. We still in the black land. Oh, there's a sign, land of the blacks. Wouldn't one of us have gotten confused? Not one of us. Everybody would have understood how that happened. Oh yeah, because up in this part, we galloping. I'm going to start doing my skits to show how stupid shit is. We galloping, oh, it ain't horses. Yeah, we probably on, what we on? We on chariots. No, we ain't even on chariots. It's the Arabic times when they start, so it got to be after 642 AD when they start talking about the Sudan as the land of the blacks, because they had not penetrated the Sudan yet. As a matter of fact, the Magi archers was still there and still popular for hitting them up with the bow. And so Budge writes right here to tell people, y'all dumb. And listen to what he say. He damn near say, first of all, like some people was just not understanding this. So what does it say right here? First of all, let's just think. The title kills him. I love doing sources. The title kills them dead. Why does the title kill them dead? Because up until last night when I was just I wasn't really, well, I just accidentally, I was target shooting and just caught a body last night. I wasn't even tripping. But look, it says the Egyptian Sudan. Can anyone in the chat explain that? Damn, he just killed them. Don't we know that Egypt became the Egypt that it is in 1953? Fact check me, y'all. When I be busting, I'm trying to see if I'm raw, right? I mean, this is what I mean when I say that. I think I admire scholars with a good memory, like John Henry Clark. And, you hear them give it, and you like how, and Dr. Ben, and you be like, how he remember that date? And they remember so many dates. That's what I'm talking about. You raw if you got your scholastic memory, not no other pretentious stuff. That's what I meant. But now look, thank you, Moon too. But what's even funnier is Budge wrote at a time period before Egypt was 1953 is when Egypt got its Egypt. It turned into them borders like that. So those things were still rather murky up until Europeans finished fighting for these areas. It was the British, right? They held it to what, 1973 or 1974? Then what's dude's name? I'm gonna mess his name up. It ain't Rashid. Who that first? Nasir, because I knew he was a rapper. I just use all my points of reference. That's the way I remember stuff. So it was Nasir. Now look up and see if it was Nasir in 1973 who became the president of Egypt, and then look up and see if they became Egypt in 1953. Because knowing this helps us to understand why we think Egypt ain't black no more. We just pulled up, I ain't part of the we. I seen Chris playing it today. Part of the video from the Metropolitan Museum that was showing how people looked in Egypt in 19-somethings. You feel me? So the Egyptian Sudan, I want to say that better though. I mean, not better. I need to put this in the full context for everyone. The Sudan is the word that equates to the term Nubia. Yes or no? See? So Bud's gonna tell us right here, hold up. He say, look, the land of the blacks. He say the Sudan or the country of the blacks in the earliest dynastic times began at Elephantine or Aswan, and all expeditions into the country to the south of the first cataract started from this place. And you can go up further than this. Thank you for correcting that. Somebody said 1925. But how about Nasir now? Let's see if that was 1974. I mean, if y'all want to, President Nasir, we're going to talk all about him. It's either 74 or 73. I'm trying to have my memory right. But thanks for that 1925. Let's see what's up with, because that was after the, something happened in 1953. I think it went to the British, but I'll just have to look that up. I think 1925 was after that great race for Africa. Let's read this quote. And if somebody has facts on President Nasir of Egypt, was that 1973 or not? I could look that up too. Look, the Sudan, or the country of the blacks in the earliest dynastic times, began at Elephantine or Aswan, and all expeditions into the country of the south of the first cataract started from this place. And so those, even though they call it Aswan, okay, now you almost at the border. Elephantine and Aswan is currently just inside of Egypt right now. I don't know. No, I don't think that was 1973. I'm gonna look it up. President Nasir, right now on the screen. Let me see. Because it was him. This is the dude I'm talking about. See, look. What? Oh, hell no. Let's see. He died in 1970. So I gotta get this date right. Let's see if this is let's see if this is who I'm talking about. And I gotta get this date right now. Is this the 1953? Maybe this is the 1953. See, I'm not John Henry Clark. I told y'all that earlier. Now, Nasir, now, let's see. Maybe the 1953. All right, so let me fix my dates on my pseudo show. Most people just don't even fix shit. They just act like they never make a mistake. Now, this is Nasir, right? He died in 1970. He was the Egyptian military officer and politician who served as the second president of Egypt from 1954. I was close. Remember I was saying 73 or 74? Then I said another date was 53, but my brain wasn't right. It's supposed to be 1954 into 1970. Now, why is he significant in all this stuff I'm talking about? Because I got the source. Why I got him on the screen with that smile? I know what the smile is. Y'all don't know what this smile is. Y'all don't know what that smile is? Somebody please know what that smile is, bro. This is the smile of, I don't want to call him an Arab, but he probably, let's look and see what he was. I mean, they're going to tell you. If they say he was just Egyptian, I'm not mad. He was Egyptian military, probably they're going to tell you his parent. Arab, all right, let me see. Nasir's popularity in the Egyptian era world skyrocketed. That's not saying that. This person was the person who said, guess what we about to do? We are going to attach ourselves to the pyramids and stuff and say that this is our history. Got him. Say I ain't got that document. He did that. Before him, as recent as 1954, ancient Egypt, the people of Egypt did not claim ancestries to the ancient Egyptians. Want me to prove it? Because all y'all gotta do is read white people books. Have you ever read any old Champollion, Budge? All they say is, oh, hell no, them people there now, that definitely ain't the ancient Egyptians. You won't find one old book. Y'all gotta remember how this went down. The battle wasn't even between. Now, since they didn't have control of this nation, when did they get it? 19, right before he was the second national president. Let's find out who was the first. Who was his predecessor? Because that's when they got control of their own country. Who was his predecessor? Muhammad. So this was the first dude. Let me see. And they'll tell us right here on your favorite source, wiki. Muhammad Sedki Suleiman. Okay, what is that? Sedki, S-E-D-K-I. Sedki? I don't know. Was an Egyptian politician and the prime minister of Egypt from September. All right, so no, he too recent. Look at him though. He looked like he trying to sell you some straight backwoods. He ain't trying to sell you some woods. Let me see. All right, so this ain't him either. Well, I think we're gonna go with Nazir because I remember his name, right? And so I will pull up the documentation that shows that it was him who made the decision to link the history of the people who occupied Egypt at his time to the monuments of Egypt. And I got a slide that'll illustrate this without even sourcing that yet. It's in this presentation. That's probably why I thought about it. Is it in this presentation? Let's see. This right here, yeah. Look. And I asked this question. If the modern Egyptians were there since ancient times, not even why, but this is just a simple question. If the modern Egyptians were there since ancient times, why did they let the Sphinx deteriorate and become covered like this? They can't say Islam prevented it because it's still Islamic. See? So you're trying to tell me, think about the logic of all of this stuff they want us to believe. They want us to believe that for thousands of years, no sandstorms came in that could cover up the pyramids. And then all of a sudden, one day, it was just a big-ass pyramid. It was just a big-ass sandstorm. Now, I have to source my quote, what I said about Nasir. And I think that could be in Christian Langer's document. No. That's in Moreno's document. I'm about to pull it up. What's Moreno's name? Juan, Moreno Garcia. Is it Juan Garcia? G-A-R-C-I-A. Moreno. Is that right? Man, in his document, he's the one who gave it's the doctor Juan Carlos Maria Garcia. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. Juan Carlos Maria Garcia. Now let's look at his work. And let me see if I can show y'all this work. Gotta read this stuff. Man, he be going in. And whatever. Let me see. So I want to find this one document written by him where he's talking about Nasir. And he talking about, man, they was never claiming that they was the ancient Egyptians. And if I'm wrong, find me the book where they was doing that during the time of Budge-breasted Champollion. Find me the book of the people who lived in Egypt saying, nah, this was us. So right now, this is what I'm doing. On the other screen, I'm just going through these documents, looking for this one particular document written by Garcia. And I don't remember the name of it, so I'm hoping that the title makes me remember it. Because I'm not seeing it. But in this document, he states that it was Nasir who made the decision to link the modern Egyptians to the history of the ancient Egyptians. House religions and state multiple political experiences in ancient Egypt. What was that document about? Like, why was I looking at his work? Egypt in the first intermediate period. Ethnicity in Egypt. Was it his ethnicity? Was it his ethnicity in Egypt? It might have been something I was looking at like that. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna type the word. No, they won't be able to do it like that. It'll have to be on this actual page. I think this is the document though. Watch this. You don't know how we do. We got the most sources in the world. And I'm just saying that for fun. What I mean is if you want to watch a show and have something to go look at later, you could get it from here. Let me see. He's going to talk about... And Moreno is another one who'll be like, man, y'all be messing up this Nubian thing. But I don't know if this is the document. I don't know. So I'm just hoping. Anyway, all right. Let me open up a chat in a second. In a hot minute. I ain't seen James, the host, though. Where James at? You in the chat, James? Because I'm going to play the sticks during this show, man. Sometimes when we be arguing, I get up and I listen on my phone and go play the sticks. Because at least I feel like, I mean, while I'm building my channel, I said I was going to start talking about page monetization and how all y'all contributions be helping. One thing, when people keep saying they page ain't monetized, I don't understand it. How could your page not be monetized if you get super chats? So they saying when y'all send them a super chat, it don't go to them. We all see the super chat go on the screen. We see the amount of money that a person put in their chat, and they be like, my page ain't monetized. My page ain't monetized. I'll be like, dude, do you take people for just straight fools? Have y'all fell for that? Shout out to, I seen the Sar Imhotep did a stream today. I told y'all, man, them people crazy. Talking about Kemet is Kumat. Now, I mean, you know, the Archers was on top of that, and I remember that claim from a long time ago. But they did trace that back to Leprano or whatever, and so did Asar Imhotep, and he showed other sources on why they doing that. All right. I'm sorry, I have not seen the work that I thought I was gonna see. So maybe, I don't know. It ain't that easy to find. But he do got something called Ethnicity in Ancient Egypt. So I can't source the claim that I said about Nasir. I gotta be able to. Well, I'll do it at a later time. I'm not gonna get caught up on that right now. No one answered that easy question right there, though. That if the people who built these monuments were there till now, what made them stop being the custodians of these monuments? What happened? Is that not an easy question? Oh, Chief X ain't got no streams to do. All he could do now is just maintain his delusion. Like, oh man, he act like he beat me. This is just images. Don't even trip. Just look at them and enjoy. I'm not even about to do this. Just images. Look dead on them, huh? I swear, who was that person in my chat the other day? And just, they be having the most ridiculous, like the amateur debunkers who don't like Black Egypt. Y'all need to go get the people who more well versed at this. We deal with y'all detractors every day, and the detractors that we deal with be trying to dedicate time to it. Like that Dr. Benob dude, I knew he was a clown hella long time ago. I think I knew he was a clown inside of Chief X chat. But then he done tried to parlay. Well, what? So you trying to tell me none of them fake North African dudes done found my channel? Nah, y'all make them feel welcome. Y'all got that get y'all shit took mentality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if we was all in the same city and shit. The way y'all be acting on the internet, y'all got the lightweight victim mentality. Y'all could get got hella easy. Send one dude in y'all streaming, y'all just go their way. They don't need to show you nothing. They avoid my streams as way too black over here. And y'all thinking black got something to do with skin tone. No, we talking about black excellence. They not gonna get what y'all giving them over here. They gonna have too many questions to answer. And their level of knowledge is gonna take some dedication. Not just, you know, getting on here talking. You're gonna have to get an Egyptologist. But I ain't no scholar, I ain't no body, but you need an Egyptologist. I ain't nobody, but you gonna need an Egyptologist. I don't need no geneticist. Did I need a geneticist? So we're going to play who cuss you out first. Whoever cuss you out first is wrong. Again, I'm just showing these images. Someone had asked if we had any images of statues in the phenotype of black people. I was like, what a question. Let's get that Zoom open. What a question. All right, we need a new way. I'm gonna make up a game, right? I think this is the game. The waiting room is gonna be like, I'm just letting everybody know we're gonna try to have something new. The waiting room is gonna be where cats be. Right? And maybe it's gonna be questions. We're gonna play a game, huh? See, if you ain't got no money involved in it, it ain't no fun. We need some wagers or something, but not yet, not like that. All right, you click the link, you could win a free book. But you gotta beat me. We gonna get asked questions. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna share the link. But we're gonna step it up. We're gonna make a whole game that's gonna run through the whole internet. Watch. People gonna be like, that should be hella when they do that. There go the link. Hit the link if you got something to say. Keep it chill. Keep it chill. Don't cuss me out, please. I don't feel like cussing nobody out. There go the link where y'all go. First person hit the link getting asked a tough question, you might get kicked out hella quick. You got to qualify yourself coming in this link. Yeah, I'm going to qualify. All right, here go the don't set yourself up, Joe. Because you got to answer this question to get into the Zoom. One qualifying question for every person. All right, let me see. Here comes Joe. You're going to get your warm greeting, and then you got to answer the question. All right, now. I'm gonna leave Atum in the back chat real quick, but you next. We're gonna see if we can form a good panel. What's up with Joe? Joe, let me know when you can hear me. Or when your mic is right. I'm about to see. What's the question, y'all, to ask Joe that if he can't answer it, we ain't even about to holler today. You didn't make.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great.
All right, I'm about to ask you a question. How many countries on the continent of Africa?
I'm not even
Uh-oh.
gonna lie to you. I really don't
Oh,
know.
get up out of here, Joe.
That's crazy.
I'm just playing with you. The only reason why is because I didn't know that one. If I knew too, you was up out of here, bro. Somebody answer
Yeah.
that for all of us. Somebody answer that for all of us. This is a learning show, and then we're gonna let Atum in and we'll hear from Joe. Hold on, Atum, you hitting you with tough questions. And your name is Atum, so I'm really about to hit you with a tough question. You there, Atum? We playing Get Out the Zoom, man. But we having fun anyway. Atum, are you there? Peace to you. What's up, Joe? Until he's there, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to ask you a quick question, and I'm out, and I'll just listen to the rest of the show if you had a quick second.
Word up. People said 55 and 54. The most common answer we got is 54. I think that has been corroborated by 4 people. So I've just learned there's 54 countries on the continent of Africa. See, I ain't ashamed of that shit. Now, so what's up with you?
So I spoke to Reggie probably like last week, but I wanted to get your opinion on this in regards to Gardner's sign list. How accurate do you think that is if you were to give it like a grade percentage?
A grade percentage, I'll give it an A. But that's graded on the curve of all the other sign lists that we have. If I thought that if you're asking if I thought that sign list means that the work of figuring out the glyphs is complete, definitely not. I think this is some of the work that we try to do every day when we're looking at the nuances of how they define things. And as far as pronunciation is concerned, I don't think that list is used as a qualifier for pronunciations at all. It's just more like definitions of transliterated terms.
So if there were some words that can be transliterated or pronounced, like would you say that's wrong, or would you say that's close enough? Or
Well, he never goes that far. It's only Budge who goes that far to try to write it out like an English word and try to make you pronounce it. They only write transliteration, and it's us who go further than them to try. Like they put an N, a T, and an R. If you see the netter, he ain't gonna never put Neter because he don't want to fool us that the real word was pronounced neter. You feel me? So he's just putting NTR. But how do us as scholars pronounce which terms we're analyzing without always saying 3 syllables or consonants? We don't always want to go NTR and the QSB. You feel me? So they figured out a system. So that system isn't rendering accurate pronunciations. And so that's why I say the sign list is good for transliteration. But if we just gonna place e's in between their consonants and think that we're saying it right,
could you do me a huge favor if I could ask you of one?
What's that?
If you had time, one of your streams, if you could like look into the Gardner sign list and just look at the seated man glyph and just dedicate maybe about 10 minutes or 5 minutes to that.
Well, that's not hard to do. So that seated man glyph, that's probably going to be Gardner A1, and it will give us the phonetic quality of supposedly a S. But we already know that it must have been a vowel either preceding or in suffix of this S. And so they put an A after it and say sa. It is a doorbolt glyph. Would you like to look at it?
Yeah, if you have a second.
Yeah, let's do it. We chilling. Sure. What's up with did he cut? Atum Ra, is you still there? Atum Sentepin Ra? Maybe your mic's not connected. I see that now, Atum. All right, let's try to look at that. The Gardner sign list. We're looking
on top of that, I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right one or if it's just something that like possibly is just some like fake Gardner sign list stuff. Yeah.
All right, well, the seated man is Gardner A1.
Okay.
I don't know why it would be a fake list. Why you say that?
No, it's just a PDF that I found online, so I'm not sure how accurate it actually is.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to a site. I'll share that. I guess I thought I was sharing the screen. Let me see.
Yeah.
Peace to you. What's up with you?
Peace, God. What's happening?
All is well. Can't complain. Thanks for tapping in.
No problem, no problem. Hey, why don't we do it like this? Now it's my time to ask a question.
Oh, hold on. No, I got to qualify you, especially with the Atum name. All right. I ain't even going to front you off because I know I could front you off. I ain't trying to do that. I'm just going to ask you something simple. And it's a learning opportunity for everybody. How many gnomes were there in Kemet?
42.
There you go. What's up with our Tombs and Tep and Ra? Hey, real, you not kicked out. Everybody else getting kicked out. They can't answer their qualifying question, man.
Man, to be honest, I learned that from watching you, man.
Hey,
Straight up.
see. Well, it's the facts. Anybody can verify and vet that right now. Yeah, it did grow to 42 gnomes and probably, I don't know about any other divisions. But that
Man,
was a
but I
good
got
answer.
I got a question, man.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, if the ancient Egyptians are the current Egyptians,
Mm-hmm.
why are they named the Arab?
Well, people try to lie and say only the generals. People say only the generals and the bosses came in, and it wasn't the ruling class. I mean, only the ruling class came in, and they just let the same people sit there. But that's a lie. We got documented migrations, and everybody know you can't take over a place without the soldiers. And the first people spreading around DNA ain't people who meet through social arrangements. It's people who meet in war. Let's just be frank. I don't want to have to say that silly shit. I ain't never been to war, but you know damn well for well, the first DNA being passed around is by the soldiers who take over a new place that ain't got no scruples. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah, so I mean, just in the name itself, man, you can say what you want to say, but you know, you don't practice the same culture. The language died under you. Your name is the Arab Republic of Egypt. I mean, like, come on, man. Gig is up. But I want to say this, man. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Much respect. Yeah, I can hear you. I just want to say, man, much respect to what you did yesterday, because this information, man, or this misinformation that's been passed around ain't a victimless crime, man. A lot of people come on these social media sites to learn. We are already playing from the back foot as a result of, all that's transpired. They don't teach us a lot in school in terms of our African heritage because it started as slavery. And so a lot of people come to these platforms to learn, man, especially like Sonetta. Some of it's entertainment, but a lot of it, people are really trying to learn, man, and they getting introduced to knowledge that they really don't know. And they don't have a study work ethic. And so they just take what's being said on these platforms verbatim. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very important, man, that we set the record straight, man. All of this misinformation, because people act like back in the days they didn't have historical racism, like, or even scientific racism. It's like all of this stuff done been wiped out all of a sudden. And us, the warrior class of our people, start spewing racial hatred talking points. I just don't get
Yeah, I
that,
know
man.
that. Yeah, I mean, cats don't know when they turn to a Negro pen. It's hard to see, and you saying everything that they were saying.
Right. Like I don't get that, man. And it ain't a victimless crime, man. Like, they do that to the detriment of our own people,
Hey, so why?
And then,
Go ahead.
now I was gonna say, and then the other thing, just like this Egyptomaniac comment, like that's worse than them people would be saying. Like,
That's anti-Kemetism, man. You know that.
it is.
That's all they.
And then the talking point is like, well, you're not directly kin to Egypt, but what people wouldn't hold in high regard, the civilization that gave them the most.
Man, the whole
You know what I'm
world,
saying?
hold Kemet in a highlight. So that I'm not entertaining that silly stuff because I'm not studying this for no soul search. I'm just looking at how
Yeah,
good black people could have it when they got it popping. What's the matter with
no
that?
doubt,
You
no
feel me?
doubt.
Now, what's up
No,
with this
that's
seated man glyph, Joe?
So in regards to that, if you can open up another tab and just type in Gardner's sign list,
Mm-hmm.
and what I'm looking at is the list of hieroglyph signs is by Universata Karlova. It's actually like a book. And there's more information in regards to the seated man.
Okay, you can just read it. I don't feel like it. Go, so just read it.
All right, so it goes into the seated man, and says idio, with the in, with the seated man with like a rope knot, and it says that s, and it goes in parentheses to say man, and it says ideogram or definition I, me, in, I. But the bottom of the book, it goes in and says like a structure. And the word is REHU apostrophe ONKH,
You said
which equals
at the bottom of the book. It says a structure or instruction.
it's like a set of hieroglyphs, but it turns into a word, if they say, and that's why I kind of wanted you to open it up. It's literally 3 pages down on the PDF.
You can't show it on your screen. You seem like you got it in your hand or something.
Yeah. Let me see.
Let me see.
Am I able to do that?
Hold on.
So,
You should be able to.
share screen. Start sharing screen. Or start sharing screen. Am I sharing?
I don't see it yet, but it does say multiple participants can share. Man, so I said that this dude, I'm waiting for you to share, but people see this picture of this dude Nasir. I gotta find the document where Moreno details how he made the decision to start claiming ancient Egyptian heritage.
Mm-hmm.
So what we got all the characters, we got the majority of the information. Somebody said before Nasir moved to on to Arab nationalism in the 1940s, he began to utilize pharaonic symbols. Oh, somebody went and found it. Look at Mutu. He started to utilize pharaonic symbols, and Farouk's portrait on the plaster coin was replaced with the Sphinx. Yeah, now I need to find the quote where Lorena say, y'all see it was him who did it. Put the video. You got the video? Or you put it in the back chat, Sadiq?
Am I sharing?
I think Sadiq might got the Oh, so that is the actual. So what you're looking at is the actual garden. You actually got the best version of it. That is his book. That is his book. And so
this word.
Yeah. So Rehu Ankh. But slow it down though. I mean, because that's what I meant to say. Not slow it down, but so we can read it all. So it says in personal names though, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So he's talking about that man glyph is used in personal names because those are men basically. And those are the men's names down there. So one of them is Rekhu, which is just men. But then the personal name, it says, example, it got Ankh or Ankh Reku or something, or Reku Ankh and Reku Ankh. Those are personal names that have the seated man in the name. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So are you asking, does it have the quality of a R or something? Because that is...
just in regards to the RHW means men, and the REHU apostrophe ONKH. Does that signify the seat to sit?
No, that's a personal name. You see that name behind them? So right where you say in personal names, then it says the seated man is abbreviated for Reku, which means men for some reason. So he's saying in that next thing, the reason why his name is Reku Ankh It's because they put that man there. So he's saying there is a pronunciation of that Saglyph as Reku, but that is in personal names. As that's how I'm reading that. And Asar knows this material too. So peace, Asar. I seen you step in.
I want to see if he blow it up so I could see it.
All right. He said he got the video of Moreno saying that. Oh, we about to look at the video.
The reason why I wanted to say this, what if I were to tell you the REHU''ONKH technically means to us to sit, and then it relates to men as well. So it goes Ruhoni, or Shanglong, which literally means to sit. And as well, Ruhoi is men of the village. Then Shru, the first REHU to us, literally is to say men or man. So I kind of wanted to figure out like how it's being transliterated from the hieroglyphs to what's actually being personified. Like where did he get this from? Like where did Gardiner get this from? Essentially.
Even furthermore, I want to know why he thinks, I know why he's saying that. It's because in some of the names, it's before, he's reading it before that Ankh word, and he must have figured out, well, we need to find whichever Stella, he cites it right there. It's just very hard to see. So he puts this asterisk, right? Let's go to the left. And it's a 0. So let's go find what he puts a 0 behind inside of his statement to see what he sourced. Like you have to minimalize it and see if we can find a footnote that represents a 0. Oh, it's behind the first word. Look, you see it? Where it says ideogram in Sa, SC, and it has that 0 there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he says in the footnote, very rarely written as C, and that's the only one he seems to source is Uric V. But he did source something else with the number 1 to the right. Maybe it's yep, that is it. Reku. You see that Reku?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you find where he got it from. Look, it has the number 1.
Are you saying Rehu,
RHW? You see the 1 behind it?
What if I were to tell you that says Ru?
All right, that's fine. I'm not on the I'm not. This probably does say Ru. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so I'm not. Yeah, that's. I just was mispronouncing it. So that Ru, that's fine. So let's go to what I'm trying to say is how we find where he got it from.
Do you want me to stop on sharing?
It's right. No, it's right there. So you see the number 1 behind men.
Mm-hmm. Then example.
Yeah, well that number 1 represents his footnote that's right there. So he's showing you where to look. If you just ask, you want to know where he got it from. It says he got it from Recto 957 in this book. You're going to be able to see where that's at. And then if you want us to look over that text, once you see where it's at, if you find it and you want us to see why he came to that conclusion, we'll be able to look at the text.
Okay. Because it's pretty crazy for me to kind of abstract it and be able to kind of read it and relate and say Shong Hong literally means to sit, but Hoi is the same pronunciation, which means men. Then Hu Law literally means the walking man, which is pretty interesting.
I recommend
that you comparing it to. Yeah,
I keep telling y'all, it's literally Latuka, but it's not Latuka.
Have you talked to Asar? Latuka? I'm sorry.
Not yet. He gave me, I think he gave me his email in the back chat one time, and I don't think I wrote it down.
Latuka and what?
If you could put it back. That's just, it's Fuhoni. It's literally like, when I think I watched one of your streams with Chief X, and he had basically a whole bunch of like tribes in Africa.
Oh my God.
All those tribes are mispronounced.
Yeah.
Like these are Europeans that are pronouncing these people's names. And even my tribe is in there, and it doesn't start with an L. It's literally how you spell REHU''ONKH with an I. Fuhoni. That's literally how you spell it. And it just means
when you
men
build your
of the
online
village,
store with GoDaddy
or people of the village. and the village is called Michi.
Interesting. And so I know a little bit about forming cognates, and I can't illustrate all the training.
No, it's fine. It's just great to kind of like be pointed in the right direction. And if I could be pointed in the right direction, it would be cool.
I don't know no linguist, but the person who make those type of connections is Asar Imhotep. Have you ever spoke with him?
I don't trust him.
Go on to academia.edu and pull up linguist. And then it's going to give you a section of linguists, and you'll see a lot of African linguists in there. See if one of them can connect those languages and see what kind of cognates they may have for you, or if they can assist you in making some concerning.
Okay.
I'm gonna check this video out. Someone said the quote by Moreno was in this video, but he definitely wrote the document. So let's see what he says. Let me know if y'all got good audio. Right? It sound cool? I don't even need to play that part.
As always, study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I am your host, Nick Barksdale, but today we are joined by a very special guest. I'm extremely excited to have him on this channel. You are going to absolutely love his work. And so before we get started, don't forget, check out the links in the video description below. It's going to take you to a variety of wonderful references. So are there in 09 asked, are there, in your experience, conflicts over the legacy of the ancient Egyptians today in modern politics in Egypt?
Well, sometimes I think yes, because I could say that there are perhaps two questions. No? On the one hand, perhaps the authorities are claiming, are trying to establish a direct link with the very prestigious and wonderful past. So, for instance, well, I don't think.
Hold on. I know y'all heard him because he's hard to hear, but do y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said?
Yeah, he said they're trying to establish a link with the past.
He said he thinks the authorities is trying to do that, though. You feel me? Yeah. Now, my question that started this all off was, do y'all think the government have anything to do with the information? You know, these trolls and everything. I might be taking it too far, but I'm showing you I ain't the only one showing that they government trying to, but let's see how far he goes.
Two questions. No? On the one hand, perhaps the authorities are claiming, are trying to establish a direct link with the very prestigious and wonderful past. So, for instance, well, I don't think, we can imagine the statue of Ramesses II in one of the most important places in Cairo today. So this is a very important mark, saying, well, we are a strong power. We are legitimized because our roots are very old. We can trace back a lineage or a genealogy to Ramesses II. So I think that in the case of politicians, it's quite common. Well, it's the same thing. I think everywhere. Sometimes when a key personality of the past marks his time or her time, the influence centuries later are very important to modern European people and so on. So I think that in this way, this idea of a prestigious past when Egypt was a big power is something that has been revitalized once and again, perhaps. Also to claim a role for modern Egypt, for contemporary Egypt in the Near East and so on.
Did you hear that? We got to play that again because that was hard to hear. Listen to what they're trying to claim a role.
That has been revitalized once and again, perhaps also to claim a role for modern Egypt, for contemporary Egypt in the Near East, and so on. And I think there is another point: is the use of the past. I think that, for instance, Egyptologists like Saïd Hawass, who has been the director of the Service of Antiquities in Egypt, has made a really big effort to try to make Egyptians conscious about the importance of their pharaonic legacy, and to make them be really proud about these realizations, about the culture, and so on. And I think that perhaps nowadays it's not only the chiefs of the state or big politicians who are using the past, but perhaps common people are saying that yes, they have an Islamic heritage, but they have also this ancient heritage that is really important for them to define themselves as a community in time. It's really crucial for any community. And yes, I think that this use of the past probably is having more and more importance in politics. For instance, in recent times, there has been a lot. I think that the Egyptian government is making is making some investments and strengthening its contacts with China. And suddenly you can see how the Egyptian past is also used to strengthen this idea of connectivity, of maritime contact. I don't know if you remember, perhaps, 10, 12 years ago, there was a documentary showing the reconstruction of an ancient Egyptian ship navigating the Red Sea. So there is this kind of idea of connectivity, so on. I think it may become more and more important because in the end, there are two cradles of civilization in China, in Egypt. Well, we know more or less that there was no direct contact between them, but this idea of connectivity and so on may prove rather important, I think, in my opinion. So the Egyptian past can be used again to stress and to emphasize this idea of a crossroads who was very important and that was very perfectly integrated in Eurasian archaeology and the Eurasian commercial networks of exchanges. I think it's one of the most important paths for archaeological research in the future.
Well, I let the whole clip play just not to interrupt him, but y'all heard him say what needed to be said. Like, there's a government focus on attaching to that. Now, in the document, he pinpoints where that focus started, and I'll just have to find that document. I ain't tripping. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, they're definitely. It's so funny because even Mohammed Gabber, my partner out there, him and his partner, we had a whole discussion about it, and it was kind of a racist and funny discussion at the same time. So I was down there, and we're in Cairo. We're at his villa, and his partner's down there. And he's like, we're the ancient Egyptians. We have to be the ones now. And so he's saying this in front of me.
He said, we have to be the ones now?
Yeah. So now, mind you, they've already told me that they migrated from Jordan. Okay. So that's first and foremost. But so I know they're from Jordan. And then they got the Australian cat over there. I'm like, and he's like, no, we're gonna cater to these. The white dudes got the money and the Australian dude's debit card kept bouncing and declining, and they shot. I said, you don't know who got money, and my card, it always went through. He's like, no, see, I'm running with him. So when we go to the museum the next day, basically, we're reading stuff. This is when Zahi Hawass is I can't remember her name. She comes in there and they're having difficulty reading it. So I read the wall inscription for them. And then we start breaking down the glyphs together. They're like, yeah, you're right. And I'm like, yeah, seeing it right here. So the push is for them to be the new Egyptians and their Egypt, because they think that if it's Black people, you're not going to come see them if you're other cultures. So this is like the thing right there for them to claim the identity right now. If they claim the identity for some reason, they think that people are going to come see them because they're Middle Eastern, and you know, Middle East is a hard sell as it is. Black people have never been a hard sell. Right now, they don't want to go to anything Arab because they think this is going to happen. They think in Islam, they think in, you know, so they're really in a flux right now about their identity and what they should claim and what it should be. But they're really trying to push heavy that Arabs are the old ancient Egyptians, but they'll tell you themselves. Even the conversation I had with the gentleman who just happened to stop me while we were in the museum, and he's like, you know, you guys were great, but you fell because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decree.
Hey, I gotta say thanks for this Cash App real quick. Isaiah, thank you for the Cash App, and anybody else who want to contribute to the channel, thank you. But what you were saying?
That's right. Yeah, so he's like, yeah, you know, you guys were great, but you fell and blah, 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 blah. And so we, you know, I was like, yeah, well, Muhammad fell down too. Brother, you know what I'm saying? So we having them type of conversations in the museum. And
yeah, keep going. Keep going.
When you go out there, you'll see. It's very they're right now they're in political flux about claiming this ethnicity. And it's hard for them, right? Because they're Muslim. So everything about them cringes about claiming being ancient Egyptian because they're the exact opposite. Pagan.
Yep. And that religious
really
decree go against that. Yeah. I studied Islam, man, for about 8 years, man. And as an African American, it's like it really engulfs you into the culture and tradition of Arabs. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me play this clip real quick before we go off. Let me see.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African. Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not.
See, first of all, he's not talking about modern Egyptians. Let's be clear, but let's keep going.
Black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Now, again, that was explained by...
Ain't nobody helping us.
Hold on.
Ain't nobody said nothing about the Sudanese. Ain't nobody said nothing about the Ethiopians. Ain't nobody said...
We got to watch Dr. Umar.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black.
Because what Dr. Omar was talking about. Ain't nobody helping
recently,
us.
And for no...
Well, what Cat Williams was talking about was basically a layman's take on if you in Africa, you black, right? But then we had Bobby Banger explain how that all went down. And let me know if y'all can hear this.
That was really a synonymous with Africa.
Y'all hear that?
So really, when back in the day when they were saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro.
So he's telling you right there. So Cat Williams said it and Ankh said it. Black was synonymous with African. Then they came in and switched it up and came up with this North African stuff. You feel me?
Bobby Banger was all wise, right, and exact when he said that.
Exactly.
You know,
but then not only that, but with his with this sub-Saharan stuff, like how long will it be before they just drop the Saharan and they be trying to call you sub-African? You know what I'm saying?
they talking about the subs. Oh, the subs.
Yeah, the sub-Africans.
See,
You
that's
gotta
why
watch
black
stuff
people
like
eat
that, man.
submarine sandwiches. You eat Subway because really they be bugging out, man.
Yeah,
But,
they're gonna explain it away why you should accept the subtitle.
I tell you, Cap Williams had his Amin Ra Kango hat on too before. He was in there rocking his joint. Coming out to his show with the white Amin Ra with the pyramid on it and the eye of Ra on it.
Oh yeah?
So yeah, Cap know what time it is. He
That's
been know
crazy.
what time it is. I tell you, the whole thing with this, for black people even to embrace sub-Saharan is just a shame. You know, you should say Southern Sudan, Northern Sudan, just like it's named, you know, or North Southern Africa. You wouldn't call the other places sub this or sub that. It's a derogatory term. And so
okay,
you know,
yeah.
you should run with it.
Let's be I'm about to go in on some more stuff. So remember that misconception that let me see about the inheritance that Chief X was just putting out. I'm gonna click books. Little Inheritance. Oh, y'all can't see my screen. I'm sorry. Hold up.
Yeah, talking about the Twa, that they misnomer the pygmy. That's a derogatory term too.
Well, they call them troglodytes, and that's a derogatory term too. But I actually don't. The ancient Egyptians called them ding, and honestly, I don't know if that was derogatory to them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think calling somebody that denotes a deficiency, whatever you call it, is derogatory. You just gotta call them a regular person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but those were supposed to be like the first people to, next to the Khoi and the Sons, to populate the earth, man. You know, they was all the way over in Ireland, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull up that old source on this, so we can see that, because that North Africans. I mean, I gave them so many North Africans that, first of all, when we cite the tribe names in ancient Egyptian, y'all don't even know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think the ancient tribe name of some Africans that was in North Africa is gonna always be in English? So if I tell you, how about the Awuntu or the Setu, who when they said that Nubian meant Negro, they took people that they find in the Sinai Peninsula and called them Nubian bowmen. But Nubian really just meant Negro. It didn't mean they was from Ta-Nehisi. Setu. We can tell you plenty of these tribes. The Awuntu is who Sheik Anti-Joke misnomered as the Anu people. He didn't do it himself. Scholars before him, Flinders Petrie and others, had called these Negroes the Anu people. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, come on, dog. How about the ancient Egyptians? If you want a Negro tribe that was in North Africa, how about the ancient Egyptians? Ain't nobody say nothing about that.
No, he couldn't really run from it neither, because when we pulled up pre-dynastic Egypt, it starts with Nehesi and Libyans. So who are those Nehesi with the black top pottery?
Exactly.
They're Nubians. So, and this is why it kills me, because we've got the blanket term Nubian, right? So if we take that term away and we use what they use, we got Nehesi people. They said Nehesi were Negroes. That's what E.A. Wallace Budge said. That's what you use, Chief X. And so who starts ancient Egypt? It's Nehesi people, and they call it Taseti. Why are they calling themselves a Nubian country name? A Nehesi country name. Taseti, you find a different Nehesi clan there.
And even deeper than that, man, when you go off into the material culture, man, of the Netris and everything, man, all of that came from up south. When you're talking about the set, the ones that worshipped Setet, you can see the transitional phase from up south to down north. Like, you don't see that materialization nowhere else. And you for sure can't say it came from, north down southward.
Yeah, because Kemet starts in the south, right? So you don't even have a choice there. This is why it kills me that they keep saying, "Oh, Asiatics came over and started this." How? It starts in northern, what they call Nubia, and goes to what? It's the south. It's the south of Egypt. It's southern. It's part of the Sudan, where Egypt, ancient Egypt starts. It's in the Sudan. So you can't even run from where the locality is, because ancient Egypt, Taseti, the first Sepdot, the first city, the first known, is in the Sudan.
Hey, y'all see this? Well, hey, what's up with Sirius B in the building? Tell me if y'all see my chat with the book that say something about the...
I had to jump in with the heritage conversation.
All right, come on. We about to do it. What's up with you?
No, you go ahead and do that, but I wanted to throw you an alley-oop, because I like to be fair. Absolutely, I like to be fair. I wanted to throw you something.
Oh, straight up. Now, they ain't gonna like me for going to this old book, so I'm gonna let you. You might got something more up to date, so I'm gonna let you get it in real quick, because I'm going back to the 1800s.
Yeah. Go back to the Wikipedia article for the Heritance.
Okay.
Because this is a conversation I had about the Heritage populations as well. And I say, and this was one of the initial challenges that the brother Chief X put out there. He says, find us a dark-skinned, quote-unquote, nappy hair, traditionally been characterized as the descendants of former sub-Saharan sub-Saharan slaves. Highlight that. Highlight that piece. Right? And so you see the 5 and 6, right? So the 5 and 6. This is
they don't click 5 and 6, but go ahead,
These are the articles that they reference in terms of saying that the Heritan populations are the descendants of former sub-Saharan African slaves. So click 5.
So Kiana, okay.
So if you take a look at this, you can actually go to this article in JSTOR. Right? So if you take a look at this article within JSTOR, right? Tell me if you see any reference to sub-Saharan within this article.
But they always do that. That's why I be telling people, wiki. See, so we need to start writing wikis.
This is the limitation of wiki. And I again, right? I love wiki in terms of what you can do, right, from a very high level perspective. But when you get into the nuances of conversations like what we're having, you have to be very, very careful with using wiki, because they end up putting in things in nuances that you may not necessarily see.
So
right?
You said you went through this document and couldn't even find them saying nothing about sub-Saharan.
Well, look at it.
Well, yeah,
find it.
Yeah,
find a single reference to sub-Saharan.
Yeah, I gotta get in my JSTOR, but yeah,
I got it.
I already know you already got this. You wouldn't even have told us.
And one of the things is these are Saharan populations, right? Again, right? There's no reference. Go back. Go look at 6
to the wiki. Yeah.
Right. Go back to 6. And I challenge you to find a reference to sub-Saharan in 6. I think the 6. This was by Ann Mc. What was Ann Mc something? Or what's her name? Go to
yeah, I got it. What is her name? Ann, yeah, McDougal or
Ann
something.
McDougal, right? Ann McDougal, right?
Hidden in plain sight,
Find a
Heritance.
reference. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to take your word for it that you saying that they just, so what they do is mess up verbiage and terminology, and then to paint a narrative. These people.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say to paint a narrative.
Yeah, okay.
What I would say in terms of the nuances in these particular conversations that we're having, right? If we're saying like for instance, there's a nuance between the Saharan population and a sub-Saharan population because we're getting very, very detailed in terms of what we're talking about, right? You know, within this conversation, if you get someone that's just basically very, very general, when they're seeing that they see a Saharan population and then they see a picture of it, then maybe they'll make a mistake. I'm not gonna impugn the people within Wiki to say, okay, well, they're being insidious. That's what I'm not saying. But what I'm saying is that us as researchers, we have to be very careful in terms of the things that we're saying with these, especially if we're going to use it as a source for a statement like this. Because again, somebody like me, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at it. Right, but because I've done research on the Haritan population, I've done research on these, and they are categorized as an indigenous North African population by many groups, right? Especially groups that actually go out and they're trying to protect. They're calling these are protected groups that are subject to discrimination and slavery and abuse today. They describe the Haritan population as indigenous North Africans. So when I saw that, I was very curious. I was like, why would they say that? And then you go to the article and it doesn't describe them in that way.
Now, that's interesting. Now, I'm just thinking about some other things, and I always noticed that in ancient Egyptian, not ancient Egyptian, but in European, do Europeans just, I don't know how to say it, but do they call their, do they say pygmies for white people? Basically is the question. You feel me? Is pygmy used on white people?
Nah, they use midget.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so, and really, honestly, they use, you gotta not forget the magical properties, and we'll learn about that as we read this book. But they came up with a term called leprechauns. But not for everybody wasn't a leprechaun, but every small person ain't gonna be described like these magical pygmies are about to be described in this book. Now, first we was talking about indigenous tribes of North Africa. And I was like, I don't know what people have read, but I read this book long ago, and I pulled this out of an article I wrote in 2012. And if anybody want to read what I wrote about it, now you can read my rapguide.wordpress. So I'm gonna try to think of some words that they were using that'll take us to a dry valley, right? Dry valley, because now if we go to the map and we're gonna find that the dry valley is in the Atlas Mount. Here it goes. See how quick this worked? So that's because I remember this and I wrote about it. Now he's dead right here because this is so dead. I mean, you just don't know that this stuff is here. But see, now when I'm going all the way up, he's talking about some boxes brought from Top Punt. So that makes me just want to read this book all over again. But that ain't what I'm coming here for. It says probably on both sides of the Atlantic, the ancient dwellings cut in cliffs were made by dwarfs. The little race to the west of the sandy ridge south of the Atlas, who captured the Nasamonian explorers, and we could talk about the Nasamonians too, but who captured the Nasamonian explorers are called by Herodotus troglodytes. So that's what they would say, yeah, too.
And that was the Twa people. Those are the same people who was all the way over there in Ireland.
Oh, they're going to break it all the way down. Watch this. It's going to describe the Twa exactly. Well, I'm just going to say the cliffs of the Atlas Mountain are frequently dotted with cave dwellings, and which must have been used by the small race as they are not more than 5 feet high. It says, they are now no longer in use, but I am told that these dwarfs on the river, and they also said dwarf here, dwarf on the river Dora and Didio in the Bani Mountains near Tenzone and are still troglodytes. They were probably the tribe of dwarfs which ancient writers say owned a remarkable small breed of horses. It says the ponies of the dwarfs were near the Sahara are famed for their endurance and speed and therefore are used by them in hunting ostriches. It says Rabbi Judah, a Shilak Jew of Ternata in the Dry Valley says the little people are, now this is the quote that I put in my writing. He says, the little people are not Muslims. It is supposed that they worship Didio Isir. Now, I don't want to say this Isiri is anything else, but I don't know who Dido Isiri is, you know what I'm saying? But that just sounds weird. It says, they kept their feasts to themselves, and there are many of them in the Sudan. The Arabs fear them. So first of all, they're not Arab. Because the Arabs fear them. And this is what I'm trying to get to. And they even shake down the Arabs. He gonna read it. He gonna say the little people will run up on the Arabs they kidnap them. They didn't say the Nasamonians kidnapped the troglodytes. Let's read again. They say, look, the little race of the west of the sandy ridge south of the Atlas who captured the Nasamonian explorers. It wasn't the Nasamonians capturing these little people. It was these little people capturing the Nasamonians. Now let's keep going though, because he's going to go all the way in. It says the little people are not Muslims. It says it is supposed that they did worship, Dido Assyri or whatever. They kept the feast by themselves, and there are many of them in the Sudan. The Arab fear them and pay, does it say? And pay to be allowed to pass through their country. So now they're talking about some little ass, but now they're gonna say they're gonna say they're the ancientest people in the area, and they said that they mapped the stars. So I don't think the word stars is gonna be in this book too many times. So I'm gonna put stars and see if it takes me to STARS. Stars.
That's deep, man. That's real deep.
Now stars is in this book only twice. See, yeah, let me see. Well, it's hella times. I'm tripping, but it should be up towards the beginning. So he said that they was the oldest people and that they had mapped the stars. And so I gotta show us this, because not only is we know that if they talking about pygmies, they talking about small black people. It wasn't no small Berbers running around that they talking about. I mean, I should say that better. It wasn't no, you know what I mean?
Look, the Berbers weren't.
Hey, that's where they also get Best from, man. Best come from the Twa too. And his image had made it all the way to South America. And you can tell it's him because he always shown with his tongue hanging out his mouth with the leopard skin on. You know what I'm saying? You can see it in different other cultures around the world, but that's who Best is associated with, the Twa.
I want to see him say what he said about
read that Morocco part.
They talking about this top punt stuff. I got to look back into that. But what part up here?
Yes, up there too. It's
you could go right again. Go right ahead. I'm gonna get this off the stream.
It said, where's there? It is. The tunnel and live in caves and who are called Tartari and walk in a ludicrous way with toes turned in. The other who are better looking are Castellano Nanos, who came to Spain originally from an ancient city beyond Morocco called Poon, where their business was washing sand for gold and silver. Their queen was very fat and was called Minna, and they were called Puni and Omina. Minna's men. Names still applied to dwarfs in the Dry Valley. Berber women are often called Minna. So they checked us in about the Berbers. In Tal Punt is the tomb of the fat queen Halima or Halima Minna, where in times of drought offerings is still made. The ruins of the old city are called by the people of southern Morocco Poon or Punt or Ta Punt.
Oh yeah,
Why Morocco?
he is over in Kemet. Cause look what he say. two Darfur dwarfs whom I found in Cairo lately.
Mm.
So he's saying let's just slow all the way down. Because this
Mars in
dude was
Kemet.
over there in the 1800s telling you he found two dwarfs from Darfur in Kemet in the 1800s. And he said who had dwarf kick, what is clicks? Oh, in their speech.
In his speech, I told you.
He
I
said
thought
they spoke of
ancient
top
Egyptian had
punt.
clicks in it. Yeah,
They spoke of
and
punt.
it's called. Look at that. Didu Osiris.
I knew they was
Who
talking
is
about.
Didu?
I knew they was talking about ISIS, bruh. I knew they was talking about ISIS up there. I just didn't
it's
want to say it.
Osiris.
No, up
Osiris.
here. No, the other one. Remember when I was reading it? I said I know what that say, but I don't want to say nothing. It had said ISIS.
Assyri.
Yeah, Assyri. That's right. So now they saying that. Hold on, though. This is going further than what I even wanted to see. Now they saying that these little midgets, who, of course, we got them in North Africa, so he checkmated. But he's saying he found some in Kemet, in Cairo, who had worshipped Ditto Osiris, and he says, and who spoke of Top Punt and Helima Mena, both of which they connected with the Dry Valley and Top Punt. Now this Dry Valley, let me show people the Dry Valley just to beat the brakes off of Dry Valley. See, I would have saved this all for a debate. Dry Valley, Morocco, even though I spelled Morocco wrong. Now, let's look at the Dry Valley. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are real things. You see it say Dry Valley, travel, loan, Morocco. And so,
Morocco.
I want us to see it on the map, though. So now, imagine we walking through all this type of stuff and some little dudes just coming body us up in the net or something. That's what the Nasamonians had to deal with, so to speak.
Yeah, they just pop up out of nowhere on your ass.
And be like, throw a net over your head. So here go the Dry Valley. Now, just for people to know, since it wasn't none in North Africa, it says the Dry Berber language, blah blah blah. What also spelled dry or draw in older sources, mostly Darha or Dara, is the Morocco's longest river. All right, now they got a dry river valley outside of a mountain range in the Atlas Mountains. And this is where, go ahead.
Did you see where it's also associated with the Draco constellation, man?
I did not see that.
At the top of that page, look at the top of that page.
Go Libya Minor, right inside.
I don't know what the Draco constellation is.
It's like
the Draco constellation. The Draco constellation, man, is supposed to be tied in with the Africans and what is it? The snakes. Who is it? The Kush. I can't think of the name of it right now.
This is
thinking about the Dogon.
Well, that's the dry
No,
river.
the ones who went over there in India and established southern India, man. The Naga Kushites and all of that.
Oh yeah, but that's something different though. Yeah.
But those people are tied into the Kushites, man.
Nah, that's a mistake. That was gave to us by Drusilla Dungy Houston. Is that who you citing?
Nah.
Who you citing? Who else said that?
Okay.
Well, whoever said that, citing her. I'm telling you, she the one wrote the tell me the book about the Kushites.
It was just said that the Kushites established southern India, and they are the ones who was responsible for Buddhism and Hinduism.
See, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just asking, before I say it's wrong, I'm asking who is your source on that?
I can't source that right now. It's just something I remember reading from somewhere, but I can't
you're gonna have to
remember.
re-research that, because you're gonna find out that it might still be some evidence to that. But the newer research tells us that there was a mistake in mistaking Kish and Kush. We do know Kush goes all the way to the Indus Valley, but that would be transliterated different and possibly said different. Now, y'all can tell me, y'all know I don't speak authoritatively. I'm just trying to help us not make this mistake. And so, am I wrong that other Kish was when we get out and start to go into the Mediterranean Valley? I mean, into the I said Mediterranean Valley.
Indian.
I'm trying to say in between the Tigris and the Euphrates is where we find Kish.
Right. I know what you're talking about. And they said that Kush and Kish wasn't the same.
But our old scholars had hooked them together and said it was one big old thing called Kush that ruled the whole entire world.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that's wrong. If someone can say, hold up, there's some facts to that. I just don't want people to be listening thinking that we spewing the information that we know better than already.
Right. Well, I'm not speaking authoritative on that. When I seen that Draco, that's what it took me back to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, but I still never seen the Draco part, but you seen it though. I was trying to see what you have seen, but it don't even matter though. Oh, when you just seen
it was saying that they was associated with the constellation Draco.
Oh, okay, yeah. So now I want to go back to the original book because I had never found the part where they had said that they had charted the stars or whatever, and they do say that, but maybe it's another one of my sources. And we did see the part where they said they kidnapped the Nasabonians. Now, if someone want to say, but it don't say they black, I would have to go to another source to prove it. But it's not only them. I'm gonna go back to my original document. It's plenty of.
Don't close that Heritage tab.
Yeah, I'm not
gonna
close that. I'm gonna go to another.
I got one more source to show you.
Well, you can speak on it right now while I'm pulling this up, and then we'll see what you're talking about.
Okay, while you pulling that up, I want to share something. I want to give something to the Magi.
All right, let's see. Where's
I'm on a clandestine operation right now.
You a mercenary. Yeah, that's what that is.
I want to show you something, and this is Dr. Kieta's article that we just talked about.
For number 5, the footnote number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah.
And you see, I'm trying to share something. I don't know if you guys can see.
Oh, I'm gonna stop sharing so then we'll be able to see.
Yeah, cutie too. She need to come too.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, did he kill him? Oh, he killed him.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I just read that super fast. You know, when somebody sharing something, the person who read it fast.
Read that, Smash.
It says Paoli in 1972. Is that Paoli? It looks like it.
Yes.
Yeah, Paoli in 1972 found dynastic mummies to have ABO frequencies, most likely those of the Northern Haritan, a group.
And that's the first reference of the Haritan people within this particular document. But keep going.
A group believed to be largely descended from the ancient Saharans. However, now why did they didn't say nothing about sub? Well, they didn't say nothing about sub. That's why Wiki is tricky. Wiki tricky.
There it is.
Wiki tricky.
That's why I said you gotta be careful with this.
He said ancient Saharans. That's the people in the Sahara, not below it.
There it is. Of course, Mauritania. It's slap dab in the Sahara, right? Mauritania.
Wiki tricky.
Right?
Yeah, that was a Jew.
Not different from Somali.
Like I say, this is source
Fulani. We keep telling you, brother, Ngozi, you descend from ancient Egypt and you fight the hardest against it.
Hey, what was Malcolm X's?
Again, I have no problem with the designation of sub-Saharan, but because when you really look at it, right, when the desert dried up, people weren't just walking across the Sahara, right? The Sahara did have an ecological, I guess you would say, a perspective in terms of isolating populations, right? I don't think we can deny that, right? But right, you can't make it out to be something that it wasn't, right? In terms of this historical piece, when it talks about the Haritan, it doesn't necessarily talk about these people as being sub-Saharan. They talk about these people as being indigenous North Africa.
Exactly. And you checkmated. I mean, you checkmated it. I mean, you just DDT Chief X. He probably at the house smoking that pipe, spinning in circles in his chair right now.
Smash, I need him off. I need Serious B off your show, Smash. No, Smash, I gotta edify the people. No, Serious B, you have to come off the show. Chief X has to edify the people. See, and it'd be that type of stuff right
say, this is the first article, right? Because I already, when you talk about Dr. Socio-Political, he is very careful in terms of the language he uses. So that was the first red flag. I was like, what?
Yeah, he didn't say sub-Saharan because he don't like that term. When he write about the term, he hating on it. He be like, and they use this classification.
That was a red flag on the plate. So when you take a look at the other one, and I'll reserve that one.
But they also speak as if this region was always desertous, man, when it wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
or like it's some kind of
that is correct, right?
I want to show y'all these other people, man.
I'm gonna stop this.
Yeah, let's keep on hitting them with North African tribes that people don't. Let's see who got them. All right, that's the game. Who got the most North African black-haired, kinky-headed tribes? Don't have me hit y'all with one. I gotta go to my work. I got one that's gonna break it's gonna break the wheels off everything because they name was called Black. I love the ones that kill them. Like it was the Black something is what they called them. I'm gonna find it in a second.
Let me see.
I'm gonna set this off. But I think Brendan in the league because he just put hands with that, proving that the heritage was from right there.
And no, James, I haven't been kicked out the PK. I stand on what the material says. I stand on what the archaeological record says. I stand on what the history says. I don't deviate from that. Right? I don't make my own narratives. Not at all.
This about to be good. All right, Dragu. All right. So is these people called? Well, I need to see it say Black. Hold on. It's gonna say it. Gayatuli, whoever they were. But I'm going to find it. Hold up real quick. All right. Now.
Pull up them Zaghawa people.
And the Zanata. All right. So you got to have your people because we funkin'. We got beef. Whoever got the less African tribes getting kicked out.
That's gonna be me.
You better go get some research going on. You got a minute. Now,
I'm researching as we speak.
So I'm gonna throw in the Gayatuli. See, if this would have got took to the big stage, it would have looked ugly. Now I'm going to Wiki so to hope they could be fair because it wasn't just one Gayatuli. There were the Black Gayatuli that they would say. And they would say the mulatto Gayatuli and these other, now I'm saying that right? Gayatuli. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the closest I could get to it.
That's close, yeah.
Yeah, Gayatuli, whatever. And so, now, look at the area, Gayatulia. Where was this at? It was an ancient district in the Maghreb. I think we're right in the area. Now all I got to do is find who said they was Black. Guess who did that? I know.
Herodotus.
I think it was his partner. I think he might have said it too. But
Pliny the Elder.
But he said it. No, but it's one more person said it. But it says later accounts contradict that description. Let's go to the early description. All right, let's see the description.
Man, if I
so all of these dudes wasn't Black now, and y'all see a picture. That's a Pliny the Elder. The person who supposedly spoke of him. It says the writing of several ancient Romans, most notably Sallust, depict the various indigenous North African tribes as a uniform state and refer to them collectively as Libyans and Gayatuli. All right, now we're talking about the different factions of Gayatuli, and hopefully, I don't know if they're going to go. This misinformation is partly because of the linguistic and cultural barriers at the beginning of the Roman colonization in North Africa. Sallust writes that the Gayatuli were ignorum nomis Romani, ignorant of the Roman name. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that means. Did he mean that they didn't know that they was calling them Gayatuli? Or they didn't know how to say Roman? If they were ignorant of the Roman name, what are they saying that to suggest?
That means that the Romans called them that, and they probably
And they
didn't
didn't
call
even call
themselves that.
themselves that. Yeah, probably. Solace also describes Libyans and Gaetuli as rude, uncivilized folks who were governed neither in institutions nor law. Nor were they subject to anyone's rule. All right, but now I have to go further into some not wiki stuff to show y'all what I need us to see, because they divided these Gaetuli up, and believe it or not, it seemed to be by color, because mulatto, don't that represent a mixture between like white and black, or am I saying that wrong?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Me and Alyssa Milano making some mulattoes.
All right,
Yeah,
so
all
if I go back to here, this is what I Googled. Y'all can see Milano Gaetuli, and let's see. Now you can see it's popping up right here, right? In the dictionary. But Milano ain't mulatto. But if we're gonna see that, that's how they was using it. And I just have to find that. And then we're gonna have the last one was called the Black Gaetuli. And I just need to find it. But somebody could build while I'm looking on the screen.
Well, it'll be my turn.
They say it right here. I mean, they said it right here. Gaetuli are an ancient country in North Africa, or a certain extent, but stretched probably from Mauritania to Numidia to the base of the Niger and bounded on the the west by the Atlantic. It says the inhabitants of the region were considered by Solace to be one of the aboriginal races, so they've been there, and it is possible that they were what are now Berbers. Killing them. It says, while the mulatto Gaetuli of the South showed an admixture of Negro blood that is still visible, what is he going to talk about the other ones? Oh, I need him to talk about the full Negroes. He's just talking about the mulatto Gaetuli. But you clearly see that they say that these... Yeah, he's not going to say the other Gaetuli was full Negro. That's what I wanted him to say. So I was just so that means I can find this. That means
Algeria,
I can find
the
this.
topography and history, political, social, and natural of French Africa, page 230.
That means I can find it. I think I had that open still. So that means I could find it if I Google this word in this screen. But I don't want to take too long looking for this. He's just going to say they had dark skin. And it's going to be checked. Oh, there you go. Oh, he said, look. He said the pure Gaetuli were not Ethiopian Negro, but a Libyan race and were probably of Asiatic origin. That ain't what I was looking for. I just wanted to read it so someone wouldn't act like I skimmed over that. This is what I'm looking for. Because you got to remember, he's got different groups of Gaetuli. And he trying to say the main ones was from here like they always do. But let's see when he start talking about all these other groups. The large Heriton, that's the one Chief X referenced. The normal size human, that's black, or more properly the larger, were known to the ancients as the Milano Gaetuli, or the Gaetuli Dare, i.e. the dry Gaetulians, had reddish black complexion from the intermarriages between the dwarfs that he talked about earlier and the Grecian race, or a yellowish color from a cross between the dwarfs and the lighter colored tribe. So let me ask you something. We all know this ain't even hard. If we was in like 11th grade class and they would ask, so what color are the dwarfs? After just reading that and all those mixtures, what color would y'all say the dwarfs was?
Black.
Thank you. Like, it's not hard. Because they say, are a yellowish color from a cross between the dwarfs and the light-colored tribes. And so it's not hard to, and they already said that the Dragwa totally had this reddish black complexion just like all of us. And so my point ain't to say they bliggity black like the moon, like the cosmos. My point is to say they should be classified as black people in North African. Like, cut it out. Now, what is Negretian? Can y'all tell me what Negretian is? Let's say the Negretian race.
Negrete is for black. So you
that's confusing me here.
Because you got Negrito, you got Negretian race, and you got there's a particular tribe called the Negretians. Let me pull it up here. The Grecians.
He says, and their half-breed offshoots are rather a small race with a light red complexion, a tribe of acrobats called the Ethnicity
City of Nigeria, the Negretians.
Now, this is just crazy.
Negro land.
So I just wanted to show where he said that little stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he talking about
Smash, you ball hogging.
Go
me the
ahead,
ball.
go ahead,
Pass me the
Yeah,
ball.
we supposed to get it. We supposed to get our clans in.
There you go. Oh yeah, that's right. I still was on the draw.
One time.
I was stalling because somebody
I want
said
you to
that
take
they
a look
had
at
one.
this.
Go ahead.
Because I always, and I got a soft spot in my heart for the heritage. Because, to be honest, these people are subject to slavery to this day. Right. Those people are discriminated against, and they are treated barbarically in Mauritania.
You're right.
And when you take a look at it, they're the majority ethno population in Mauritania. And this is how and this is from the Underrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, and this is the description that they talk about the Heritan populations. So, Smash, can you see this that I have, this thing I have shared up here?
Yeah, we all see it.
Hold on just a second. I'm gonna minimize this. Can you read what they say from the Underrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization about the Heritan population?
See, when you make me do that, I can't speed Google to get my next source. I'm just playing.
I got you.
I'm joking.
Go ahead,
I was speed Googling to come with a reply. It says the population of Mauritania is made up of three major ethnic groupings. It says, on the one hand, the Arab-speaking groups, including the Bidhan, if I said that right, are Arab Berbers, Arabic-speaking peoples of the mixed Arab and Berber origin, and the Heritan, the indigenous population of, it's checkmate, and the Heritan, the indigenous population of northwestern regions of the Sahara that form the largest ethno-linguistic group in Mauritania, some 40% of the population. On the other hand, it's checkmate. Somebody want to read the rest? It's already checkmate.
Did you see that little green spot there?
Compared the Wolof to the Medu Neter, what language do they speak? Non-Arabic speaking ethnic communities such as the Wolof.
Yeah, Brendan, you a mercenary. I might have to holler at your next beef I got.
When you look
hit
at
up Brendan like, hey, I need to do some research on this. That killed him right there.
And again, I'm completely fair, right? In terms of, because I combed through many different population groups, and I had a basket. I said, okay, well, could this potentially be considered a quote unquote, a black population, right? I throw this one out because based on, all the information, and the Heritan was this population, these people was my ace in the hole in terms of everything that I found that could be completely undeniable in terms of historically, linguistically, and in terms of how they're treated and from being indigenous peoples today, right? It would be beyond us to say that these people are considered a protected people, indigenous to West Africa today, and then for us to come behind that and say, well, no, you're not. You're not indigenous to that place. No, your skin is black and your hair is nappy. Who are we to say that? You know what I mean? It's crazy. We can't do that. These people are indigenous North Africans. Plain and simple.
Plain and simple.
Not according to Chief X. I got a whole nother clan. Let me show my clan.
According to him, that you gotta he say let's exclude the Nubians. How stupid is that?
That's smart. That's smart because he dead in the water.
That's like saying name all the best hoopers. Let's exclude LeBron and let's exclude Kobe.
You can't say Jordan, and you can't say Kareem. All right, who got the most? That's the dumbest thing ever. And so when you, I mean, just to even present an argument like that, you already saying I'm wrong. But do you know any others? So I couldn't even respect what he did in the first. I was like, man, are you kidding me? I'm listening in the truck, getting mad in the truck, like this dude is a mess tonight. But let's go to the Zagwa people. We ain't even talk about them Zagwa folk, man. Let's talk about them good people.
Oh, you trying to go Zagwa on us? So you got your North African tribe. Okay. You better get ready.
Everybody's throwing their cards down on the table. This is the poker game.
Let's hear the Zahagwa. The Zahagwa. Teach us about these brothers.
This is the North African population poker game.
Yeah,
Everybody's
exactly.
throwing the tables.
Whoever run out of cards gonna get kicked out. So go ahead, Zahagwa. Teach us about them.
So the Zahagwa, also called the Beri or Zakawa, are an ethnic group primarily residing in southwestern Libya, northwestern Chad, and western Sudan, including Darfur. Zagwa speak the Zagwa language, which is an Eastern Saharan language. They are pastoralists, and a breed of sheep that they herd is called Zagwa by the Arabs. They're nomadic and obtain much of their livelihood through herding cattle. Sounds Egyptian to you, don't it? Camels and sheep are harvesting wild grains. It has been estimated that there are 7,600,000 people who belong there. Now, when we go to the names, this first one probably gets you. The Canaanite royal history, the Girgam, refers to Zagwa people as the Dubwa. Today, Zagwa refer to themselves as the Bari, while the Arab people in literature refer to them as Zagwa in literature related to African ethnic groups. The term Bari, sometimes Kegi, includes Zagwa's Bidiyat, Bertis peoples, each clustered in different parts of Chad, Sudan, and Libya.
All right, real quick, I need to ask the obvious question, even though I know, but where it say they black? It say it right there. Go ahead. Just go down to paragraph 3 and kill these dudes.
Yeah.
Kill them, slap them up, blood.
Y'all see all this right here. Y'all see what's about to happen. So the Zagwa are mentioned in classical Arabic language text, 9th century Arabic geographer Al-Yaqubi wrote of them as the Zagwa who live in a place called Kanem, and proceeded to list the string of other kingdoms under Zagwa rule. Historically, the Zagwa people held a sort of hegemony, if you will, over most of the smaller societies that stretched along the Sahel between Lake Chad to the Nile Valley kingdoms of Nubia, Makuria, and Alwa. The Zagwa people were trading with the Nile region and the Maghreb regions by the first millennium Common Era. The earliest references to them in 8th century texts are made jointly with the Tibu people he mentioned the other night of northern Chad and southern Libya, and scholars believe the two are related ethnic groups. The 11th century text mentions that the kings of Zagwa kingdom had accepted Islam and were at least nominally Muslims after a time. Now let's look at these people.
Hold on. You didn't read the killer sentence. The last sentence right there. Read that last sentence.
All right. The early Arabic accounts describe the Zagwa to be black nomads.
Checkmate.
And I'm going to show you what they look like, huh? There they go. There they go right here. This is the Zagwa. Where'd they go?
Beautiful.
Hold up, I had the page with them.
Brother Reggie, I'm going to make you the host. Can you host Reggie for a minute?
Sure.
There go my brother Saber.
Brother Reggie.
Where's my Zagwas?
You are now the host. I'll be right back, yo.
That's all right, because you know who's not coming on this show. So while I want to hold Brandon. Brandon, how are you doing, Series B? Brendan, are you there?
I just had to come off mute. Peace, Reggie. What's going on, brother?
How you doing, good brother? You
pretty well. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you and your family,
Yeah,
right? You
absolutely.
and your
Hope you're
wife.
doing well as well.
I'm struggling, but I'm also struggling with a couple groups out here, right?
I see the wars, are taking their toll. I know you've been, I've been away for a bit, but I've been taking a look. You've
No,
been active,
yeah,
right?
they're not taking a toll on me. It's just the people. So I'm just trying to figure out where people stand as far as science
Mhm.
is concerned. So you have one channel saying that the Egyptians weren't black, they didn't call themselves black. I think you know that channel very well, without really any information, no linguistic information, no nothing, right?
Hold
Now
on.
we go on and we,
No,
yes,
if you're gonna throw the rock, go ahead and say it.
right?
Which channel? You're gonna throw it.
No, because they
Throw it.
split, they
Oh, we ain't
split
gotta say the channel.
themselves.
We know what it is. We know what's going on.
They,
Come
they
on,
split their
come on.
channels. They're trying to clone
Right?
themselves.
If you're gonna saber
Looking at
rattle,
these
why
pretty
not? Just
Zonga
go. If
ladies,
you're gonna
man.
if you're gonna rattle the saber, go ahead and do it.
No, everybody know you just been away, so you know
Okay.
who who's been calling me a scammer and stuff like that. That's the Ox2
A
channels.
scammer.
Yeah, you didn't know?
Oh,
You ain't
nah,
know they call me a
nobody's
scammer.
calling you a
Cedric.
scammer.
Yeah, Cedric and all called me a scammer.
No.
Yeah, yeah. But let's just move on off of that, right? That's not important. That's just where they are, right? Now, okay, so now when we look at this Libya space, this whole Northeast Africa, and we're looking at the Zagwa people, right? And they are being called black by the Muslims, right? And also by the Romans and the Greeks, right? These are the people that they encountered because Greek had a colony next to Carthage. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, Hannibal.
Right, right. So we know that people were being described by phenotypes, right? And we also know from the earlier period that Shashank, you know who Shashank is,
I know
Brandon?
that, brother.
You know who Shashank is?
Serious B?
I don't.
Okay,
No.
Shashank is a pharaoh of Egypt, right? And he comes from Libya.
What period?
I don't know, 22nd dynasty, 23rd dynasty, something, the Libyan rule. Let me
Okay.
just look it up, right? So he's also sometimes called the Amu, right? But they are considered still black pharaohs. But he's not from the Nile Valley originally. He's a Meshwesh. So he comes from Northwest Africa. Did you know that?
So you're saying there's an Egyptian pharaoh with Northwest African lineage.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Named,
yes. You didn't know that?
no, you're schooling me. Again, I don't necessarily claim myself to be an expert in a lot of these particular.
Yeah, but see, this
I'm
is
learning
where
as well.
this becomes. I mean, everybody else knows it who studied Nile Valley culture, right? I mean, if you talk to Smash or you talk to Asar and Ka, we all know this, right? So when people say that somebody's not black and they didn't call themselves black, right? Well, their descendants now, after Egypt has fallen, right? And then you go into this whole period of Roman Mauritania and stuff like that, right? In the Romans, right? You go into Cleopatra, the seventh daughter, Selene, marrying Juba II, who's from the same regions that we're talking about, right? Right? He's depicted as black, right? But now, so what at some point we're talking about the same people dispersed at a different time period.
Quick question. This Northwest African pharaoh,
Yeah.
What was his name? I'm sorry.
Shoshank.
Shoshank.
Yeah, let me
is he was yeah, if you could, if you want to share something, please bring it up.
Yeah,
so I just had a question. Is he considered someone indigenous, or from the area that we would call, or that at the period that they would call Egypt, or would you consider him someone that would be a pharaoh from outside?
He's a pharaoh from Libya,
or similar, like for instance, right? We know about there's the Ptolemaic pharaohs, right? They are considered pharaohs, but the Ptolemaic pharaoh wouldn't necessarily
African.
be considered someone who would be indigenous to.
No, he's an indigenous African.
Egypt.
He's an indigenous African.
Would he be considered indigenous from the Egyptian locale? He's from the Libyan.
No, he's from Meshwesh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Lebu and the Rebu, from the Lebu and the Rebu.
Okay, Okay. All right, cool.
Right. So he's of these populations of Africans, right?
But he's still African, even though he may be considered originated outside of Africa or outside of Egypt. He's still African, right?
Yeah, because these people are intermarrying, right? They're having relationships, right? These are indigenous Africans, right? Having relationships. But if you look at let me just see if there's a photo of Shoshank. Let's see if there's a photo of Shoshank that we have, right? The problem is in the way that people with no knowledge, with limited knowledge, right, make these ideas. It's incredible. They have no historical. They actually have no historical knowledge of these peoples. So for them, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. Let's look at a couple of images of Shoshank. Okay, so yeah, okay, so share my screen. So
we always say, Reggie, you're a thought leader in the community, right?
No, I'm a scammer. No, I'm a scammer. No, I'm a scammer. No, we're not doing that.
You know what I say. And we've had one-on-one personal conversations in terms of a lot of these conversations end up, are sort of things that you have sort of put on the table, and then we sort of have these subsequent conversations afterwards, right? So that's why I consider you a thought leader in the community.
Well, I appreciate that from you.
And I've said this to you many times before, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that from you, but now I'm a scammer, right? I don't know what I'm scamming. So this North Biddy, right? He is not from the Nile Valley. He is not from the Nile Valley. But he's African, right? Here, he's African, but not from the Nile. Now, can he be depicted? Can he be called Black by American standards? Right? For your sake, Brendan, don't say nothing, because you're gonna be like me.
No, I'm not gonna say anything.
Right?
because my stance is that I don't put the jacket of black on anybody outside of myself. I don't, and that's for political reasons. So
okay, right.
Look at that nose.
All right, so here goes Shoshank. Now he's not one. Now the problem is, the whole problem. I don't know if I want to pull up this site, because I got to be careful about the sites that I pull up, right? But no, I don't want to pull up, because it's not I need a better site than this.
That's
maybe
okay.
maybe Wikipedia.
I know what you're doing. Yeah.
Right. So the issue is, when we use these terminologies,
We don't know that these people are related. Now we have tools, Brandon, to show us their relationships. We have STRs. So we have STRs of population. So when they did that whole thing with mummies show greater sub-Saharan affinities in the later period, right? You do know that they use Yoruba DNA in that study. You do know that, right?
No, I don't know when you say they use Yoruba DNA. I think that what was seen, I think the analysis is that the West African Yoruba DNA popped up when they did the analysis. I don't know if
Oh no, so let's
it.
pull up. No.
Go ahead,
So
go ahead.
let's pull this popped up. No.
It's when they did the analysis, that's what they saw. They saw the
No,
component.
that's not
Go ahead, keep going.
So
ahead.
we're gonna say what was the title of
Go
it?
ahead.
Star? Title of the thing, mummies.
No, I've got it teed up as well. Right? It's this ancient
Yeah, that's
Egyptian
not the
mummy
narrative.
genome suggests an increase in sub-Saharan African ancestry.
Yeah, increase in
post
sub-Saharan Africa.
Roman periods.
Okay. Who? Okay.
No, I don't.
You want to share
I don't
history?
play either now.
Increase in what? Increase
of sub-Saharan African ancestry in
sub-Saharan
post-Roman periods.
Okay. Sub-Saharan genomes or DNA?
No. Go back a little bit. Hyphen. There you go.
Yeah.
Sub-Saharan African ancestry.
Wait, no. I said mummies. Let me. I gotta find up because you're my screen. Okay, so where is it? Ancient. Okay, so here we go. Let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Now I'm just not you. Not you. Okay, so I'm just type Yoruba. You say it popped up.
No, I didn't say it popped up. What I'm saying is that as a result of the analysis, this is what they saw. They found primarily in West African Yoruba.
Okay, so what's this?
Right? This was found.
In contrast, modern Egyptians are shifted towards sub-Saharan African populations. Model-based clustering using admixture further supports these results and reveals that 3 ancient Egyptians differ from a modern Egyptian by relatively large Near Eastern genetic components, and particularly a component found in Neolithic ancient individuals, Levantine individuals. In contrast, a substantial larger sub-Saharan component found primarily in West African Yoruba is seen in modern Egyptian.
There you go.
Right, compared to the ancient samples.
They didn't say anything about using this as a comparison.
Wait.
This is seen. It's there. No, you wait.
No, wait.
Read that again.
No, wait, hold on. Right?
No.
Wait. So a larger sub-Saharan component found primarily in West African Europe is seen, but what samples did they use? Wait.
Found.
No. We gotta see the samples in which they used. We gotta see. In order for it to be found,
okay, what samples?
Okay, so now so let me go to perplexity. Let me just go to perplexity.
And again, right? It's for me in terms of how I like to have the conversation. The DNA is there. It's what they find is what they find. It's the interpretation.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Right. The interpretation is, I think, sometimes is what becomes tricky, right? So.
Right, but
I always say that is something interesting that you would see a West African component in the modern Egyptian population. Isn't that's something that's interesting? So yeah.
It's all I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the sampling. I have a problem with what they're comparing the samples with, right? I don't have a problem with their findings. I have a problem with what DNA, what DNA samples did the Schuneman, excuse my, I got it. Report. They get it. They correct it for me.
All right, there we go.
Right? Report.
There we go.
Use what sub-Saharan DNA samples does the Schuneman report use? Okay. 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 Found it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this one didn't tell me. Did the Schuneman, the corrected Schuneman report Schuneman report, right? Use Yoruba samples.
Brother Reggie, can you make your screen a little bit bigger?
Yeah, I can.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so here we go. So I'm inquiring what DNA samples that they found, right? Schuneman report, which analyzed these from ancient Egypt, did not specifically use how would a Yoruba population? No.
Yeah.
No, because I may not have said it. I may have said it incorrect. So let me just ask what
I know what you're getting at, Reggie. And I think in terms of your particular criticism, Dr. Socio-Political, he has the same criticism I think that you're expressing, right? In terms of it's just like, okay, well, why would you say, okay, well, something's interesting about seeing a West African component? Why wouldn't you report something interesting from a sub-Saharan African component that would be on the east coast of in East Africa, like for instance from the Sudan populations? I think I get what you're saying.
No, that's not actually what I'm saying.
That's not what you're saying. Well, go ahead, continue.
Yeah.
I'm trying to throw you a lifeline here.
No, you're not. Okay, you're not throwing me.
You're going to end up floundering right now.
No, you said what?
I think you're floundering a bit.
No. I'm not floundering. I think unfortunately you're going to take a nosedive, right? You're the one going to take a nosedive. So in the Schuneman report, the DNA samples extracted from ancient Egyptian mummies were compared with various populations for genetic analysis. Study did not specifically mention the use of Nile or West African samples for direct comparison. However, the genetic data for the mummies were compared with modern populations, including the Yoruba, a large ethnic in West Africa, to highlight the increase of sub-Saharan ancestry in post-Roman periods. So let me read that again. In the Schuneman report, the DNA samples extracted from ancient Egypt mummies were compared with various populations for genetic analysis. Stop there. Okay. The study did not specifically mention the use of Nilotic or West African samples for direct comparisons. However, the genetic data from the mummies were compared with modern populations, including the Yoruba, a large ethnic group in West Africa, to highlight the increase in sub-Saharan ancestries in post-Roman periods in Egypt. Why would they compare mummies to West African populations and call that sub-Saharan? Don't you think the West African populations would have different signatures, and specifically over a large period of time? Wouldn't you think that? Right? So then it says the study found that modern Egyptians.
No, that's a great question. I think maybe that.
So let me find.
Maybe that question that you just asked was rhetorical.
Well,
but in terms of,
it's
I think these are some of the things I think within these conversations that we have, right? I think we do say that. Okay, well, let's talk about Africa in its entirety. Why? Okay, well, if the samples are there, is it something wrong with using it? I'm kind of confused.
No.
Right?
I'm gonna unconfuse you. I'm gonna unconfuse you. Right? There's nothing wrong.
And I see two sources here, a 1 and a 4 that I would like to actually go and see.
Okay, we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
But
right.
let me just unconfuse you.
Yeah.
I don't mind data and I don't mind results. I just need to understand the data that they're putting in and understand the results, right? That's what I think I aim to do and you aim to do and everybody else on the show aims to do.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So what the study found that modern Egyptians share more genetic similarities with the Yoruba population than the ancient Egyptians did, right?
Okay.
Wait, so the study found that modern Egyptians share more genetic similarities with the Yoruba populations than the ancient Egyptians did, right? The comparison was used to infer the genetic history of Egypt and the influence of foreign conquest, such as that of Alexander the Great in the genetic makeup of populations, right?
Okay.
So of course, the modern population of how can I say, modern Egyptians would probably share more genetic similarities, right, than with the Yoruba, but because of the slave trade, but
and a lot of other things. I don't like to necessarily say just the slave trade either.
Huh?
Right? But I don't like to necessarily just say the trans-Saharan slave trade either. But because
they started it with Alexander the Great.
No. The reason why I say that is because within the Schuleman study, I think they relegated to just the trans-Saharan slave trade, but it is also it can be contributed to interactions, right, that happened during that time as well, right, with the spread of Islam.
That's the trans-Saharan slave trade.
So not just the slave. It's not just the slave.
It is the trans-Saharan slave trade. That's the only contact that those groups of the modern Egyptians would have, because they're being imported from into Cairo. They're being imported from Morocco, right? And then they are from Morocco. They're taking the trip.
I have sources that don't just relegate it to that. I have sources.
Well, what else?
That do not just relegate.
Give me an example.
To simply just the slave trade, right? What they also attribute it to is the spread of the Islamic culture.
That's the slave trade. That's during the period.
Well, it could be. It is.
It is. It's the only thing, because anybody knows
only slaves. You just can't say it's only just slaves, or
it's the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Again, right? You're not listening to my side of the argument. I'm listening to yours, but you're not listening to mine. And I'm not saying in a way. I'm not giving you my perspectives. I'm giving you things that
all right, maybe Series B, let's slow it down.
I'm giving you information that's also in these sources. I'm using the same sources that you're using, Reggie.
Let's slow this down then.
Because why would I make that up?
No, I'm not saying that you are just making it up. I'm saying let's slow it down.
Here we go.
Who in the trans-Saharan slave trade was enslaved and transported? Who were they?
Again, I want to move on from that, because now you're digging into this, to your point. I don't want to debate that.
What? I just asked a question.
I don't. I've already given you sort of my stance. What I say is that it can't be contributed simply to the trans-Saharan slave trade, and I gave you my reasons why. Right, and I can give you sources as well. I got your contact information. I can give you my sources as well.
Okay, all right. So let's get back to this. So you want to see 1 and 4, right? So let's see 1. What does 1 have to say? One is the article itself, right? So we don't need that. Let's go back to let's go to 4. 4 says, okay, this is from the Max Planck Institute. The first genome data from ancient Egyptian mummies. The study found that ancient Egyptians were more closely related to ancient populations from the Near East, right? And then this was from Max Planck Institute. This is 2017, right? So let's see why. However, genetic studies of ancient Egyptians are rarely due to methodological and contamination issues, although the first extraction of ancient DNA from mummified remains scientific race doubts to whether genetic data, especially nuclear genome data for mummies, could be reliable. Fine. Let's just see which samples that they use. Okay, so let's say for this study, an international team of researchers from the University of Tübingen and the Max Planck Institute of Science of Human History and Gender, the University of Cambridge, the Polish Academy of Science, and the Berlin Society of Anthropology, Ethnology, and Prehistory looked at genetic differentiation and population continuing over a 1,300-year time span and compared these results to modern populations. So they take the data and they compare it to modern populations. The team sampled 155 mummified individuals from Abu Sur Melek along the Nile River in Middle Egypt from 2 anthropological collections hosted and curated at the University of Tübingen and the Felix von Luxken Skull Collection at the Museum Prehistory of the Statue Museum Zoo Berlin. Excuse me, Stefan, I can't pronounce German. The total authors recovered mitochondria genomes from 90 individuals that we know. And then what I am concerned about, okay, so then it starts talking about, we want to test if the conquest of Alexander the Great and other foreign powers have left a genetic imprint on ancient Egyptian populations, explains, okay, Schunemann, right? So then she says, okay, well, close relationships between ancient Egyptians and ancient populations in the Near East, based on the findings that she actually had, right? So then, what does it says? The data shows that modern Egyptians share approximately 8% more ancestry on the nuclear level with sub-Saharan populations than with the ancient Egyptians. This suggests an increase in sub-Saharan African flow into Egypt occurred within the last 1,500 years, explains, right? The 1,500 years explains Stefos, group leader of the Max Planck. Possible causal factors may have been improved mobility down the Nile River, increased long-distance trade between sub-Saharan Africa and Egypt, and the trans-Saharan slave trade, which you don't want to deal with, but you might want to deal with these things, but it does include the trans-Saharan slave trade in Egypt, and we're talking about the modern Egyptian populations, and we're talking about this period of 1,300 years. So now,
and no, before you go on, I wanna add a nuance from the Schulman study as well, right?
Yeah.
So let me pull up a source as well.
Okay, you want me to stop sharing my screen?
Yep, stop sharing your screen. Let me pull this piece up. All right. Right. And this is where it talks about this as well. Hold on, let me stop sharing this. I'm gonna move this a bit. And these particular conversations are useful because, again, we're getting into the nuances of what the academic work actually says, right? You know, and I apologize if we're boring anyone in the audience with the details, right? And let's do this, particularly here, right?
I never have a problem talking to you, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You know.
I'm just concerned that you would not want to deal with the slave trade when the report.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't want to necessarily deal with the slave trade, but what I'm saying is that there are nuances beyond just the sub-Saharan slave trade this piece here is why I highlighted, right? Can you see what I'm sharing right now?
Yeah, explain it.
Right. So I'll just read it. It says the trans-Saharan slave trade may have been particularly important as it moved between 6 and 7 million sub-Saharan slaves to northern Africa over a span of some 1,250 years, reaching its heights to the point in the 19th century. However, we note that all our genetic data were obtained from a single site, right? They talk about this from and these are the limitations of the Schulman study. They say that it's from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative of all of ancient Egypt. It is possible that populations in the south of Egypt were more closely related to those of Nubia, right? And had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component, in which case the argument of an influx of sub-Saharan ancestry after the Roman period might only be partially valid and have been and have to be nuanced. So again, right, even with the study, with the pieces that they use, they say be careful, because what we don't want to say is that these sub-Saharan components that we're seeing, we may not be able to just contribute those to the Yoruban population that we used. They talk about the interactions between the Nubian pieces right here. They talk about that, right? And it says throughout the pharaonic history, there was an intense interaction between Egypt and Nubia, ranging from trade to conquest and colonialism. And there is compelling evidence for ethnic complexity within households, with Egyptian men marrying Nubian women and vice versa. And again, that goes back to the whole thing. The one gentleman the other day was saying that, oh yeah, us Egyptians, we were isolated. We didn't interact with outside populations. This source says otherwise. It says no. It says that they had intermarryings between Egyptian and
well, that's what we have been
arguing. And it says clearly.
But that's what myself and Smash and the Star have been arguing. We have been arguing.
And I'm not. If you are, I'm arguing what the data says. Right. I'm not necessarily arguing on one side or the other. I'm arguing what the academic data says. And it says clearly more genetic studies of ancient human remains from southern Egypt and Sudan are needed before blanket statements can be made about this particular study.
Okay, so right. I got that. I don't disagree. Watch this.
This is
what I don't disagree with that.
Of course you don't.
Now, let me add a nuance.
But you know, in terms of your criticisms of the particular of the methods and sources that they're using, they're telling us to be very careful in terms of how we're using.
Okay, but people are not being very careful, and particularly the pseudo killers, right? And
I don't know if you can put that jacket on.
Well, I'm putting the jacket on, and let me tell you why. Now, when we come to, or Nubian people who they are intermarrying with, are they Black?
I'm not going to say that. I don't say that. I don't say any of that. They say that they are intermarrying Nubian men and women are intermarrying with Egyptian men and women.
By American standards,
I'm not saying
by American standards, can it be considered Black?
I don't say that.
You don't? Okay.
I don't say that.
Okay. Oxford said that. Oxford.
I don't necessarily agree with
okay,
that.
So that's the problem.
Let me give you the reason why I say. And let me give you the reason why I say I don't agree with that. Right. One of the reasons why I don't necessarily agree with that is because that can become somewhat of an outdated term, right?
Why?
When you say that, okay, well, did the ancient Egyptians call themselves Black? and all
They
these
call
things
themselves
can
Kim,
be
which is
very
dark or black.
again, right?
Did they or did they
that
not?
particular statement, right? I wouldn't necessarily go as
You-
far as to say that.
Okay, so so in your analysis, you would leave out the
I wouldn't
philology.
necessarily do that.
You would leave out what the ancient Egyptians said in their text, the philology. You would leave that out. That's not part of your analysis.
So when you say, what do you mean when you say that?
The philology is the textual study of what the text says.
Why
You would
would
leave
I
that
leave
out.
that out? Why would I leave that out?
Okay, so
are you
if
saying
if they call themselves Kim,
black?
did they call themselves Kim?
You tell me. Well, did they call themselves Kim? I know
Yes.
I know a little bit about the whole idea of about Kim being the black land and all these things. Again, I'm not necessarily an expert in the ancient Egyptian language. I'm by far not that.
Okay. Well, you're on Smash Rockwell's channel.
Yeah, definitely
You
in
want
the
to smash
philology.
Huh? Say what?
We've read it. Saber Reggie's read it. Smash has read it. I've read it. They even the detractors have read it off the wall, and they look for reasons to go around it. They definitely call themselves Kim, and some people call themselves Kim directly. So, and then you have the term Kemet, which obviously denotes blackness.
Somebody got their mic.
Well, let me ask this question, because I've done a little bit of research in this particular topic, right? And I, what little bit that I do know, and you guys can probably help me out with this. And when you talk about the word Kemet, right? It's like, okay, I guess they say it's the black land, right? This is
No, that's
the
convention.
About the people,
yeah, conventionally they call it the black land.
No, wait.
I'm only going with follow me just a bit. Follow me just a bit, because I only talk about what I can research and what I can find, right? So when I look up the meaning of the word Kemet, right, it says that it means the black land, right? So it begs the question, where did that interpretation come from? Where did they get that transliteration come from?
It came from scientific racism,
right?
Because when you ask me,
it's a rhetorical question.
You don't want to let me talk.
No. I'm going to finish up just a bit. That was a rhetorical. I'm asking myself that question when I do the research, right? So one of the first things what I tried to do, I say, okay, well, right, who were some of the first Egyptologists that came up saying, I guess with this transliteration of saying that the word Kemet means the black land, and of course I couldn't find it. Right, I couldn't find it, and this lends to Asar Imhotep's argument. What he says, he's like, okay, well, where did they get that from? Right, where can you find that the word Kemet means the black land? Right, so in what I did, I said, okay, well, let's go back to the very, very early times and say, okay, well, in terms of the transcoding or the transliteration of the hieroglyphs, let's go back to the Rosetta Stone. And my first question was, is the word Kemet found on the Rosetta Stone? Can you guys answer that question?
I don't. I believe that it may be, but I'm not.
The word Kemet is not found on the Rosetta Stone.
Well, see, here's the problem. Wait. All of the problem is on the Rosetta Stone, the parts that we have of Egypt, right?
But
most of that
you know what
gone,
is found there?
Right?
You know what is found?
What we have. See, this is the problem, Brendan.
Yeah.
On the Rosetta Stone, right? You have the Demotic, you have the Egyptian, and you have the Greek.
Right.
A lot of the Meta Necha part is missing. So we have more of the Greek and the Demotic. What else would the ancient Egyptians call their place except for Tameri.
Right. Tameri was found on the Rosetta Stone.
Right.
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 And again, and that's an interesting piece.
It's a good piece, but we also have to look at two things, Brother Sirius B. One, that's a late piece. It's Ptolemaic era, right? So you're not going to find any origins of Kemet on that piece in particular. You're just going to find something translated from the time that Ptolemies find interesting. If we're looking for the origins of the word, or if we're looking for its original name, we would just go to the Nehesi term Taseti, which is our first city-state that starts Egypt. So, and this is why I bring that up, is because you have a Nehesi term, which is the very first state of ancient Egypt. And then if we look in pre-dynastic Egypt, which is basically who are the people who make up the Egyptians, you have Nehesi and Libyans. So looking at the Rosetta Stone really won't point us in any direction. It's just how we are able to translate the language initially. And it goes to a very late time in Egyptian history.
But hold on. But no, wait, hold on. Wait,
just make my last point in terms of the Rosetta Stone piece. Because I think the Rosetta Stone piece was interesting when I looked at it and I said, okay, well, if you can't find the word Kemet there, and you can find Tameri, right? And this was a term that was used by the ancient Egyptians to refer to Egypt as well, or quote unquote Egypt. And from the transliteration or the interpretation from that stone, it says that it meant what the beloved land or the land of the flood, right? The land of the flood or the beloved.
Which part
land.
says that?
Right. This is according to the interpretations when you actually take a look and you do some research on the Rosetta Stone. Right.
It says land of the flood. What is the term for it though? Because the term that the Greeks used was Kimi Iyat.
Right. Again,
for land of the flood.
No, I'm talking about Tameri. The Tameri.
Tameri means love land. It doesn't mean
the love. Yeah, but the love land, and then they also give me, in terms of the research that I've done, right? They call it the beloved land or the land of the flood, right?
Which part is that? That's what I'm asking.
Two interpretations. Yeah, again, right? You know, this is I can give you a source for this, right? And
yeah, that's what I'm looking for, because I've never seen it say land of the flood. And if we're saying land of the flood, we know the Greeks call what they call what they're saying is Kimi Iyat. That would be black flood. It would be Kimi Iyat.
Right. That, you know, in terms of again, right? I wouldn't make it up. This is some of the things that I've seen.
No, we're not saying that you're making it up.
I can pull it up. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pull it up so we can see it, just so we can assess it, fam.
Right.
I just want to see it so we can do it.
I don't think I don't have that at my fingertips. I can pull that up. I didn't capture it and put it in.
All right, I'm back just to let y'all know we about to put this to rest real quick.
Wait, Smash, before you put it to rest.
I'm rolling up one. I was in the car like, let me roll this up and put this to rest.
No, because
and at the same time,
I was doing hold on real quick. While I was in the car, between the dialogue between Brendan and Reggie was hella good. I was like, oh, y'all need to keep this going. Then it started turning up a bit. I was like, I wonder if they're going to be able to keep it going.
We turned up when we turned back down. We get back. I know how to turn it back down. Only thing we got to talk about is like the hieroglyphics, and then Reggie gets all scientific then.
But y'all messing the Rosetta Stone all up, but I'm going to let you finish messing it up before I interject. So go ahead, Sirius B. Go right ahead.
If I'm messing it up,
I'm going to let you go.
I'm qualified just to mess it up. I know
the more you speak, the better I am. So go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Hey, I know just enough about the Rosetta Stone to mess it up, right? And when we're talking about the time here, because the question I asked, Smash, was just like, okay, well, if we've got a question about the origins of the word Kemet, right? Let's go back to the very origins. How did we decipher the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs?
All right, but I was listening to you reiterate what I just heard, that research question.
And then we go in, and then we say, okay, well, let's talk about Tameri. What does Tameri mean? Right? When we talk about the beloved land And then I also see that can be considered the land of the flood.
All right.
So those particular two pieces.
Let's examine how you went along that philological inquiry and show how it might be just flawed from the outset.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Rosetta Stone is the point of inception for Europeans learning and decoding the meta-netters in both regards, because we got the Greeks proving that they knew it, and we also got the modern day Champollion decoding it. So this would not be a landmark or a good place to look for the inception of the term Kemet. By that time, it does occur, and then I'll illustrate why it is not so good. Because by that time, not only did the script switch, but also the actual language had switched. And so in the reason why you missed the term Kemet on the Rosetta Stone is because the T had fallen off and it shifted to an I. So on the Rosetta Stone, in the Demotic, what they write is Kemi. And the reason why some can't see it in the Medu-Neter when we look over, because the corresponding glyph to Kemi on the Rosetta Stone is Ayat, I-A-T. It is not the traditional Kemet people would see. And so nevertheless, this begs the question if in the Demotic, which is the tongue that they were speaking, Demotic is the script of the form of the tongue that they were speaking at that time. Now you got to remember, Medu-Neter is them trying to reference back to an older text that they, I don't want to say, aren't so familiar with, but it definitely wasn't the standard at the time. So in the Medu-Neter, we find Ayah, and in the word spoken that they said at the time, they actually have Kemi on there. I have an example of that that I could share right here. And again, this is from everybody's favorite source, but right here, we can see they go into a little bit of detail on a page about Kemet that I don't know if we all found. So it says the KM hieroglyph. Now, they have a particular part about the Rosetta Stone down here. And this is where they're describing it right here. And this is how people mess this up. It says in 198 BC, the Rosetta Stone used the black hieroglyph 3 times. So it says it in plain English right there. It used the black hieroglyph 3 times to make the name of Egypt, KMT. But of these 22 place names used for the name of Egypt, 7 are for another name of Egypt, Ayat. And so that even now, if we come down here, somebody need to mute real quick. If we come down here, we can see it illustrated a little bit better. But let's note what they're showing us here. Kemi, which is Kemet after the T fell off, spelling Egypt, so we can prove that that's the same word, in 22 places on the Rosetta Stone. But let's look at how this occurs. Because it's not said 22 times, it's 3 different scripts, so you divide that. So it's probably said 7 times and duplicated over to get 21 or to 22 because it's 3 different scripts. Y'all following that?
Yep.
All right, so look. Absolutely. So now they're showing in the Demotic side of the text, look what they wrote, KMI. But us looking at the glyphs, we gonna miss it. Because just like you said, they got Tameri right there in the hieroglyphs. You see what I mean? And so, again, they saying in the language, in the script of the language, the form of the language that they were speaking at that time.
It goes back to
exactly. They say Kemi. But then when they write it in the hieroglyphs, on the hieroglyphic section, they saying Tameri. So this is the one right here that your inquiry is most pursuant of, meaning that in the Demotic, they say Kemi, but in the actual, now you see it says restored too, so it also could have been missed for that reason, because there was a KMT Kemet actually there in the hieroglyphs on the Rosetta Stone corresponding, pardon me?
Go to number 9.
All right, yeah, and then you see it right here, number 9. The Demotic had Kemi, and the Medu-Neter had KMT, which is that black glyph. Now, that's all I wanted to illustrate, and that's not that's something I missed the first time when looking over this, and that's how I noticed that this is probably where we at right now. It's definitely on the Rosetta Stone.
You walked these paths before, right? So you already knew where I was. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's why
that's great. That's great clarification.
Because it's in my book.
That was nice. That was nice.
So
Absolutely.
what I was trying to say, so let me pull this back up where I was. Okay. Okay, so now what I wanted to make sure you wasn't doing, right? It's a couple of things. So you asked your question on a Rosetta Stone and you got an answer. I was going to give you another answer because definitely in the hieroglyphics, I'll just show it right now, share screen. Definitely during the Ptolemaic time period in the hieroglyphics, they were still, I'll pull it from here. I could have pulled it from somewhere else, but I'll pull it from here. So we have here, which page is this? Okay, so let me go up to the page. So just to, shoot, this, Nibby, sorry. And let's just go down. And so we have demotic, but we also have,
hold on, Reggie. Why you had a tube sock on the source?
Oh no, to hold the paper down.
What was that?
That's a weight in the library.
I thought that was an artifact.
I'm like,
No,
what this
I didn't know
boy
what
got
that
a
was.
tube sock on the source? But anyway, okay.
That's a primary.
That's a
in the
library
library.
weight.
Primary smack.
See, you supposed to,
Wait, let me explain.
Yeah, you supposed to beat us up like y'all never been in the museum. Go ahead, set us
Inside
up.
the
Go
museum
ahead.
library of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they have large format books, right? And on a scanner, they give you choices of weights to weigh down the pages. So in this particular publication, I chose this weight, which basically has, it's just a kind of a knitted thing inside it. It's a weight. So this, anybody who's been to the museum, the library, would know this weight because this holds the pages while it's being scanned so that you don't, you don't have to use your fingers or anything like that. So here's the weight, again, to weigh down
You took off your socks and shoes in the library, boy. I'm just playing.
Okay.
I got you. Thank you. I didn't mean to distract us for that long.
No,
Let's
it's
get to
fine.
the information. My bad.
Okay, so it says, okay, so they go through all the different, Kemet Tameres, right? This is Alexander Nibby in this article, some geographical notes on ancient Egypt, right? So then they talk about Kemet and they talk about Tameri, right, being used, right? They talk about that Kemet was a location within the Tameri, was in location of the Tameri, and then for at a particular period, it was in conflict, meaning people had taken it, right? Another group of people had taken it, and then it was restored back in. But nevertheless, they go over here. Okay. And
since you got it on the screen, Reggie, are you about to read? You about to read that right there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
At the other end of the time scale, in Ptolemaic times, we find Kemet written inside the town determinative. The catalog of Ptolemaic signs for show that this was a common practice at this time. Clearly, the idea of enclosure, whether by a town or a fortress, remained associated with Kemet throughout the dynasties, regardless of the passage of time. How can we ignore it? In any effort to understand what is meant by Kemet, we should perhaps try to interpret it as meaning the Black City, which perhaps could be a Trebus or perhaps another town. The town determinative may indicate simply an administrative center. By accepting it in this way, it may be possible in time to understand better what was meant by it. So what they're talking about in the Ptolemaic times, you would see Kemet written just like this, sometimes without the half loaf that says Kemet, right? That makes it Kemet. You would see it just, or without the M and the T, you would see it written like this in the Ptolemaic time periods. So perhaps on the Rosetta Stone, on the hieroglyphics portion that was damaged, you may see this, you may have seen this in it because this is what they used in the Ptolemaic time to describe Kemet. Okay, so, but I wanted to go back to another point since Brendan is here. Stop this. You said that the Nubian populations you wouldn't consider those people black. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider the Nubian populations black. I don't necessarily consider the Egyptian populations black. I consider Egyptians. I consider Nubians.
Let me add before
okay,
you.
So you okay?
Wait, real quick. Let me add a side note. Do you consider anyone black?
I asked myself this question. I kind of hand wrung over this. Who I consider black, right? And I consider black people who identify themselves as black, right?
What are you?
And I consider when I go, and the reason why I say it that way, you say I take trips to the African American Museum of History here in DC, and when I go, to certain sections of that museum, I see sections of people who consider themselves black and proud. Right? They distinguish themselves as black. They call themselves black for a particular reason and for particular political purposes and for social purposes and economic purposes. Those are the people who I consider black. Right? People outside of that, I don't necessarily. I don't call people outside.
Real quick. So are you even and fair with all of your social categories the same way? Do you consider men who call themselves women?
No, I haven't thought.
So you're biased. You got a bias on how you treat your social categories.
I just haven't thought.
How about white people?
Are you a woman?
No. I don't want to probe that one too much because that's more sensitive. I just wanted to poke it out there real quick. Yeah, let's do white people. Who do you consider white?
Who do I call white?
See, it ain't no sensitivity. It ain't no gloves for white people. White people just white people. When you see them, if they close to white, they white people. We know that shit. But when it comes to black, we start mixing it up.
No, I tried. For me, myself, and I'm just going to be completely honest in terms of where I am today. Okay. Right, I am at a point now where I just get away from racial categories.
Okay, wait, Smash, can I talk?
I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm not saying that I'm gonna impose my particular view on anybody else. And the reason why I get away from racial categories because I say that racial categories in their original inception, they were based on pseudoscience, and there's nothing scientific or biological
but watch this.
tied to it.
Okay, so wait.
That's why I get
Series
away.
We understand that. Right. We understand that. So I'm talking.
And I'm not talking now. Telling anybody else should do it.
All right, fine. So what we do is philology. So we study textual sources. And in studying textual sources, whether it's ancient Egypt or Demotic, right? All the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, late Kingdom, and Demotic, right? And Coptic. Well, when we go to Coptic sources, will you accept that the translation from Coptic sources, which I'm showing on the screen, which Ned gave us and Smash certainly has brought it back to the forefront?
But I will interject about that, but I don't care about who did what first. But yeah, let's talk about that later. Go ahead.
No, I'm just giving Ned credit.
Yeah, Ned brought a lot of good things for it. Go ahead.
I'm just giving them credit, right? Because we like to give each other credit. So, but you have brought it back full force, right? So if you look on the screen, and I'll let Smash do it better, right? Well, we have Shahidic, Boric, and Fayum versions of Coptic, and they in their translations for this word, they talk about things like people, color of the skin, right? So you may not do that, but the people closest related to the ancient Egyptians, right, who are the Coptic, who still have a form of the language, do you see that they do it?
In terms of what you're showing right here, are the term black, are they're talking about black in terms of phenotypes? Is that what they're doing?
In some instances, yeah. In some instances.
Black
person. Yeah, but they also directly black person.
No. You have to see it right where it says SBF means Sahidic, Baharic, or Fayumic, nominal noun, male or female, black person, our thing. Would you think they referring to something
I'm trying to
phenotypical
figure out
there?
what am I looking at, right?
So this right here is out of Crumb's Coptic Dictionary. It is the definition for the Coptic term Kim.
Is this like a direct transliteration in terms of what the Egyptians said, or is this what the
Coptic? This is the Coptic language.
Who wrote the book said?
This is the Coptic. This is the dictionary. This is Crumb's Coptic Dictionary.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And of course, you know,
I don't know what I'm looking at, right? I'm not.
Walter Crumb is the foremost authority on the Coptic language.
Okay.
Right.
And this is his dictionary.
His dictionary and what he says concerning the definition. Also, I wanted to add. Right? Yeah. Also, I wanted to add, because you use the blanket term Nubian like a lot of people do. Since we're talking Nubian, and we know Nubians are the Sudan, and the Sudan means Black people, wouldn't it be fair to use that description for the Nubians,
the people who live in an area?
And again, right? I see, you guys are sort of excoriating me.
Bullying you right now, serious. He wants you to say yes or no.
I want to give me a clarification. No, I want to give a clarification as well, right? Because I'm kind of getting excoriated from my stance. And they're experts again, right? There are nubiologists, and there are people who are very versed in Egyptology as well. They hold some of the same stances that I hold, and one of the experts I always go back. I point back to Bruce Trigger, right, who is a foremost nubiologist, and he even says that we shouldn't necessarily use racial terms when we're referring to the Nubian people, right? So
Serious
again,
B. We're not using racial terms. That's the difference.
Black isn't a name. When you use the term Black to refer to a population of people, that's not a racial term.
You're wrong.
No, it's absolutely a racial term.
In Egypt before.
So now you guys are dancing. So now you guys are dancing.
No, we're not. You just simply don't know what a Klein is.
Black was being used as a social construct in Egypt.
Hold on, what dance they doing, Brendan?
No.
You gotta explain what dance they doing.
If you say that you're gonna put the term Black on a population group, and then at the same time you say that you're not using that as a racialized term,
no,
you're being disingenuous.
Dictionary say, bro.
Because you're
no, that's not true, Brendan. You messed that up hella easy.
Can you tell me where Bruce Trigger says that?
No, you can't redefine.
Hey, you messed that up.
You can't redefine Brendan. Terms on your own.
Nah, because what if he was just talking about their physical appearance? What if they was just Black? What if they physically appeared Black? How would you say that? See?
You go to the.
You would say they was Black. You would say they was Black.
We can also recognize race is not real,
but
would
also that be a racialized term though?
Phenotypic.
No. I'm saying so if you seen a group of crows and you wanted to describe how the crows look, you would say they was Black. That ain't a race. You just saying they Black.
You saying that color,
I try not to run around, right?
No. Stay on that. Don't do that. I think the problem is we try to box Black into this present day social construct as if it's just not being created as a social construct. Why wouldn't Black Africans use or Egyptians use the term Black to describe themselves? Physical traits. Is in the TLA.
Did they use the term Black, as
it doesn't matter if they did or not.
As a description. No, he asked the question.
It's in the primary text. No, it's in the primary text that they did use the term Black. That's the whole.
And it doesn't matter if they did or not.
Well, I'm talking about to refer to the population of the ancient Egyptians. Of course, they used the term Black, right?
Well, they referred to
Africans never called ourselves Black.
Things, right? But in terms of did they use that term to connotate the people?
Race is not about self-identification.
I'll show you another example, Brendan. So, Brendan, let me show you two examples.
The devils are in the details.
Okay, so the devil is in the details, right? So what we did try to show you is the Coptic dictionary where they can refer to a person or thing as black, right? And that is the closest language to the ancient Egyptians, right? We tried to show that to you. I understand that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can take a look at that. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Hold
This is
on,
the
I
first
just
time I
gotta
saw
hold
it.
on, man. I'm the rap guy, man. I gotta bust up the set. I hate when people say I got something for somebody, and I be the originator of this shit. So we show receipts. Y'all see this shit right here? Y'all remember what Ned and Ned was doing in 2012? Shout out to Ned and Ned. Y'all remember his first book? Well, in 2012, here I go talking about what Kemet mean in the Coptic dictionary. Coptic 2010, Coptic etymological dictionary. Y'all see that?
Okay, you win.
Oh, hold on, because I just be saying, man, hold on now. We gonna do it all the way right, because we talking about Kemet right on this show. So let me just show. Ned and Ned would tell you, nah, Smash gave that back to me when I was writing books under K.D. Hartley L. and I wrote a book about blackness. Now, that's how that went down, but let me show you. We're going to talk about the Coptic. The Coptic, 2011, the Coptic language was the first manual with the codage, manual with the code. All right, hold on. I just need to show y'all because we're going to show that.
Oh, no, okay, so receipts. So you actually, I didn't read this. So I do know, I can see it clearly with my own eyes, right? I can see that you've done this way before.
But I'm going to show the Kim one. It's one on the
Right.
Kim in Coptic. I just got to show the receipt.
Okay,
go ahead. Let me finish while we pulling out.
Does Kim mean the land of the black people? That's
Hey,
the question.
yo, Brandon, why you don't agree with the Oxford
All right, here it go right here. What date is this? December 2012. Kimi Noob, the wife of Amenemhat. Kemet means black in Medu Neter, Egypt, in the New Egyptian and in Coptic. And I'm showing y'all, look, playoffs are over. I only know one Coptic sentence. I'm just saying this is 2010. So shout out to Ned Neb, yeah. But I seen that shit hella long time ago.
Okay, you listen, you got sources, and I know when the conversation, I'll talk to you personally, Smash off the line, because I don't want no
nobody getting mad. Nah, it's all love.
Okay,
we used to build, me and Ned and Neb used to build tough, dog.
I wasn't part of the Amin Ross.
This was way back before. Like, I introduced Ned and Neb to Brother Bobby Banger.
Okay, good. So let me just show you something else, Brendan. Because I just have a little bit problem. We're not talking about, we're doing two things. We're talking about what we say now, right, about black. But what we're trying to show you is what the ancients said. I'm talking about the Africans said. So let me give you another source of this, and maybe we can get some. So have you heard of the Izana stone?
No, I haven't.
Okay, the Izana stone is an ancient stela standing in modern-day Axum in Ethiopia, the center of the ancient kingdom of Askum. The stone monument that probably dates from the 4th century of the Christian era documents conversions of King Esma to Christianity and his conquest of various neighboring areas, including Meroe. So Ethiopia goes to Egypt goes to the Sudan and basically has a conquest over Meroe and the Blemmies, and they were trying to make them vassals and etc. And so King Azana, he takes his funky ass, right, and he goes mess with Nubia, right? He goes from Ethiopia and messes with Egypt. But anyway, from the Gee's translation, by the might of the Lord of heaven, who is in the sky and on earth holds power over all beings, Azana, son of Ella Amadi, Bisa Halan, king of Askum, Hemir, Raden, Saba, Salim, Tessino, Beja, and Kuso, king of kings, son of Ella Amadi, never defeated by the enemy. That's King Azana, right? The Christian. May the might of the Lord of heaven, who made me king, who reigns for all eternity, invincible, cause that no enemy can resist me, that no enemy may follow me. By the might of the Lord of all, you campaign against the Noba, right? When the Noba people revolted and boasted, they will not dare to cross the Takazi and the Noba people when they had oppressed the Maguda, Hassan, and and Banyan people. And when the blacks fought the red people and they broke their word for the second time and the third time and put their neighbors to death without mercy and pillage our messengers, right? So we have other groups of Africans in close proximity looking at populations of the Nile Valley, right? And seeing that there are blacks and reds. So you may not, because of your affiliation, right, may not do it. But in ancient times, we have sources and sources and sources of the people calling their populations black and red. What do you say about that? I just showed you King Azana.
I don't say anything.
And yo, that's before the social construct was created.
Correct.
I don't necessarily say anything about that. Right? I would have to actually take a look and read the context and things. I don't reject any of those things. Right? I'm not going to make
so let's go to a
museum on the
museum.
fly. I don't necessarily make a determination on the fly, but again, let me pull up something as well, because I think brother.
After you, I'll stop sharing the screen. You pull up something.
Mr. Rich.
Well,
dictionary.
No, nah, they jumping you now, Brendan. You get
Mr.
jumped.
Rich, because I'm swinging back.
You said what?
Yeah, you swinging back, but they jumping you though.
Because now I'm on Mr. Rich head. Because
no doubt. Get on my no. Don't get on my head, but just work with me. Go ahead.
All right, look. When you getting jumped, Brendan, you got to pick one and stick on one. Don't try to fight them all, B.
No, I'm not. I'm watching.
Just knock that one dude out.
I'm watching the one from the side as well, because Rich tried to sneak me from the side.
All right, what'd he say?
And I'm still waiting for this Bruce trigger source.
Rich tried to hit me with a haymaker from the side.
Go ahead.
and he mentioned it's like, okay, well, why do you disagree with the Oxford? And I saw a couple people in the chat mention the Oxford, and they wouldn't let me go with the Oxford. They holding me. So I gotta so you guys like the Oxford, right? So let's deal with the Oxford.
Oh boy.
Is that not an academic text?
So let's talk about the Oxford history of ancient Near East.
You messing that up.
From 2020.
Why he had to go into the Near East? Nah, you had to. Oh my God! The title of the book. The title of the book lets you know your intentions. Hold on. See, on this show, I got the loudest mic. Hold on.
No, because
nah, we're gonna stop. We're gonna let him go. Let's let him build. But you wrong for that. Nah, you wrong. We're gonna get you for this one. Go ahead. Say your piece. Say your piece.
Right? Because this particular chapter of the Oxford Ancient History of the Near East deals with ancient Egypt. Right?
Why don't we go to the Oxford Dictionary of Ancient Egypt, though?
Well, let's deal with this, because
let's see if it even contradicts. Let's see if this source even contradicts.
This is a 2020 source that talks about ancient Egypt.
It ain't even saying nothing. Read it. Let him read it. It ain't even saying nothing. Go ahead.
No, y'all, you guys, and it talks about the state formation in Egypt. And one of the statements that Rich likes to make, he said, they came from the south.
No. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about when they call themselves black.
That's what the data says. That's what the data says.
Yeah, go ahead.
But let's see what Oxford says.
Go ahead.
Okay, because we can go pull up a source that says something otherwise.
Let's see what Oxford says.
Let's go.
It says the Egyptian civilization was not the result of a single dominant culture, race, or polity migrating from the east to the west or from the south to the north.
You know how you messed up, don't you?
Right?
Hold on, Brendan, you just fucked up, don't you? Hold on, he don't know. He don't even know how he just messed up.
Again,
I hate to do you like this, Brendan.
This is not.
I have to though.
And the reason why I always say this is like
you're reading too much into it. You're reading too much into it. That doesn't contradict anything.
Yeah, it don't. And he just messed up grossly because I'm about to expose you. I hate to do it. I'm gonna say this. There's two footnotes. Look, there. Real quick. There's two footnotes where you have the thing underlined. Do you have a slide for those footnotes?
I have the actual.
So show us the slide for those footnotes.
Let's do the entire.
What does the footnotes say about from south to north?
Right. This is
I told you.
Mr. Rich always say,
got
goes
it.
down here.
No, you trying to look it up. You trying to look it up. That's the page.
I'm not looking it up. It's right here. It's right here in front of
Okay, so basically, so you seen what brunch?
Why I say it? Why I always say that in terms of the origins of the ancient Egyptian culture is a multi-regional. Egypt was a multi-regional culture.
What did they say?
My question.
It was not the result of
you got to answer the question,
of
Brendan.
a single population. No, I'm trying.
So you look at the brunch and the Midian and the Rays work. So you looked at the work on 138. Hold on.
The Greeks went there. We know the Romans went there. Nobody would say that it's mono.
Hold on, because y'all trying to let him get a. This is a different type of escape. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me do something.
Yo, you just.
This is a different type of escape you trying to make.
What you trying to do, yo?
Look, the escape you trying to make is different. I'm asking you, have you viewed the source material on the footnote? Not if it's written at the bottom. Have you read why they saying that? You can unmute yourself. Allow participants to unmute themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't read those without actually.
Oh, don't do that to yourself. You ain't read that footnote book to see how they came to that conclusion.
Let's read the footnote.
But I ain't mad at you for not reading it because those books are hard to find.
No, this isn't the only text that you can find.
So if you read the footnote, what's the title of the book written by Bunch and Midan and Rays? You said you read it.
You guys are gonna just.
So basically, you don't know why they saying that. And when they put numbers behind words in books, it's normally for you to see why they saying it.
Yeah, this is the source that they're referencing in terms of.
But look, you're supposed to go into the source. You're supposed to go into the source and see what it says. So
let me say this real quick. We all know the Egyptian civilization had influxes from different places.
Open up the source, please, someone.
Yeah, we could go see why they forming that conclusion.
Well, you guys pull it up.
It's your source. So, but then I'm gonna just ask you a question that exposes why you need to do that.
Right?
So why? So this is the question that exposes why you need to do the due diligence.
Let's do a source dig.
No, it's the question. Here's the question. Why are they saying this, Brendan?
But why? I'm asking you,
Brendan.
why would they make it up?
No, I'm not saying they making it up. The question that reveals why you need to see why the source said it, because I'm about to ask you, why are they saying this, Brendan?
We don't even need to go that far, though. The sentence it doesn't contradict anything. We all know the Egyptian civilization had multiple migrations from multiple places. So no one would say it's a mono-ethnic group. Who says that?
You was doing good, Brendan. You messed up.
Absolutely. And that's my point.
You're right, Josh. You're right, by the way, Josh.
So based on your statement, you guys
no, but you tried to let me speak. You tried to say that the claim that the ethnic group, because this is the whole, because this is trickery, bro. I'm not going to take away the whole, but this is trickery. We know that there's actual context to this. This is from a whole entire book. We know that there's different populations coming in at different times.
Yes, absolutely.
Yo, the Delta was not even livable, bro, at one time. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
No one was in the Delta. You know that, right?
You were trying to say that this talks about the entire civilization itself, but we're not. This has no context, bro.
Coming from the south, brother.
There's a ton of context there. They're saying that
I know you're leaving the context out, though.
All right, you need some help. You need a lifeline. Who should you call in from the chat for your lifeline?
Call us who to
You
kill,
get one lifeline. It could be anybody that's in the chat.
You guys know good and well this particular Oxford source is saying that.
Let's go to the source.
All right, let's be serious because we beat you up too much.
The result
one at a
of
time.
A single dominant culture from the east, west, north, or the south.
Okay, that's fine. You got a source that say that.
Regional culture.
But like Josh said, it didn't contradict much. And it definitely wasn't what you were looking for when you said, let me go look into other Oxford handbooks. You wanted to find something that said they wasn't black. See, here's the deal. Our Oxford handbooks say they black.
My source. I already knew.
But I feel you. But look, the other Oxford handbook says that there is reasonably considerable to call them black. Does this handbook contradict that?
No, I wasn't necessarily trying to do that with that.
He was getting on me from saying that it came from the South. But I did say about this Oxford said that the black thing. So let's get to that one because you said you disagree.
No, you switched up to that. I remember we was talking about the other dictionary. Then you said since you guys like Oxford so much, I remember
from that piece. So I wanted to hit him with a blow from this
It wasn't a blow, yo. It was a dud. It
And
was a
everybody
dud.
just let
It was a
Smash
dud.
talk and Brendan talk, right?
All right, all right,
And
all right.
everybody just Smash the show. And so let him and Brendan talk, and then he give us a chance if we want to chime in. But I want Brendan to be treated very nicely. He's brave enough. Not too many of the pseudo killers or the other group can come even in this chat, right? Right. So Brendan came, and his time is very valuable. So let's Smash and Brendan talk, and I think that we can all learn. I'm learning a lot.
All of us can, right? All of us can talk, but again, right? I'm sort of, I'm using the sources I have, and I'm making the arguments based on the material that I have, and I think that's fair for all of us to do.
Okay,
right or wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Why wouldn't that particular statement be interesting? Right.
The Egyptian civilization statement,
right? In terms of the multi-regional aspect.
Well, let's deal with it.
Of the ancient Egyptian culture and civilization.
No, they're discrediting the multi-regional aspect. They say it did not. It says
no.
It says was also not a result of a single dominant culture or race or a polity migrating from the east or west or the south. It was not a result of those migrations.
Right, from one individual. That's what they're saying. He says it wasn't the result from a single dominant culture.
All right, so that
from
just
the south, from the south, or from the north. Like some people would say, okay, well, the people from the north or from, I guess from the Levant came in and did all these things, and then you say, okay, well, you had the people from the south, they came in, they originated the culture, or people from the Western Desert, or people from the Red Sea region.
All right.
It wasn't the result of a single dominant culture or region. It was an emergent property of a multi-regional emergence.
Well, that's not a problem, especially for the viewpoint that we maintain, seeing that the areas known as Nubia are inside and simply the foundational nome of what we know as Egypt is in the south. See, they didn't have to go nowhere. They didn't have to go anywhere. They were there. It's still in the south. So, but real quick, let me speak my piece because you getting your long-winded bars off, and I ain't even saying that I'm stopping every time. And then when I'm trying to build, you don't have to. Yeah, I know you already said you're sorry, so I feel that. So all I'm saying is simply this statement says ancient Egyptian civilization was not the result of a single dominant culture, race, or polity migrating from east, west, or from the south or the north. This is my point. The first nome of Egypt was based in the south in an area called Nubia. So it wasn't even the Nubians who migrated anywhere. They came from the south, they did, and they was kicking it in the south, and some northerners from about the Nakata, about the 8th cataract, came down south first, is what Maria Gatto states. So think about it. The south that is known as Egyptian Nubia today is still a part of Egypt. That means they wouldn't have had to come from anywhere. Egyptians took what was already Nubian and made that their first nome. I'm pressing mute. Go ahead.
No. In terms of what you're saying, when you say it in that regard, I understand what you're saying for that particular piece, right? But again, right, that is that's an important nuance what you just did, right? So I can understand that.
So what do you get from that?
Well, yeah, there are cultural elements that originated in the South. There's cultural elements that originated in from many different directions.
But the North, when you say
but
North,
I don't necessarily say that it came from one direction. I contend, based on my research, that it's multi-regional.
And when you say multi-regional, do you mean multi-people? Do you mean like the Asian population and stuff like that? How do you mean when you say multi-regional? Do you mean multi?
I wouldn't necessarily say Asians.
But there's a chronological order to all of this. You know what I mean? Like there's a process to creating not just because there's an actual ethnic group kind of that's referring to a specific group talking about Egyptians. Those people there's a whole bunch of data that says these people went, these people, first of all, they're related to Nubians. They have the same ancestors, and they came and they went to North Africa.
And the material
when you say there's a chronological order, what's that chronological order that you're talking about?
Okay, just like for any people group, there's things that happen. So I'm not familiar with the whole prehistoric thing, but there's like Smash can talk about this, or any Reggie, the Custol group, right? The Nubian A group. These are all
right,
and these are all people.
I'm muted on YouTube.
Well,
real quick, I want to illustrate it.
Population groups up north as well.
Not really, but let me show you something. You're going to try to mention this Fayum and this Merende culture, and we're going to have to refer back to Maria Gatto saying that was all a part of the Nubian complex. But let's look at this map and let's play. You see these? You guys see these cardinal points, or what represents the cardinal points on this map here? Y'all see that over here? Or y'all can just imagine. Y'all know north is up on here. Right? East to the right, south to the bottom. Yeah, now, this is a cool little map of the whole existence of Egypt. This is, y'all see now, right there where I'm highlighting in blue down at the bottom. Can y'all see that?
Kuambo.
Which cardinal point, if you could put your centrism in the center of the map, which cardinal point would you reference to indicate where I just showed you on the map?
South.
Okay, that is the founding culture of Egypt right there, right? It's called Kom Ombo. Egyptians called it Taseti. But before Egyptians called it Taseti, another group of people called it Taseti. And it would stretch all the way down to where my brother just mentioned in Cousteau, where we find the Cousteau incense burner with the name on it. What does it read on the Cousteau incense burner? Am I wrong, Reggie?
Yeah, it says Taseti right on it. We can pull it up.
Oh, so we got the existence of this place far in the south, long before ancient Egyptians ever formed a state. You see, the source you put up was talking about state formation.
Before the Medu Neter that we find in Egypt, we have Taseti in a Cousteau incense burner, right? Before ancient Egyptians even had a language.
Now, that's
and
wonderful.
We also have the Ethiopian hieroglyphics. Remember, Smash, you showed a source that had that in there, the Ethiopian hieroglyphic.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
sir.
That came before that.
Now let me show y'all something. Look at the biggity bottom of the map right here. I'm trying to highlight it in blue. Y'all see that down here? That's Nabta Playa. Now the interesting thing I was trying to illustrate to Brendan is everything I'm showing you are within the modern borders of Egypt today, including Nabta Playa. You feel me? And so in a sense, yeah, they didn't have to come from nowhere because they was already there. I'm talking about the black people that I'm saying is represented by these southern cultures. They was already there, but I've been speaking for a while, whoever got the floor.
Yeah, and then just like I was saying earlier, man, the material culture and the non-material culture, the natures, the Medu Neter, all of it, it comes from up south. It didn't just start in Kemet. It came from somewhere. It wasn't coming from, the Levant region or Babylonian region. It came from up south.
As a matter of fact, even the things that they proposed came into from the Levant.
But it was all in Egypt, though, right?
So that was my point. Your source said it didn't come from the north, the east, the west, or the south. And I'm showing you the reason why they probably said it didn't come foreignly from the south is because the contingency that we're talking about in this conversation, particularly the black people who founded Egypt, they was already there. They was already there. They had a kingdom that stretched from Kom Ombo all the way down to Cousteau. So why would they be? They wouldn't be migratory.
That's a great point. What you're saying, right? Because I think that's the spirit of that statement in the text. What they're saying that Egypt wasn't the result of any sort of outside, I guess you would say, population groups that came in and dominated and spread a culture from any particular one direction, right? That's what they're saying.
Exactly,
right?
that's what they're saying.
So-
They're saying what we're saying.
Exactly. But you, in light of what they're saying, Brendan, consider that the black people that you're saying wasn't there. Real quick, in light of what you're saying, consider that the black people that we was talking about when we even start sourcing all of this is within those borders. So that source would not discredit that there's some black people there. Or that they came from the South, because the contingency of so let me show you a bit. Go ahead, you got the floor.
But you have to be careful with that because what you're saying is you're saying something slightly different there, right? Because you're pointing all the cultural elements towards the southern areas.
Well, I'm definitely pointing the majority of them, just like all the nubiologists do. But let me show you. I'm telling you. But I'm about to show you another source that's going to illustrate everything we're talking about a lot better for people who following along. In this Aaron DeSocial, who's one of the nubiologists, I said I reference. We're going to go to his graphic of how Egypt and Nubia should be truly represented, so we can see it for ourselves. Oh, this is a different person.
Let me ask you a question before you do that, though. Were there any cultural elements from the north that came in that made Egypt what it
later?
was?
Well, I'm gonna use the words of Shamaka Kieta. He says they appear as accessory elements on the outfit of ancient Egyptians, so to speak. And he said accessory elements on the culture. And so that's what he said. And so, you got the pants, that's what you need. You need the shirt. But if you got the belt and the hat, that's fine. Some of these accessory elements did come in from the Mediterranean. But there was an effort to make things appear.
Came from
exactly.
People.
That's what I'm saying. So that's that accessories is like you got the car, but you ain't got all the accessories. You still got the foundational elements.
Y'all remember Christopher Eretz talking about something like this? How basically the Afro-Asiatic people, this is all attested in their language. They basically know when these elements from a different culture started to come in. Their culture was already developed.
That's what I was trying to say. And in the light of what the brother just said, no. So supposedly people say that agriculture came in with these Anatolian farmers, but there are no. Samaka Kieta pointed out that none of the agricultural words are loan words, meaning that normally when something is brought into a culture that people don't know about, you call it what the people who introduced you to it called it. It's just like that.
Yeah, some of the newer, I guess you would say, more up to date research, they don't necessarily say that the agricultural elements came from outside. They say it sort of emerged independently within Egypt as well.
Yeah, that's right.
But it emerged from the Delta piece.
Well, look, but one that they do try to maintain is that this pastoralism came in from the Near East, and Shamaka Kieta even put forth that even the word for goats and cattle are indigenous African words. Like they already had that. I mean, sheep. He said sheep in particular. And he said so, and I'll pull that claim up because I have it. But I just want to show us something before we get too far off track, because we're talking about the overlap of the Southerners, and I'm trying to illustrate how those coming from the South didn't have to go nowhere. This illustrates it perfectly. So in the blue, we see what in quotes should be considered Nubia, right? And in the green, we see what should be considered Egypt. Now, what we need to know is he's showing us that Tasedi, the land of the bow, is what is in the blue. And this is considered the first nome of Egypt. So to think about it, in theory, these people don't got to go nowhere to be included into this new state formation that's about to happen, because it's happening you see this. So the convergence between the blue and the green circle, and you see Elephantine down to the second cataract. Well, right in these areas is where Tasedi emerged as the first state of Egypt. So now we can see how they come. They didn't have to come from the South. Their whole homeland was part of the emergence of Egypt, is basically what I'm trying to illustrate.
Yeah. And we know those borders sort of move back and forth at different time periods as well, right? Those borders were in flux for a long time.
Definitely.
In terms of that, right? So yeah, you're on point with that.
Where Reggie go?
Oh, brother
Brother Reggie right here. So I was just waiting for
Reggie's keeping me off of, a lot of y'all off of me. He's letting me catch a fair one. And so I appreciate Brother Reggie. He's not letting y'all jump on me too bad.
No, because I respect you, Brendan, because first of all, you have education and you have research tools. You just don't talk and then rest your hands on the desk like you said something important. What you do is you actually show sources, right? And you argue your sources, and you allow us to examine what you have to say, and I appreciate that. But I want to go back to something. So I showed you King Azana, which you will investigate, where they, in Geese, in their language in Geese, they look at populations, right, before scientific racism, and they're talking about the red and the black people, right? And we have enough, how can I say, archaeological data, pots, right, vases, right? We have texts in ancient Egypt that talk about the red land and the red and the black, right? Right. We have all of this data. We have an enormous amount of data before we even get into DNA data, right? But we have a population in the time period, not of ancient Egypt, but right after ancient Egypt. The Moreau people that continue the tradition, right? The matter of fact, the last pharaoh is King Silko, and we're looking at about 500 AD, right? King Silko, right? That period, right? So he has a crown, and his crown has Amun on it, right? And he has an Atef crown, right? I don't know if you've ever seen that, but yes, the Nubians are still wearing pharaonic crowns. Okay, but during this Geese period, you have a population looking at another population and talking about the red and the black. They called themselves that in ancient time period, right? I want to know what your thoughts is on that. Even though you said you have to examine it, right? We're going to let you examine it. So it's King Exana's, I can put back on the source if you want, right? But it was on the screen before. I want you to examine that because you have indigenous populations of Africa talking about other indigenous populations, right? In an area in which they are having some conquest with, right? Some conflict with. And they're calling themselves, them groups, red and black. So we do know from that direct statement that populations did call themselves that. They identified with being red and black, even if they weren't red and black, right? They identified with politics, right? Policies, right? They identified with groups. You can't get around that, not you, but some of the other so-called pseudo killers or
you mentioned the time period. What was that time period again? I'm sorry.
Of King Azana?
Yeah. You just mentioned the time period of those people.
Well, King Azana, I'll give it to you right now. That's something we can just look up, right? King Azana, Azana. Somebody might be a little bit faster typing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I usually take notes in these kind of conversations.
No, it's fine.
I'm not. It's Friday. I'm just chilling.
No, you should. You should. All right. So the King Azana period is 328 to 360 AD.
Okay. Yep. That's later.
So this is right after. So Egypt falls, but the Sudanic, so the close Sudanic periods of Meroe, right? What is that? What they call Upper Nubia? I mean, what do they call it? Lower Nubia, right? They continue the tradition, right? So they run into Azana in the Christian period, 300 years out of the Christian period. And he now is an Ethiopian. And he is looking at the populations in that area. And he's calling them the red Noba and the black Noba. And they're fighting each other, right? Okay. So what we have is another example where we can, well, and probably the key example that ends the argument about people identifying with color. But in modern time periods, well, we can make an analysis based on our American standards, right? We can make those analyses, but we can also look at the analysis based on the primary sources. So when we show Kemet, when we show Isis as being Sit Kemet, right? Isis Kemet, right? So she's the dark one. And we show Osiris being Kemi, the dark one, male, right? And then later, I could show you when the Greeks come in, they change Aset and they call her Aset Kemet Deseret F, the black, red, or ruddy woman, right? The dark, ruddy woman. So we know that they're talking about skin color, right? Because Aset skin color changes from Set Kemet to now, because they had to, the experts have to see that that first Isis is just Kemet, and then she becomes the dark ruddy woman, and that changes based on a new population in there adjusting it to their standards. So, but you say that you can't call, that's the one problem I have. You say that you can't call the Nubians black, right? Now, so that means you differ from Chief X because he calls the Nubians sub-Saharan and black, right? You, for I think some political reasons, don't want to call the Nubians black, right? Now, the problem with that is that the populations, you say, is multi-regional. I don't disagree with that. But it's multi-regional in the South that create Kemet. So I want to narrow that down. Kemet, not Kemet, but let's say the region that Narmer conquered, right? That area right there, right? Well, in that particular region, that region comes about because of populations called Abju, Tennis, Neka, right? And that is where you first see the red crown. The white crown comes from deeper in the South, right? But you say, now we know those populations, we know where the populations are. Those populations are in the South, very close to this line that didn't exist in ancient times called sub-Saharan. They didn't have that line. They didn't have a sub-Saharan line. They didn't have that. So this area is much more fluid until you later get border statements, right? Now, so we see we have lots of ancient artifacts naming, right, of calling themselves dark, right, which means Kem means black or dark. Can you at least admit that Kem means black or dark?
Yeah, we know that, and but as a clarifying point, when I say that the Egypt is multi-regional, I'm not necessarily saying that from a cultural perspective as well. I'm saying in terms of the people that coalesced and migrated in towards the Nile. And I think Brother Rich mentioned this. He's like, okay, well, everybody didn't necessarily, population groups didn't always inhabit the area of the Nile, right? With the drying of that area, so the aridification of it, when people coalesce towards the Nile for a water source, the people came from different regions, right? Okay. So not just the culture, but the people came.
No, I don't disagree with that, but I do want.
No, I just wanted to add that as a clarifying point. When I say that it's multi-regional, I'm talking about people people came in from different areas and different regions, not just the South.
Okay.
Right. You had people coming in from the East, West, North, and South.
Okay. And then they stratify themselves. So they if someone wants to talk, it's okay.
I want to get in there, but I'll wait till you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You my brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me I'm gonna just share my screen real quick because I want to drive the point home. So here we're talking Maasai, and I'm gonna touch on a couple points. Here's the Ilisar clan right here, the medicine men of the horn. Everyone who knows them should know this. This is not new, but this is what I had to show a long time ago. And of course, as you see, they talk about Kishu, their black cattle, right? Very known. Let's go a little further down and let's get into them a bit so we know exactly who we're talking about. These are just some of the divisions of their people. But when we start talking about their mythos and their stories, we got more red and black, don't we? There are two gods, a black one and a red one. The black god is good and the red god malicious. So this is the Maasai right here. And you got their language right here describing it, in case you're unfamiliar. One day the black god said to the red one, "Let us give the people some water, for they are dying of hunger." The red god agreed and told the other one to turn on the water. This he did, and it rained heavily. After a time, the red god told the black one to stop the water, as sufficient rain had fallen. The black god was, however, of opinion that the people had not had enough, so he refused. Both remained silent after this, and the rain continued till the next morning, when the red god again said that enough had fallen. The black god then turned off the water. A few days later, the black god proposed that they should give the people some more water, as the grass was very dry. And you'll go into the story and you'll see the red god is tripping. Let's go down a little further. They talk about the devil and the red and this and that, right? And I believe I belong to the Yassar clan. Escape from me if you can. We'll skip that. We just want to touch on that for 2 seconds, right? But let's go down further to 270.
Is it pronounced Asar or Usir? Which one?
It's called it depends on how you want to say it. But when they say it, they usually say Asir.
What was the back and forth you and Asar was having today about? I think it was about something about the Coptic guy was saying about how Kemet
we was talking about Metatron.
Kemet versus Kumat, right?
Yeah, we was clowning Metatron. I'm gonna touch on that too, right? So here goes the natural cop. Why we finding the natural cop here in the Maasai language? Let's see what they got to say about him on. Let's go to page 270 because the story long. We just gonna touch on a couple points real quick. This is the natural cop, and they talking about sending cattle down on a line. But here it goes, the beginner of the earth, natural cop. You see it right here. The thing which is called natural cop is a god, but not as great as the black god. Not as great as the who? The black god. This is the story which was told us by the elders. The Maasai were formerly Dorobo people and had no cattle. It was the Dorobo who possessed the cattle. Natural cop came. Yeah, you understand what's going on right here, right now.
Chief X was trying to get in, and I ain't here, Chief X, so I ain't letting you in because they just gonna beat you up. Who gonna host?
Come on, Chief.
Who gonna host? Reggie, you gonna host Chief X? Because I want to let him in, but I ain't here. Hold on, Chief X.
Or beat me up.
Reggie's gonna be the host. So if Reggie ain't
Oh.
doing that, huh?
No,
come on.
No, I'm gonna be the host. I'm gonna tell you if you're listening, Chief X. Wait,
X is gonna beat me
Hold
up
on.
and then beat y'all up.
I'm about to make Reggie the host. Hold on.
No,
I'm just
I'm
giving
not
you
putting
that work.
Chief X. You can just turn off the You can just turn off the launch. You can just watch.
All right, you the host. Now let Chief X in or not. I'll be back. I was eating my dinner.
You try to take advantage of me. You try to take advantage.
Also, real quick,
you said it was your show.
Reggie's the host. Let him in and then put him on black ice. That's how you do it. Just keep muting.
Because you know when he talks and cries.
That's when you mute him and put him
That's
in the
why
back.
you
But
use
I'll
the
be
mute.
back. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
Okay.
Right.
So
I'm out.
look,
we got the Natural Cop
Hey,
came
yo,
one
let the
day.
entertainment in, yo. Let the entertainment in.
So right now we talking.
I got something to say
There
after
you
you,
go,
bro.
Rich. The Magi never backed away from a good fight, right?
Right. So let me finish here, right? So because I know the people never seen this, right? Right now we in the Maasai culture. We're talking about the natural cop, like Kapara, like natural, and we're talking about the black god, and we're talking about the red god, and they talk about black and red people. So if this is not understood about ancient African cultures, understand it
Also,
now.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Also, the idea that talking about race is outdated, it's wrong. Okay. Stuart Tyson Smith, who's a UC Berkeley, I hope Brendan is listening. Stuart Tyson Smith, who's a UC Berkeley professor and specializes in race and ethnicity in ancient Egypt, gave a Harvard lecture about maybe like 2019, 2018. And he in that lecture, and it's titled like Black Pharaohs or something like that. I forgot the title of it. But in that lecture, he specifically mentioned that race is actually very important in modern times. And even further than that, he says the modern, a lot of people don't know, there's still a lot of black people in Egypt. He says the modern and ancient, or more specifically, the ancient population would be classified as black today. So the idea that we can't use, and I'm gonna just end on this point. All right. It doesn't matter what I identify myself as. I could be there's people from Fiji that look African American, and they don't really have to classify as black. But if they get pulled over, the police officer is going to say, hey, he's going to think you're black. It doesn't matter what you identify. The race is about what other people think of you. So yes, we can look into history. We can look into history and say, okay, these people would be classified as black. That has nothing to do with what they thought. That's not what race is about. Race is basically people's opinions of you. Like we always say, it's a social construct. It's social, not individual.
And when you say it that way, right? I think you're kind of reiterating my stance as well. When I say the term race in the way we understand it here in North America as African Americans, right? They didn't use the terms in the same way that we use race. And again, right? You guys have sort of laid out. I think Reggie sort of laid out a a source that maybe I can go back and take a look at and review that. That's something I haven't seen. So maybe that's something that I need to do. But in terms of what all the research that I've done, right? What I believe and what I've seen is that race is something of it's the result of a colonial particular mindset, right? That the ancients didn't necessarily use, right? The conception of race that as we use it wasn't used in.
I don't disagree.
But that's not true. You're the Oxford Dictionary of Egypt says something different.
Mr. Rich.
Okay.
Let me get a second.
Reggie agrees. Rich doesn't agree. Here we go. All right.
No, I don't agree with you. The reason why I don't agree with you is that you are the one who is putting modern standards on the ancient Egyptians and the other Africans when they do identify themselves based on climes, right?
Exactly.
So you have the Ramses tomb, right? You have the Book of Gates tomb. You have the 9 bowls. They are particularly drawing people based on attributes and clines or hair features, nose features, right? Cultural features like dress codes, right? Language features, things like what you don't see it in art, but you see it in a conversation where they're calling these people babblers, right? They can't get their words straight, right? We can't understand them. So they are differentiating themselves from other populations. They are, right? I wish we had more of the Nubians talking at any more time period that we could see talking about the ancient Egyptians, but we still have to dig and find those things out, right? But we do again have these populations and other populations showing Kleins. Now Kleins doesn't exist in it's nominal. It's not ordinal. Kleins are just attributes. As simply as that. So they're not looking at it as racial construct. What we're trying to do is we're trying to put in our concepts of modern racism, right, on ancient people. So when we look at when we go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they have a new exhibition. It's called Africa and Byzantine. Have you I think that you might have seen me talk about that. Did you?
Yeah, I've seen the recent one that you did with the I guess this is the one that talks about the African origins of ancient Egypt. I don't know if this is the one you're referring to.
No.
This is a newer one. Okay.
Yeah. So okay. So let me just put this up, and maybe hopefully I can blow it up enough that people can see it. I don't know why this. I could present it in a different way. So they have a discussion of Africa and Byzantine. So they're highlighting Africa in the Byzantine period. And they say, this is what they say. Okay, an intricately designed toilet box from Moreau warrants capital untangling. Category 62. Sorry if let's see if I can blow it up a little bit more. Right, yeah, a little bit more. And then maybe I can go down, yeah. An intricately designed toilet box from Moreau warrants capital untangling. Category 62, dating between 100 BC and 300 CE. This wood and ivory container featured an ornate panel depicting two women. So let's see if I can bring it in. All right, there it goes. Depicting two women standing on a decorated ledge beneath which lies a sphinx. Figure 41. So this is it right here, right? Both women have braided hair, which adds to their height in this two-dimensional rendering. They also sartorial similarities. Both have two armbands on each arm, a loose fabric around their waist, and bare torsos. Their bodies are similarly shaped, save a few slight differences. The woman on the left has large eyes and a broad nose and full breasts, while the woman on the right has small eyes, a pointed nose, and a small breast. Even though neither woman has black skin, now this is the catalog for the exhibit. These are the experts, right? The full nose and plaited hair of the woman on the left may encourage modern viewers to describe her as lowercase black. Nonetheless, the use of lowercase black leads to further questions such as what constitutes the parameter of lowercase blackness, and to which timeline this label corresponds. Otherwise, left unspecified, this coding of an image as lowercase black unhelpfully conflates modern and ancient perceptions of skin color. Adding to this challenge, any attempts to pinpoint the shift from lowercase black, lowercase, to indicate its use in antiquity to black, uppercase black, right? To indicate its use in modernity. So lowercase black is for antiquity, uppercase black is for modernity. Fall short as there was no sudden transition. Rather, in their quest to justify the violence that melted out to fellow human beings, European enslavers generated socially constructed categories that assigned an abstract yet stringent chromatic balance to the objective color. The objective color is nominal. This history continues to haunt the label of lowercase b, black, and uppercase black people. Despite the frightened history of blackness, lowercase, in antiquity, there are still productive ways forward. To this end, temporary specificity helps prevent historical missteps and conflations, returning to distinctions between Ethiopia and Ethiopia. And this is where Chief X goes completely wrong, because Ethiopia and Ethiopia are two different terms, which they will describe, right? Ethiopia, okay, is Ethiopia and Ethiopia is useful in this regard, in that language situates region in its own context. Furthermore, the orthographic shift between lowercase b, black, and uppercase black, one ancient in antiquity, the other modern, underscores each word's historical context. Taken together, these linguistic moves enable us to view representations of lowercase black Ethiopians in antiquity as separate from black Ethiopians in modernity. Such intentional language choices can free the past from becoming a mere stand-in for the present, which in turn bodes well for the future. So, Ethiopian, for example, this Ethiopian is what Herodotus and others saw, and this was southern Egypt and Nubia. They weren't talking about the Ethiopia, which was in the modern region of Ethiopia. They was talking about Ethiopia at that particular time. What this author is saying is that there is steps forward, right? That you don't have to look at it as a social construct. There's still productive ways to analyze the information. Do you agree with that or don't agree with that? Right.
Again, I would like to go over this particular article, you know, myself, and you know, kind of get a really good understanding of it. And I do appreciate you for bringing this stuff. I always say that you're a thought. This is why I say that, Reggie, you're a thought leader.
No, I'm a
in the
scammer.
community.
No, I'm a scammer.
No. This is why I say you're a thought leader in the community, because you're always bringing new information to us. But I will ask you this, right? We're having a really good intellectual discourse, right? The brother Chief X, he wants to join the panel. I'm quite sure he has some questions and would like to discuss this as well.
Well, I'm in a bind because this is not my channel.
Are you interested in having an intellectual discourse with the brother and bring him on?
Okay, so here's my problem. So here's my issue.
I'm quite sure we can do it and be civil.
No, here's my issue. Okay. This is Smash's channel. I'm temporarily the moderator, right? And I've talked to Smash before. Smash had a public conversation with him yesterday, right? I think it was yesterday or the day before. My problem is that Chief X, me having a conversation with him, he doesn't bring any sources. He tries to use logic. I bring in sources. So what my problem is with having a conversation with him, if he has a source that he wants to put in, he could put it in the chat, and then we will decide. I'm not letting him come on, right? Because there's a viral thing out where he told me shut the F up. See, I don't kiki with people like that, right? I don't kiki with Kiki and Chichi with people who try to take advantage of me, right? When I'm trying to be polite. I'm almost always polite. And so I'm always trying to be scholarly first. I always try to show sources to my point. I have a problem now of talking to people who have ideas, but they don't have any scholarship to back them up. So I don't know why you would give up your time.
No, I think that's
I
fair.
cooled off the water
that's fair, brother. That's fair, right? Again, right? This is your experience with the interactions that you've had with him, you know, and that's fair. That you know, in terms of
so
that.
I hope he
understands. Privy to all of it. Yeah,
if Smash wants to,
absolutely.
If Smash wants to bring him on, right? So let me read this part over here. Other ancient Greek sources build on Strabo's sophisticated snapshot of Nubians, commonly referred to in the era as Ethiopians. So Strabo was talking about Nubians. He wasn't talking about Ethiopia when he said Ethiopia, right? When he was talking about Ethiopia, he is talking about southern Egypt and Nubia, right? For instance, Heliodorus's 4th century CE novel, Ethiopia Pika details the saga of Sharalia, an Ethiopian princess rejected at birth because of the dissonance between her white skin and her parents' black skin. So we need to refer to this because they are talking about skin, right? In this saga, right? That a Greek person put up. So and in antiquity, they're still talking about skin, right? And it still is not scientific racism, but there are things like Klein's attributes, right? And things like that. While this novel offers the earliest extant example of the Greek language of a plot in which black skin constitutes cultural privilege, the prominence of Ethiopian predates Heliodorus's novel by centuries. So in this particular scheme, it seemed that black skin constituted a cultural privilege, right? Right? Nearly a millennium earlier, Homeric epics mention semi-divine Ethiopians who hosted sumptuous dinner parties for Greek gods, right? Approximately 200 years later, Herodotus described Ethiopians as savvy politicians and renowned soldiers, right? No scientific racism, right? Just looking at populations and people, right? And they're describing themselves, or people are describing themselves as lowercase black. Any discussion of Nubian and Ethiopian benefits from carefully handling of terminology, rooted in an ethics of care. My language choices offer contextualized approaches to this subject matter. In this vein, I treat Nubia from the Old Nubian Napa gold or Middle Egyptian Nubu gold, synonymously with Ethiopia from two ancient Greek words, etho, I blaze, and ops, phase, blaze phase, because both refer to the same region. As for Ethiopia and Ethiopia, these two terms warrant separate treatment due to geographical and temporal differences. Ethiopia is an ancient region that maps into modern Egypt and Sudan. And Ethiopia is a modern country located south of Egypt and east of the Sudan, right? In addition to Nubians and Ethiopians, ancient Greek literature is littered with examples of other black, lowercase black people, including Egyptians, Indians, and even Athenian Greeks. So to you, who I do respect, I respect your reluctance of assigning big uppercase black to people in modern times, but I'm asking you as a scholar to understand that you could look at lowercase b as attributes, as descriptions from ancient people in the antiquity context. And that's where we are having this big void. We don't have to look at this material from a modern a modern thinking. We can look at it from antiquity. And if we look at it in antiquity, what we have is philology. We have textual sources, and those textual sources have us analyze it from the speakers, right? And so Asar and Khan gave you an excellent example, right? From even south of this region, talking about two black gods, a red god and a black god. Brother Reggie gave you something in the AD period with King Azana, assigning people with a lowercase black and a lowercase red as descriptives. And we have the Metropolitan Museum of Art exhibition, Africa and Byzantine, trying to help us a little bit further with this discussion. So I don't have to listen to Ankh. I can just simply look at the experts. The problem is,
and you know what? I've read material very similar to this. Can you hear me? I don't know if I'm off mute.
Yes. So
yeah, there's other works. I'll give you. There's a work by Benjamin Isaac that I've read. He talks about the invention of race in classical antiquity. Right. He talks about some of the very early proto, you would say, racial terms and in terms of the categorizations as well. And he talks about it in a very similar way in the text that you just read as well. So yeah, I'm familiar with some of this. I do want to read that source that you had that you've got up. Could you put maybe a link to that or
it's not
something in the back chat?
Okay, so the problem,
just the title in the back chat or something, so I
can. It's the museum. Okay, it's the new museum exhibition catalog for a exhibition that just started 4 weeks ago. So it's a museum publication, but right now you can only get it from. Well, what I could do is I could send you my screenshots of the museum catalog. I'll do that for you, right?
Cool. Yeah.
I could do that for you. Now I talked to the curator of the exhibition. I talked to her very briefly. I was at the museum and she came in with some private tour, and I was able to talk to her really quickly about, she did on the Metropolitan Museum of Art on YouTube right now, you can see the curator, and she is an expert on Byzantine culture, and she is I think she's originally from France. I'm not really sure. And she is very light-skinned, but she is a woman of color, Black. I asked her, I was able to say hi, and I have the conversation on YouTube, where I asked her really quickly, and what does she mean by we're trying to understand why Greek figures were presented as Black, right? And I asked, and I said to her, maybe because of syncretism, the merging of two different cultures and their religious and cultural views. And she said yes. And she also said that at that time period, they didn't have racial constructs. They were basically looking at people based on their differences, right? As far as, but it was not, it seemed to be, she didn't use the word nominal, but it was a nominal analysis. I mean, these people are different. The Greeks are looking at the greatness and beauty of these people in Egypt and Ethiopians. And again, Ethiopians are the people that I'm talking about in that region of southern Egypt and Sudan, right? And the Nile Valley at large, right? The Nile Valley at large. So they're looking at, wow, these people are really, really advanced. These people are really, really great, right? Maybe we're more like them than we think differently. Matter of fact, we honor those groups of people. Now, what we're saying, Brendan, is that we can talk about populations and call them lowercase Black in antiquity without, right, this heavy-handed approach that Ankh is creating because it's just his idea, right? That we can look at antiquity sources based on what is presented and what is to say. And this is what we have tried to do. This is what Asar and Ka tried to do. This is what Smash has tried to do. This is what I've tried to do. This is what Mr. Rich and everybody is on our channel, is that we don't accept, we do not accept Ank's reasoning because he has not shown any sources to show that people really agree that we cannot do this in antiquity. On the contrary, we have shown sources that we can show that people can't, that scholars, artisans, that experts can in fact analyze Homer, right? Greek and African sources, whether they're in Egypt, whether they're in Ethiopia with the E, with King Azana, whether we can go further south, that we can analyze the material based on what it was said in antiquity, right? Rather than ignoring it all for Ank's construct. Now, I have a lot of education, and you have a lot of education, and a lot of people here have a lot of education. I don't want to knock anybody, but when you're in these classes in the university, right, you explore different ways in which to think. If you haven't been part of that process and you haven't been tested, right, and you haven't written anything that's permanent, right, because writing is permanent, right, you haven't written a paper, I have to ignore you. I could, for entertainment purposes, we could go back and forth and I can hear your ideas because I want to really hear you out. But once I've heard you out and you don't have sources to show your point of view, right? Then it's just your personal opinion and everybody has an opinion, right? So you have a personal opinion, but please don't militarize your personal opinion when you haven't written anything about it, you haven't did any coursework, you know. Another thing, you know, Brendan, and anybody else could chime in, right? You know, Brendan, if I have a problem with a scholar and the scholar's alive, what do I do, Brendan?
Reach out.
I contact them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I contacted Chaplain.
Yeah. These aren't space aliens, right? We've got their email addresses, right?
So I contacted Chaplain. So I told Chaplain about the problem, and he gave me his thoughts. I haven't put it. They're very short, but I haven't put it.
You know, I reached out to Dr. Jablonski as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
but
she's a professor over at Penn State. So yeah.
Right. I reached out to her. She didn't get back to me, but Chaplain did.
Yeah.
Right. What's happening on YouTube is what non-experts are doing and sometimes misusing the experts' information. But I've reached out to Chaplain, and so I know I'm not a scammer, right? I know exactly what he said, and he said exactly what I thought he would say, right? He was talking about indigenous populations that were born in that area, right? Who've lived in there for antiquity, that did not migrate there. And he just gave a reasonable analysis that lines up with populations. Now, populations change because of bottlenecks, diseases, all type of bottlenecks, diseases, migrations, conquest, and all those type of things. Populations change, right? But based on the UVB rays in autumn, the indigenous population would have this type of shade of melanin. The melanin would react. And that's all that he was saying. Now, I talked to the curator, and guess what? Now with the pop affiliator, the person who put it in the calculator, his name is Jean-Pierre Gardiner. I reached out to Jean-Pierre Gardiner. I will show you what he said, right? And these people know me. They actually know my work. So that's how I get access to them, because I usually tell them who I am. I usually share my publication, right? and then I also share references if they want to check. So that's how I get to talk to people. I'm not arguing with Ankh. He just has an idea. He hasn't reached out to anybody. And
I think you're being a little heavy-handed with the brother. You know.
Okay, let's back up. Why am I? He called me a scammer, and he called me a bunch of names. I'm just saying I'm being heavy-handed.
I'm just saying, right?
I think you should retract that.
You know,
I think he's the one.
I'm gonna get out of that. Let me stay. You're right. I'm gonna get out of the middle of it.
Yeah, because I don't see how you could say I'm heavy-handed when I've never called him anything else except for I called the group skin mappers, only in defensive. So I never called them scammers or anything like that, right? But
I'll take the skin mapper thing.
Before we get too far off topic, I just want to let Brendan know I put the title of the lecture that I was referring to in the chat. So there shouldn't be no more confusion.
You were talking about earlier, right? Hold on.
Yeah, Stuart Tyson Smith.
Yeah,
this is like I said,
he does good work. Yep.
And I don't know if there's.
He's also the one who wrote the Oxford thing. He wrote the Oxford piece.
Yeah,
like I said, that lecture is, I think it was like in 2020. He used these terminologies that some of us don't like to use, like black. So I just don't understand the whole pushback of not wanting to use these terms. That this guy is his specialization is in race and ethnicity. He's an Egyptologist. So
yeah, he's very forward leaning in that regard, right? So I will say yes, Stuart Tyson Smith is very forward leaning.
I get what you're. I just don't. Anyway, I just want to put my source up there for you guys to.
I'm familiar with his work. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely. I want to read
somebody on the show. I'm trying to let somebody on the show, and I'm just having. I just have to figure out how to do it. So.
Here, Chief X.
Do you know how to? No. Do you know how to let somebody on the show?
Who you trying to let in, Reggie?
Be able to click
Yo, that's me right here. I'm on. That's Gilacon. Yeah, I'm both. Yeah, I'm both Federate and Gilacon. I'm the same guy, Reg.
Okay. I got you. My job was to get you on. Now with Smash can let Chief X on, but I asked. Here's the thing. I'm not getting off the topic. I asked if Chief X has a source that he wants to show. He could put the source in. If he doesn't have a source, I'm not going to let him on the show.
I think that's fair based on his behavior.
I want him to come sourceless. I want you to come with what he regularly come with. So when I pull up these books and this information, I want you to fight it with your non-sources tonight.
Have a source.
He's just gonna start yelling at you, bro.
Give him a fair chance.
That's when you're gonna hit the mute. If you try to overtalk, you're gonna catch that mute button, Playboy. But come on,
he's just gonna try to yell.
So my question,
hey, Reggie, have to be fair now.
So Reggie,
yes, sir.
Yes. So my question, Chief X. So is he saying that Sudan is not North Africa?
Yeah. He's saying
that's East Africa, East Africa, by the way. Go ahead.
He called that East Africa?
Yeah. He's calling it sub-Saharan. So the problem with that is during that time period, they did not, the lowercase b's, right? Blacks, right? They didn't have this sub-Saharan marker. They integrated, it was multi-regional, like Brendan said. So they didn't, so to the ethnicity of the Egyptians is just, you have to follow the king, right? You have to love what the king loves, right? You have to follow the laws, which the king loves. You have to be able to speak the language, right? And you have to respect their gods, because right. And so
that defined ethnicity, absolutely. Yep.
So that's their ethnicity. So that means there were Nubian populations in Egypt, right? And the first nome was Tasseti, right? And then you have other Nubian nomes that were there from antiquity, right? Like
Gotcha.
Awan, right? Or what they call Awanet. And these are Bo people. And these are Nubian structures. Then you have Thenis, you have Abju, you have Nechem, you have across the river El Kab, right? You have El Combo, right? So we know where Egypt was formed at from pre-dynastic times, right?
Yeah, you mentioned what's that Okombo, right?
Yeah, that's Smash. Yes, right.
Yeah, so you know what I found out? I found out that when the Valley of the Kings in Lexor, right? I found out that what's it called? I can never pronounce that. You just say
Vitos?
Where the Nubian at? Obono? Kumbono. Oh shit.
Yeah, they everywhere.
Oh, mama.
They basically are the
Huh?
ones who started.
Say that again.
Yeah, it's see, Nubian is a false term. Nubia.
I know that. I know that, but I'm trying to say the location right now. They in that location is called what's it called? The name of that location right now as we speak.
Which okay, so this is in Egypt or this is south?
Yes, in Egypt.
Right. So El Combo.
A combo, right? So from a combo to Lexer, it's a shorter distance compared to Giza to Lexor. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is why would the Egyptian, right? If they were different than the Nubian, why would they want to bring their king next to the Nubian, like farther way down southern parts, close to upper upper Egypt? You understand what I'm saying? Why they didn't bring their kings towards the Mediterranean, nothing like that?
Okay, they did later in time periods. So first,
did they? Okay.
First you have so you have these populations of Tennis and Abju and Nechem. So so it moves from Abju and then it moves to Heracompolis, right? Which you could call Nechem, right? That's the land of the hawk. Then in a later period, they move it to Thebes, right? In a later period. And then in another period, there's lots of conflict. And so you have invaders calling themselves kings of Egypt in the Delta region, right? And so how can I say, the burial doesn't change, where they bury people doesn't change as much as where the residence is, where the pharaoh is ruling from, right?
Okay.
I hope that answers your question. That where the pharaoh rules from is that they change position more times than they change where burial is, right? The Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens and El Bari, right? They change those things less. And they changed those things in later periods. In the early periods, you have the Giza Plateau and you have the Saqqara Plateau and you have other places that they changed less at that time period. So, but when you have more invasions, when the Egyptians started noticing their neighbors and how can I say, creating, how can I say, listen, it didn't make sense to rule all the way in Thebes, right? At a particular time because you wouldn't have a barrier unless an invading army would come. So it's better to rule sometimes in the north so you could see it coming and you can bring your troops up from the south, right?
Right.
So it went back and forth there. But the big arguments is, where was ancient Egypt formed at? Who were the original? Now, we're not talking about New Kingdom. New Kingdom, there's a lot of mixed marriages. What we're talking about is what made Egypt Egypt was pre-dynastic and Old Kingdom.
Okay.
And then Middle Kingdom, there was an intermediary kingdom, and then Middle Kingdom, that made what we call ancient Egypt. The New Kingdom is a very, very transient places where people are, where the priesthood is having a lot of control, and then there are marriages outside of Kemet. There's multiple marriages with foreign groups of people, right? For purposes of stability, right? Okay, and then you have the later intermediate period where you have priest ruling, usurping the crown, right? And then you have the invasions. So you have the state invasion, the state groups. You have, you know, the whole story, right? The Assyrian groups, right? The Greeks and the Romans. But if you want to go back to the period about 3100 BC, the problem is people like Chief X and others don't want us to assign those people as being Black without having any knowledge of the original populations in which they came from. And that's the problem, Brendan. I don't know if you're still on. That's the problem. The problem is I'm arguing with people with no knowledge of pre-dynastic and early dynastic Egypt, and trying to decide and trying to say that they're not Black, right? Uppercase or lowercase. And that's out of just their ideas. That's not out of any, because it's multi-regional. Okay, you know what your problem, Brendan, is? You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Listening.
You know, Ankh has what I have an analysis that's infecting y'all. It's called the liquid analysis. Africa is Africa, like Africa's liquid. Meaning, it's okay to say that that's liquid. Okay, so we see something, rain, okay, that's liquid, fine. The difference between us is we've learned to differentiate. So what type of liquid is it? And what tools do we use to find if the liquid is mercury, or the liquid is slush, or the liquid is some type of household detergent or bug spray, or just because it's liquid is not the end of the fight. The end of the fight is to use tools to closely examine populations. So
let me speak a bit for myself in terms of my particular views.
Yes.
Right. I wouldn't necessarily, put myself in the box that you just described, right? Because there are many things that I agree with the brother Unc on, and there's many things that I do not agree with him on. So I don't necessarily think you can paint me with a broad brush.
I wasn't talking about you.
Yeah.
I was talking about the broad brush. So now I'm asking you, right? If about this liquid analysis, it's not, the war is not won or the battle's not won when we just identify liquid. It's what type of liquids are we looking at? Does this particular liquid has a color at a particular time? Is it translucent at a particular time? Is it cloudy?
We're all arguing very, very nuanced stances at this point, right? We're talking about very nuanced details.
No, his is absolute.
Right.
His is
let me speak for myself. Right? Let me speak for myself.
Concepts are absolute, and I can't accept it because we have tools now to differentiate populations, right?
Right.
Based on a number.
And that's why I say let me speak for myself. In terms of where me and you can have a conversation, I think me and you are arguing very, very minute nuances in terms of we can go back and forth with source material, and we can review things in that regard, right? So let me just speak for myself.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem, but I'm just, what we've tried to do is and I'll do a show maybe tomorrow where I look at all of the arguments, Chief X's argument, what generally says, and what Ngozi says. in Ngozi, my issue with Ngozi is that Ngozi overuses one tool, which is haplogroups, right? He overuses that. It's an overuse of one tool. So there's a long list of tools that can be used. And we looked at the Schuneman report, and I'm not throwing out the whole Schuneman report, but
when
it comes to populations, well, Christopher Everett, who's an expert, threw out the report. You heard what he said, right?
I've heard what he said, but he didn't necessarily throw out the report. He threw out some of the misguided analysis of people who misuse the
no, he
results
threw
of
out the report. So now I can't let you do that.
And I've read the particular article of the book that you pulled up yesterday. I've read that one, and I've seen his presentation that he did on the report.
Hey, put y'all cash apps up if y'all want some contributions. Reggie, what's your cash app? I'm about to get ready to close this down, y'all. Let's say our final words. I know some people, if they didn't get.
Well, I want you to before forget my final words. I would rather you this is your show. I'd rather you kind of summarize what you have heard. That would help me.
Let's let Saram Ka do it, because I was eating and half talking to my wife. I was half listening. You feel me? So I will be cheap.
And my wife is about to pull me out.
Exactly.
Of this
That's why I gotta shut it down, because now I got it on the TV in the other room, and she's like, seriously?
Like, you addicted. It's time to go to
you
bed.
sat in the room half the time. Now you put it on the TV.
She peeked in this room. She was like, "If you don't get out of here."
Yeah. So. But I mean, sorry, MK,
thanks for hosting us. Thanks for hosting us.
Oh, well, thanks for coming in valiantly with those arrows. I don't know what y'all got. Tanks? With them tanks or something? No, them tanks. Them wasn't working, me. But now, I always like the discourse, and thanks for showing us some other points in the Schuneman article. When I was driving around earlier, you was reading the part where Schuneman, or whatever her name is, actually was giving her own disclaimers. And now, so we're not blaming her. Again, we're talking about the people who take her work and misrepresent it. Right. And so that was good that you showed that.
She talked about the Nubian component, right?
Yeah, she said that more South people might be more. Anybody else? Or you go ahead, I kind of was cutting you off. So Brendan and then anybody else.
Yeah, I'm again, right? See, Matt, thanks for hosting me. You know, I always have a really great time, discussing things with you guys. And, peace to the pseudo killers. We always at war, and peace to the Magi.
Hey, let me say this, man. I'm always in the cut checking y'all out, man. I appreciate the information from all of y'all brothers. You, brother Reggie, you, Asar Khan. You also smash. But on another note, man, let me say this, man. I want to just advise you to keep your ear to the street, man, because there's some stuff really going on, man.
In Africa?
As far as in the Middle East. It's
so hold on, because I need somebody who's going to come on the show. Like, do you got that information?
Yeah, I got it.
When are you free to do your show on Africa? I've been talking about doing some shows that are more modern. I know you're talking about the Middle East, but even still, as long as it ain't as long as we got the verbiage right, so that it ain't getting us flagged or nothing, we could talk about anything. I would like you to come and present for the people, because I ain't prepared. I've been telling people like, yo, I like to study some stuff before I get to talking about it.
But Smash is very dangerous. I found that out. Don't tell anybody, but I discussed it with you. It's very dangerous to talk on YouTube and other places that they start flagging your channel. It's like what they did COVID.
I just want to say, I wasn't talking about, I just want to say, like, we need to, just make sure we got a little extra water, food, and stuff like that, because it's some real, just to be prepared, man, to go a few days, maybe a week or two, with something in your house so you can figure out your next move in case it go down, because it's some real troubling times going on over there in that Red Sea right now. I don't know if y'all familiar with the news, not trying to be too political, but it's something we need to pay attention to, because it has the potential to affect all of us over here, man, in terms of gas prices and what's coming in and out these stores. That's it. I appreciate you, man. Always appreciate the work you're putting in, man. And I'm gonna gracefully bow out.
Word up. Appreciate that. Who anybody next?
Let me I'll be quick. Cause the brother had asked, Brother Sirius B, me and the Sar Imhotep earlier, we was discoursing on the term Kemet and
yeah.
Yeah, the Russian lady who said that Medu Neter came from Russia and all this other craziness. Basically, Kumat doesn't apply. Commit would fit and apply, and where he would say it only means cattle, we've got primary resources that show that it means the country and that it's used as a place name and some other things of that nature. The other thing is when you look at the term Kemet, I'm still trying to find the watery portion that's in it because the determiner doesn't speak. So all we have is an adjective, which is the Kim glyph, which is color for black, and we have usually the crocodile foot, and we usually have the owl. And then we've got the Nwit sign for town determiner. That's it. And the determiner doesn't speak. So if anyone can show us how the place name Kemet means watery country by itself, please come on and show it to us. Kemi-iat is a different term. Kemet is what they called the country at some point in time. And that's pretty much the gist. Check them other African nations. You just see me bring up the Maasai. You see how much relationship it has with ancient Egypt. You know what it is. Holla.
Hey, Smash, I appreciate you having me on. Hey, brother Reggie. Yeah, my thing is when you're dealing with the African map, I close right here, and you said Northern African countries, they have 8 of them. Which is well, they have Western Sahara, which include Niger, Mali, and so forth. Then you have Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, and South Sudan. So they do have what people call West African country as being part of North Africa also. Meaning meaning by consensus, meaning Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, and but yeah, so that's all. I mean, you know how Chief X is saying, oh, West African, well, black people are not North African, but according to this consensus, say Chad, Niger, which is considered Western Sahara, but it's still considered North Africa per se. But I land on that.
Right. Well, he has to bring sources instead of just chit chat, and then sources over time, and that's problematic. That's really problematic with him because even in the time period of Carthage, you have Hannibal, who is depicted as a dark person. So that means they admix with the North Africans that were dark. So Hannibal is a great example of, well, the phenotypes that he has on his coins and other things that we see of him shows that he's a mix, but we can see the what we call the phenotypes of what they call well, I don't want to use the word Negro, but phenotypes of the people that they are saying that shouldn't be there, right? They have and so thanks for talking about Algeria and Libya and Chad, because all of these places have a northern part and a southern part. These go through, they're just like the Nile Valley. They're just shorter, but they have lakes or river systems and things like that, and they reach deeper into areas of that people where this line is sub-Sahara. But I can't argue and talk to Chief X without any sources. Like I don't follow his logic, and it's not accepted. It's not accepted, right? But so we have to look at North Africa from an earlier point of view, right? From an earlier time frame than the modern North Africa, where it's modern. And I showed before Egypt in the 1920s, where it's basically two populations. There's a light and mixed population in the north, and in the south, it's almost all dark population, where the lighter groups of people are not there, right? And then they modernize, and so they change the whole outlook of what they want to show as far as Egypt. But when I went there, I saw the same thing. I saw Cairo, and then I saw Aswan, right? Two different populations. And then the northern ones, I don't care what anybody says. The northern Egyptians that are lighter, right? Whether they're Berber or they're mostly Berber groups, right? They disenfranchise the southern population.
Y'all forgot this was the close. Hold on, no, it don't gotta be, Reggie. You still got some fire. You can keep hosting. I'm just gonna not be watching. Hold on. So I'm gonna make. Are you still the host?
I think I want to get out of here.
No, you the host. I'm gonna make you the host. You the host. I'm pressing mute. Y'all keep talking. Go ahead.
All right, Smash House.
So anybody else wants to say anything?
Man, I just hopped on at the last minute, but I'm in agreement with you, Reggie. Peace series being peace, Smash, peace G Lacan. I just think we're at an impasse somewhat, because if we know that scholarship is pointing to the fact that anti-blackness as a social attitude and behavior began in antiquity around the 4th and 5th century BC in the Eastern Mediterranean, then that leaves us at an impasse if we can't even make an analysis of ancient people as being black. How is there anti-blackness but no blackness?
That, Zoo. So the question is, we can use population and clients. We can use the tools that's available. We can use the writing. We can use the linguistics. We have the tools. We're arguing with just a few groups of people, usually just individuals, right, who have a point of view that is not substantiated. So I appreciate Brendan for coming on, because he is part of those groups, but at least we were able to hear him out. The other ones, they result in name calling and stuff like that when they can't beat us.
Yeah, and another thing with that, Reg, Chief X was trying to sun me yesterday by saying, "Oh, let me teach you about what the Arabs was calling Sudan, Al Sudan, the black folks, right?" So it was different than the Egyptian. But I asked him, since you are teaching me, what did the Arabs call the Egyptian when they first seen him? He was mute. That Ngozi tried to save him. I said, nah, stay out. The man said he want to teach me, but he don't know. If you saying the Arabs only called people below the Saharan black, what did the Arabs call the Egyptian when they seen him? He didn't have no answer for that. So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that he just harping on certain, like catchwords and stuff like that.
Right.
But he's not doing the so-called research he say he doing. I mean, if he was doing the research, he would have known what the Arabs was calling people from Egypt. You know what I'm saying? That was so different than when it was calling people below the so-called Saharan and stuff like that. Go ahead, I'll let you speak.
No, it's fine. The fact of the matter is, like Bilal al-Sudani seems to be Bilal al-Sudan. Balad al-Sudan seems to be a pun on Bilal al-Sudani, right? Bilal al-Sudani was an African who helped the prophet, who was born a slave, right? And who helped the prophet, right? Became one of the prophet's companions, but really a slave until freed later, right?
That's-
So
yeah.
so so there's Bilal al-Sudani, and then there's Bilad el-Sudan, right? And the Bilad el-Sudan is a region based on the trans-Saharan trade. And part of that was the trans-Saharan slave trade was one of their more lucrative products, right? And so to having a conversation with you about letting you teach, well, the problem is this chronology is wrong. So that's in the AD period in what, 740, right? Beyond that period. We're talking about antiquity, so we're talking about 3000. So he's not teaching you anything. Because at the time of the ancient Egyptians, that term wasn't used, and they didn't have those lines that they give. They dealt with the Gif Kaber, they dealt with lots of different areas that were, how can I say, south. Ethiopia with the E is problematic because it is southern, it's more southern. Watch this. It's more southern than the Sudan. It's just in the east. So then they got smart, the modern people, and drew a funny line where Ethiopia is Northeast Africa, but even though it's further south than the Sudan, it's still not Bilal el Sudan. You see?
Right. They do the same thing with the East and West. Sometimes Chad is incorporated in West Africa.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing that up. Chad and Niger, but they're still North African country though. According to the consensus.
And that's the truth too, because Reggie was saying it too, because like there's no such thing as these lines.
No,
it doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? So, and the desert, I was just looking up my sources. The desert, like in Mali, they say moves south at a rate of 48 kilometers per year. Like that's a lot. That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Over time, over hundreds of years, you know what I mean? We'd have to probably look at the race or whatever, but that's a lot. You know what I mean? So that comes into that idea of sub-Saharan Africa. You know, these black people who are mostly agriculturalists, they're moving south when it gets arid and dry like that. You know, for the most part, even though there's some that still live in those areas, but those boundaries can't be. They're not real. They're just approximations for people's agendas and purposes.
Correct. And so when we're arguing with people with modern constructs, that's Chief X and that's Ankh, right? We have to test them on their ancient constructs. When we ask them about the Meta-Netia, Chief X will say, I don't know about the Meta-Netia. If we ask them about genomes and DNA and studies, no, I don't know about that. So the only thing that you know about is your modern construct of logic, but you don't have any sources to back that up, right? You have cheerleaders, right, from the so-called Middle East, right? I got that. So we've heard Dr. Banob crash and burn the other day, was smashed.
Crazy.
Right? He died. Shakir is another one, crashed and burned.
He really got burned.
Sonic is how can I say, he just wants his points heard so that we can analyze his points.
Yeah, Sonic is cool. Sonic is cool. I was going back and forth with him in the chat, but when I heard him on Chef's show, he sound cool. He's just trying to, like you said, get his point.
He wants us to analyze his points, but my points, when I say sources to him, I mean sources in antiquity, right? And genome sources. The Schunemann report, I'm not going to throw it out in the bathwater, but I am going to say that there is critiques that they have to acknowledge, right, on the limited amount of data. You know, you're getting 2 mummies and you're making a whole bunch of points based on that. That's not really acceptable, but it is data. So I can accept the data. What your samples, you're comparing it to modern populations of Yoruba. Like, I can't accept that because that's not the population you should be comparing it with, right? I can't accept Yoruba from Nile Valley, right? I don't think that that's the populations that you should be comparing it with when you can compare Nilotic sources, Sudan sources, or even Southern Egyptian population sources.
And it's funny because the same people make the argument against us that, oh, Africa is so diverse, you can't compare these people to these people, and then they just use one sample. It's the same thing they did with Diop, using one dictionary to try to make a critique against a intellectual giant.
Well, I mean, at the time, they were all Sunaran, that he was an intellectual giant. They were all intellectual giants at that time because that's why they was on UNESCO. That was the best that the world had on the subject. The question is that Diop was more prepared, and then now what's interesting is I've read a lot of stuff on the UNESCO conversation between Diop and Sonaran and then Obanga. And what I found was that Diop could have done a better job if he showed the textual sources where this version of Kemet was at, but I don't think that he had them all. If I showed you them all, I'll show it to you right now. I think I could show it to you. I think I could show you, and I could.
That's good, and that's good. I was really referencing like the shoe, Robert Shu's critique. You know, a lot of people try to use that against Diop, which was later like 94 or something. But this man even admitted himself in his footnotes that he only used one Peace Corps volunteer dictionary. You know what I mean? To try to make.
So what is Unc talking about? Diop got beat up.
That's his point. That's who Unc write a paper. I take Unc
Exactly.
paper. You know, when you footnote something and you show some sources, right? I'll take you serious. I'm not taking you serious until I see you put something down permanently. So for him to say that Shishank and Diop got beat up by who? Shunaman? Right? But you don't know the meta-nature, so you don't even know the arguments. So I don't understand. I understand what he's saying. I just think that he doesn't have any points to he really doesn't have any points. He doesn't know the meta-nature, so shut the F up.
So and another thing with Chief X was having issue. I think he was thinking modern day Ethiopia was ancient. was where it was ancient, the same place where it is right now in ancient time. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, he's so.
What's wrong with that? Yeah, I'm like, what?
Yeah. So
yeah, he didn't do enough study, Reg. I don't know why we even wasting time on that cat.
He doesn't know that Ethiopia and Ethiopia are two different words. One is an antiquity and one is a modern. So when the early Greeks was talking about Ethiopia, they was talking about the Sudan, right?
Yep. Right.
And so I'm not. I can't take him. I can't take nothing that he says serious. He's look. He did his job of poisoning the well, right? But now we're gonna seal up that well, right? And it's real simple to do it. Ankh has a similar argument that modern Egyptians or the ancient Egyptians, right? But what is he making his base? What is he making his analysis on? The Schunemann report? Well, he can't make it on the Schunemann report because that's not complete. We know that now. So Ankh doesn't have anything left but his own opinion. He doesn't have, you know, when you don't have any data left, like all you have to do is show me your sources to show that the modern Egyptians or the ancient Egyptians. Show me your sources. I don't want to hear your talk. I don't want to hear about Charles Darwin.
And that's the problem with certain arguments. Certain arguments, you can't just chime in like and read something real quick and think that you can like, you know what I mean, be in on it. You know what I mean? You have to know the history of the argument, you know what I mean, to be able to catch all the nuances. You got to know why the argument is even happening. You
Right.
know.
So all we really want to do is, guess what we want to do, family? We want to reconcile all of the data. That's all. We want to reconcile all of the data, right? That's all we really want to do. But they don't want to reconcile. They don't want to help us reconcile the data, the differences between the Schumann report and the pop affiliator. They don't want. That's not what they want to do. They want to be dogmatic. And I'm like, I want to see the nuances, right? I want to see the various points so I can make a better conversation, right?
But brother Reggie, how you feel about the place we call Nubia right now, and those people there agree with the indoctrination that they are Nubian, which is no word called Nubian. I mean, no people in ancient time was called Nubian.
Because
you know that was just, when I say recent, I'm just thinking they adopted that in the early 1900s of be calling themselves Nubian. Am I wrong to make that assessment?
Okay, so when I read King Azana, he was using a term called Noba, right? When he was talking about the area, right? The Noba, right? Well, by that time, you know, by that time, the Greeks had come in and was using the term Nubia, and somehow I think that grafted to Azana, and so by a certain time period, they were calling themselves terms like Noba, right?
You talking about way back then?
Yes, during the time of King Azana, yes.
Oh wow, okay.
They were calling themselves, there was a Noba, there was a Blemmings, right? So they was calling themselves.
What time period was that?
What 300
AD?
Yeah,
Okay, just read 300 AD. Okay.
Yeah, the time of Azana, that time period. So we have to factor that in where there's changes in culture. And then, you know, King Silko, he's a Nubian, right? He's a Nubian king, and he converts to Christianity, right? So all of that stuff is in there, but our conversation is really simpler. What did those people call themselves? What are the terms? And once we have the terms, then we can look at it in the context of writing, right? And other discourse, right? And we have that on our side on this channel. They don't have that. They're just picking arguments at random and trying to see what sticks, right? And I have too much education, right, to be listening to people. I really don't try to knock people for their lack of education and experiences, but I do have education. And I know how to analyze, counter arguments, right? I know how to analyze that. And then what I do is try to reconcile things. And I don't think that they have the ability to reconcile these arguments. They have this one-off thing, and they want everybody to fall in line. If you don't fall in line, I'm going to extort you. I'm going to call you a name. I'm going to do all of this. And that happens in the sandbox. But luckily, I'm getting ready to go into I'm going to another conference, and Stuart Tyson Smith is going to be on this conference, and others. I did a whole nother conference earlier that was that was in the Museum of Black Civilizations in Senegal.
That's right.
Right. Prior to that, I was in a conversation with Dr. Shayla Monroe, right? That me and Smash and Gullah Geechee was on, right? Where we were talking about these issues. I was on, I was a panelist on Beyond West Africa with some of the people from Dakar. They was there on that conference, as well as Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Salim Faraji. I talked to the Nile Valley Collective. That's the mixed group of European descent and African descent scholars. I talked to the Leo Hansberry group with Dr. Salim Faraji and a number of Dr. Shayla Moreau and others who are kind of mixed in between those two groups. And I invite you all to those conferences. A good friend of mine, Jedem Ankh, he presented a work at the American Egyptologist Research Egyptology Conference, ARSH, and I was on his research team, and he got a lot of the material from our work together at the Met Museum, right? And so he was able to put together his work and combine my work, and he gave me credit for that conference. And I published in an article in a journal. So and then what these people try to do? They try to knock that I was in a journal because the journal was in the Journal of Pan-African Studies.
Yo, what's wrong? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they try to knock me because I was in a journal that I responded to, and I was able to get in, and they want to knock me for a successful publication in a journal. Well,
so where you think that comes from, Reggie? Like, I mean, our own people, right?
They're not.
Why would they knock a black or African journal?
Well, they not
there. Do they think that European mind is way better than ours? I don't know. What's your take on it?
Well, that's the point. First of all, they have no access to the European mind. So that's that. Let's start with that part. They
also,
don't have.
I think in this community, we gotta do a better job at being able to disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, Reggie.
See, what I'm laughing at is they don't have access to the experts, right? They don't have access to the experts. So where are they getting these? And then when you have access, I've been around for. Listen, I went to Egypt before everybody else went to Egypt. I went to Egypt in '87.
I feel that. I feel that, man.
I mean, these people that's messing with me, they walking around with dirty diapers. I mean, in high school at best, right? The older ones, like I'm old. I'm gonna be 59 this year, right? But they will knock me because, how can I say? I'm not gonna curse them out. Hey, y'all, I'm not gonna curse them out. What I should just do is do what my son says. I should just ignore them. But I don't do it. The reason why I come on is not for them, for you. I don't come on for them. They don't. I work with. I learned. I didn't work with. I learned from Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add. Yeah, I'm going to say you are a extension of those giants right there, and for you to listen to these men belittle people like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, saying they pseudo and all that stuff. That shit is crazy right there.
Yeah, fact.
That's bad character, right?
I think for 2024, Reg, like you just gotta just do your thing and just teach, man. You got so much information off that West Africa conference alone. Yeah. It's crazy. So you really got a lot of content and a lot of teaching material that the people could really benefit from.
When people call me pseudo and stuff like that, it really just bothers me. It just really bothers me, right? Yeah, but listen, I do well on these channels with y'all, and we actually have a lot of fun, right?
You the man, Reggie. That's the YouTube ship.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of fun here. We you know, and examine information and stuff like that. We have actually fun. It's just that when people come in and they don't have the skill set and they're not really teaching. You know the difference is when people
Cheap
give
X ain't teaching nothing.
yeah,
You know,
when they
it's
don't
like,
give,
yeah, you're right. You're
they
right.
don't give sources. Like if you don't give sources, what are you talking about? Like, and so that's one of the things is we just have to be really tight on, do you have a source? Because if you don't have a source, I don't really need to listen to you. Because now you're asking me as a man to listen to you. I want to see the source. And if they don't have sources, then we should just say, you know what? Thanks for nothing, right? Because your time is valuable, right? And so if you want to be in Gozi and you want to talk about DNA, I need to see a source. I just simply, huh?
He said he be beating up or sources. He don't need to show no source. I'm like, what kind of shit is that?
Show him a source. He gonna say no. They Afro. That's a black nationalist.
Oh my goodness.
She's contaminated. She sleeps with black people.
Yo, he's funny as hell though.
They try everything, don't they?
But you know what? Their bullshit is catching up to them. Because you know what? Our new generation, they want to see sources. Right? Think about it. Why do you come on? You want to look stuff up. You want to be like, yeah, that book, I'm really interested. I want to see what it says, right? That's what y'all want to do, right? But when you got people, when you're listening to people and you can't verify it, then you're part of you're a sheep. You're a sheep.
That part.
We trying to comprehend the sentence. So when he's fringe form,
right? You're sheep. So you're not sheep, right? The people on this channel, are you sheep?
Nope.
So
No, I ain't no sheep. No.
All right. So what you're going to do is you're going to test everything that comes out, right?
Yeah.
But you need a starting point, right? A starting point is a source. Am I wrong?
True story. Yeah.
So when you're not provided a source, then you have to just
it's an empty meal right there. You know? Yeah.
So
and it be protecting people who don't show source, white boys, Richard Carey and shit like that.
Correct.
Oh, he don't got to show no source, you know, because he's white.
I haven't heard a page
He's a
number
PhD.
yet.
Huh?
I haven't heard a page number yet.
You haven't heard of what?
A page number.
That he but I you know, I think Unc was trying to show some of the on his last show, he was trying to show the sources that was in his book and stuff like that. I think he tried,
Well,
but
I believe that Richard Carrier's. I said Jabari won a debate. Richard Carrier was right on his arguments, but he didn't. He lost the debate. That's what I believe. I know. Let me just tell y'all something. Can I talk to y'all? Right?
True.
They said they discussed the format before the debate. So
okay.
Go ahead though, Reggie. My bad.
Oh, okay. So they discussed the format. Richard Carrier said that showing the list of sources was not possible. That's not true.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true. In rebuttal, you can only rebuttal points with sources. Am I wrong with that? So
no, yeah.
True.
Now,
You're right.
Do I agree with Richard Carrier? Let me tell you why I agree with Richard Carrier. I agree with Richard Carrier because the Jews before Christ was already influenced by Hellenistic ideas. Okay.
Right.
Let me give you an example of that, right? In the beginning was the word, right? John, what does John say? John 1. John 1 says, in the beginning was the word, right? And the word was with God and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. Well, in the beginning was not the word. If you read John, it says in the beginning was the logos.
Right. The logos.
The logos, right? So what they do is they translate logos into the word, right? Without the nuances, of what logos means. So they just simply translate it into the word. You can't do that, right? You have to say in the beginning, right? In the beginning was in the beginning was the logos. Now, why would John be using a Greek concept? Because it's Hellenistically affiliated with. Am I wrong? It's a Hellenistic word. It comes from Heraclitus or something like that. It comes from Plato. I mean, Heraclitus and Plato 500 years prior to this. So where Christianity was born out of, moved to Alexandria, and when it moved to Alexandria, then it was completely Hellenized. So they start using these words in a book. Didn't you hear the word agape? Agape is another Hellenized word, a love for a man, right? Strong love for a man, right? A belief in a man, right? The word mystery. The word mystery, it comes from, how could Jabari say it doesn't come from the mystery systems when Paul and the rest of them are talking about the mysteries? That's Greek concepts. Judaism and Christianity was already Hellenized. It was Hellenized. Now, yes?
They even go farther than that, according to Rob Bourne, all the way into Syriac and so forth. He even convinced the book he sent Chris MVP had him convinced, because he was on Jabari's side about the Egyptians. Christianity copies the Egyptian, but this one book, Rob Boy ain't tell me what the name of the book. He said, "Nah, you guys got." Is this one book he sent to Chris, and Chris was completely convinced, and said, "Yo," he was like, "Yo, I can't believe this." He was shocked. Whatever book they're talking about convinced Chris to say that Jabari was wrong on that topic.
Well, I did a whole show on what Dr. Martin Luther King said about Christianity. Did you all remember that?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Dr. Martin Luther King said that Christianity,
when he was young too, he like 15, 16 at that time, huh?
No, he was in seminary school.
Oh, he a little bit older, but he graduated early though. Yeah.
No. See, he died 18 years after he wrote that paper, right?
For real? I thought he was much. I thought they would say he was like 16, 17 when he wrote that.
No, he was in seminary school. This was 1950.
Oh, wow. Okay, I got you.
Right? So he was in his mid-20s or something like that when he wrote that, right? And it was to help a teacher teach a class on it. And Dr. Martin Luther King talked about all of the mystery cults, and he becomes the foremost Christian, Dr. Martin, right? But early on, when he was in school, where you have to do this comparative thinking, he did that, right? So Richard Carrier, all he had to do was just use Martin Luther King against Jabari. That's all he had to do. He says, I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to Dr. Martin Luther King, the foremost Black person on the subject. You disagree with him. That would be a very dangerous thing to do, right? Yeah. So let me just show y'all this, and I'm gonna show you this. Okay.
Monday's Monday's his birthday, his born day. MLK.
And we should all take some time to give thanks. We should, what happened? We should all give some time to give thanks to the struggles of all of our people. So let me do this for you. Let me just. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. So here is from hieratic, transposed into the meta-nature, all of the pieces that Shishank and Diop should have used to show that it meant Black people. Okay, so this first line over here, it says, how the Egyptians rejoice at your strong arm, for you have protected their traditions. Let's blow this up a little bit. Sorry. Let me show you something. Okay. 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 So this first line, okay, just show you all some meta-nature, right? And to show you why there's problems with Egyptological thinking. So how the Egyptians, right here, these are the Egyptians, right, rejoice at your strong arm, right, for you, right, have protected, right, their traditions, right? Now, here the Egyptologists put in for Kemetiu, they put in the Egyptians. Y'all see that magic trick?
Right.
But it doesn't say that, it says Kemetiu. So here's the word right here, right? Here's the word right here, but they translate it into English, right? Now, I'm going to show you another text with Kemetiu, right? Where, let's see, okay, so the third line, he has come, he has ruled the Black land, he has placed the red land in his midst, right? So this line over here, right, he has ruled, you see this Kemetiu? Right here? The people, third line. You see this right here?
Yeah, that's commit. Oh, the people. Okay, yeah. Sitting down.
So he ruled, heck enough, he has ruled, but they say, instead of Kemetiu, they say now the Black land. But prior to this, it meant the Egyptians. So now it says he ruled the Black land. He ruled the Black land, but there's no land here, right? And then he said, and he put the Deseret, DSRT, with the determinative and the land, right? The red land, this is the red land on his horns, really in his midst, but you could say technically on his horns. So what they do is they're not so sure. So what they do is 1 minute, this is the Egyptians, and the next minute, this is the Black land. But there is no land determinative with this word right here. There's none, right? So over here, I think they revert back to Egyptians for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line. Let's see what the 5th line says. Instead of me trying to translate for you, I'm just going to take what the experts say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has come, he has given Egypt life, and he has dispelled their woes. So let me just check this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right, so he has given Egypt life. So Esant, Enek, and it's Esank, to give life, right? Now it's Egypt. So one minute is Egypt, 1 minute is Black land, and the other time period is Egyptians, right? Right? It's Egyptians, right? So it's up to us to say, nah, what is your convention? In the same text that I'm reading in, you have the same word being Black land, Egyptians, and Egypt. So I can read the Meta Nature, I can verify, I disagree. But in all cases, the word Kim is there. In all cases, right? So
Or black. Yep.
So why are you avoiding, you're not avoiding Black over here for the Black land, but you're avoiding it for everything else. But this does not mean Black land because it says Kemetu and it has the people glyph. So why are you ignoring the determinate? Why you ignoring the determinative for the people, male and female? Why are you?
So is it saying black people?
It should say Black people.
Where? Okay, where's the word for black again?
Right here. He is ruled.
Oh, okay.
The Black, but they say Black land, right?
But it could be black people.
He
I
put
see.
the Deseret on his horns, but so 1 minute Black land, they put in a Black land, but it doesn't say Black land.
Is it black people?
It should just simply be Black people because
Right.
of the grammatical construction, right? Right? Because over here, this one line over here, watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have another word, right? Which I think is the rekeet. They have the people glyph. So let's see what number 6 says. Now, if they say, if they show number 6 and they say it's people, then you know that they're avoiding, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 says, he has come, he has given the nobles life, he has given breath to the throats of the people. So over here, here's throats of the people. So 1 minute they use the people glyph, but just not for Kim.
Oh wow.
Huh?
Oh, I see a setup. Oh, oh man.
You see how lovely that is?
The fix is in.
Right.
That's crazy.
Huh?
That's crazy.
All in the same text.
So you're gonna call people on that, but when it comes up here, now you saying land, but where's the? Yeah, that's crazy.
And so over here, let's see.
So that's land. Get out of here. That's people.
5, 6, 7. So let's see. I see people glyph over here, right? You see
but so wait a minute.
So let's see what they say for line number 7. Right? Line number 7 says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? So then he says he has come, he has trampled the foreign lands. Now watch this. He has struck the nomads, which are people ignorant of his fear. Right?
Yep, nomads are.
So here is nomads, right? And this is ignorant, right? And this is fear, right? And but these are people now. These are people here. But when Kim is in front of it, it can't mean people. So this is
it mean land.
So if I was listen, this is my
that's funny.
Yeah, no, but this is the research that we do. So, but all of this is in the same text. This is all of this that I'm writing is lines in the same text. So I'm not going like precepts to precepts. I'm looking at one complete text and I'm showing you in this one complete text how 1 minute it's people for everything else but Kemet, and Kemet is Black land, Egyptians, and et cetera, et cetera. But they avoid the word Black. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show.
But
this destroys Ankh. This destroys Ankh, and it destroys Chief X, And as far as Ngozi is concerned, let me just find this. As far as Ngozi is concerned, I think Ngozi just overextended. His base work is haplogroups, right? So with Ankh, I'm not listening to Ankh because I'm showing you where they're talking about people and they're using the word black, right? And I'm showing you how the Egyptologists messed this up because they can't handle it, right? And but I'm asking someone like Ankh for your sources to dispute it. Dispute it with sources, huh?
Yeah, he ain't gonna show you.
Dispute it. Wait, what Smash is talking about? Smash is telling me I can't get out of here. What's going on? Like, oh, I'm just trying to say, did Smash give me any directions? Because I wasn't looking at the chat. So I think I'm gonna have to check what he says and then maybe end the show. But do you see the fixes in?
Yeah, the fixes.
Ankh is saying that I'm doing magic metal nature. I'm not doing metal nature.
He tripping.
Right? I'm not doing magic meta nature. I'm showing you the fallacies of the meta. I'm showing you the fallacies of the meta nature. And what's Juju saying? What Juju saying? Y'all have no clue. Maybe that was an earlier post. I don't argue with, let me see, Brendan. Okay, so let's say that was from earlier. So let me just go down to the last thing. The last comment. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I don't have to argue with people. I just need to close the door on them. They're not going to the conferences. Then I'm not going to invite them to the conferences anymore, right? Unfortunately, I can't invite y'all to the conferences because then I'll be inviting them to the conference, right? I don't know. We got Zoo. All of us, we're gonna have to work this out because I don't want to invite them to the conferences. I don't want them to embarrass us anymore. They're embarrassed.
I gotta send you an email anyway, Reggie. So
yeah, so my email is, I'll give you my email, and if you're so kind to some of you, right? When something comes up, I'll send it to you personally. I won't do it publicly because I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like your I don't like your scholarship. I don't like your character. I don't like you. So if there's something coming up, I'll say to the chat, there's a conference coming up, and send me an email and I can send you a link to the conference. Right? But I only send it to people that I respect, right? And that's right. So I'm not interested in taking them to the museum. They can go in the museum by themselves. I don't do too many museum trips anymore. Right? I'm just upset. Yeah, I'm just upset because people come up with these fake arguments. I think Brendan did his best, but Brendan's reluctance to say that the Sudan was black, even lowercase b, was troubling to me.
You say Sudan was black? He don't agree Sudan was black?
Right.
What you mean he don't believe? I don't get it. He don't think the people there are black?
No,
that's what you saying?
He doesn't use that terminology.
So what he call them?
Sudanese and Nubians and things like
what
that.
What Sudanese mean? Don't it mean? I don't know. I'm tripping.
It mean black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't.
Even in Mauritania, speaking of the Haratin, you know what I mean? It's another designation for the same thing. And the white Berbers call themselves Beidan, which means white.
You know? Aren't there black Berbers still?
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, are they the original Berbers or the white Berbers?
The
What the problem people are going to run into, and what detractors are going to play on is the fact that anti-blackness is so severe in North Africa that people, even though they might be black, in the sense that they might look what some may call Negroid or Berber or North African, and those terms have overlap, even those people might not want to identify. But if you went back in time, those people had allegiances with people who were um, deemed black today. You feel me? So there are Berber tribes who were part of West African kingdoms. You know what I'm saying? Current West Africans inherit from groups that lived in North Africa in the Central Sahara. So the delineation that people are making is absolutely pseudo.
Well, I got a surprise for you. Camdyverse is on the chat, and I'm definitely going to end it soon. But when I went to the conference for the museum, watch this. I went to a conference for the of the Museum of Black Civilizations. But Ankh says that that was a pseudo conference because, why is anybody using black? But a group of PhDs, more than 15, and some of them were European descent, and some of them was from South America, right? Presented at the Museum of Black Civilizations, right? But that's pseudo, and that's a fake.
That's disappointing because now it's West Africans taking it upon themselves this unifying term, and they're PhDs, they're scholars, but somehow people can just throw that pseudo word, you know what I mean?
They're talking about their affinity to Egypt. So you have West African scholars, and you have there was some from Kenya, West African, East African, and Central African scholars talking about their affinity to Egypt, but it's a fake conference, right? Now, Camdyverse, the reason why I mentioned Camdyverse is because most of the conference was in French. So soon, Camdyverse will be putting up the content, right, that was in French on his channel. Oh, how y'all like that? Right? How y'all like that? So I can't navigate the French because it was spoken. It was spoken French. And if it was written French, I could transcribe it, right? But Camdyverse speaks French. And who's Zoe's iPad? Okay, so Zoe, let's see what you got to say. Yeah. So it says ask to unmute. Okay. So ask to unmute. Oh, okay. And what is yeah. So the issue is Camdyverse is going to do us a favor to Camdyverse is going to do a favor and show us some of the important presentations of that conference. How y'all like that?
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Hey Reggie, can I ask you a question?
Who's it?
It's Tizo. Piece of the pedal, bro. I just came in. I'm on my breathing machine right now. I'll just call you guys and let you know. I was hearing your story about the Berber.
Wait, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I have a respiratory problem. When I was in the military, I got some chemicals. I got exposed to some bad chemicals, and it messed up my lungs. So I have to do a breathing treatment.
Man, sorry to hear that.
Yeah. While I was in Texas.
Right. You're gonna be all right because you're gonna be all right, good brother.
Yeah, I'll be okay. I will. I'll cut it off for a second. I can cut it off for a second.
No. You don't have to cut it off. Go ahead. We listen.
Okay. So yeah. This is the thing about that Berber thing, and they're talking about the movie about Hannibal, they're coming out about with Denzel Washington, why they're protesting it so much. Reggie had already alluded to this a long time ago. People just not listening to Reggie. That's why I respect Reggie's scholarship so much. You got to remember the Arabs came in there, and just like Reggie said, when the Arabs came there, they saw what the Egyptians were. They were black people. If you look at any movies they're showing now with Napoleon, I just saw the Napoleon movie. They had the Egyptians as blacks, the wars that was carried and stuff, and why they was messing with the tombs and all that stuff, why Napoleon was messing with corpses and all that stuff, they had them black. The point of it being is the Berbers were originally what we call black. Even the Phoenicians, they have no evidence that the Phoenicians and the Palestinians were what we call black, what we say would be a black person. If you look at some of the carvings, statues of that time period of Palestine, the Phoenicians, the Philistines, and all those Canaanites, they were that color. And they were light. Some of them were not being Reggie color. I'm light. Reggie's light. So some people were our color. If you take I can't remember it's a R&B group called the Brothers Johnson. They made Strawberry Letter 22 or 23. You guys were familiar with that? Is that a little bit too old? Okay, well, they made a song. There was an R&B group back in the 80s. They were real folky brothers. They were really good with guitars and stuff. They're real light, right? So everybody was assuming that it was like they had a white, somebody white in their family. No, their mother was an albino and their father was real dark. That's just how it comes out. So albinoism was a thing in ancient times. So you would have light-skinned people. And some people were just naturally light. That's why you can have some of the hieroglyphs. You would see people depicted as yellow, dark, reddish brown, which is the reddish really is a kind of brown. That's what they was trying to mix. If you look at the chemistry of the color that they was trying to mix, the hieroglyph, they're trying to make a brownish color. So this whole thing about North Africa, even that they say that, I know you was just talking about Morocco and those areas. If you're going to say that, then you have to say that those indigenous people were black, because that's all the part of Africa that the ancient world knew. The Greeks didn't know anything else about Africa but that. So
that was there was lighter populations and there was darker populations, and then the regions got lighter over the time periods, right?
Yeah. Chris MVP on his show, he had old clips in the 1925 video, and he was showing
yeah, I showed that the other day.
You showed the other, okay. And they were, you know what I'm saying, they were looking you know what I'm saying, like what you would call Negro, black.
Yeah, dark.
Black. Yeah, dark.
Right.
Yeah.
I showed that, and then Chief X and some of the North Africans went bananas, right? They went bananas, like I shouldn't have shown it, right? So, but we do know that Egypt from the period of 1925 looked a lot different than, and we saw them in their agricultural
right.
Look, and so today Egypt is much more modern, right? The agriculture is that they were doing by hand is replaced more by modern machinery. But in 1925, it was more like just like cotton picking, right? You just have to get down the field, right? So look, there's populations that they have what they call their customs and their religious norms, and I don't have a problem with that as long as they don't lie. I'm not trying to take away anything from the Amazigh populations, but they know that the Amazigh populations are mixed and is changed over the periods, right? And there's a lot of racism in
North Africa, exactly.
Lot of racism.
That's what. Sorry.
No.
That's why I don't really. That's why I don't really play with that Chief X kind of mentality. Like I have friends that have called me from certain places in North Africa, like, yo, like it's about to go down.
and not only that, brother. The thing I'm saying is that about the Amazigh, that's what they were saying, that the Garbadians and the Amazigh, they were originally real dark black people, and all the influx of Arabs coming in there. Of course, we keep leaving out the most important thing. And Reggie, you gonna spot on this also, that there was a lot of rape when they conquer people. There's a lot of rape that goes on. Okay, let's take for example the Arab race, the Arab group. The Arabs are a mixture of the Greco-Romans, the barbarians. We had so many invasions in the Middle East that it's ridiculous. And you know that there was rape going on in these periods. People do not understand how barbaric the world is. Like, I was in the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps, we could tell you some stories about guys that got court-martialed in Vietnam for raping people in the army, literally slaughtering children, whole villages. This goes on, just like the North American, South American groups. They were raped. A lot of those people were raped out. They have whole stories about this.
It's a war tactic that's unfortunately used sometimes. Even the
right,
French
exactly.
have been accused of that.
Yes, it's been going on since the beginning of the time. Even with the Nazi occupation of Eastern Europe and Russia, they was raping the people, the Slavs and the Jews.
Well, some of it is also cultural too, because you know, the Arabs, they have a different kind of colonial model than Europeans.
Right, but that's my point.
They can still mix with you and discriminate you.
Right,
you know
right.
Sure. Just like white people in America. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The
They got
fact,
a weird thing with the paternal side and all that.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it's a story, it's a documentary. I'm gonna try to find it the next time and put it in the back chat for you guys about how the Portuguese were literally when they had the slave trade in South America and the Caribbean and certain islands. I think I know Dominican Republic and parts of Brazil and other places. They was trying to breed the blackness out of the slaves, and the black women were the only ones selected to have babies for white men. And they pushes that in the community. I know Hispanics, the Afro-Hispanic, the Afro-Cuban lady, she's a singer from Miami. Can't remember her name at the top of my head, but she said that she was been encouraged. She said, "You're so dark. You need to be with a white man so you can get that darkness out
I'm
of
from
you."
Virginia. So my daddy dark, my mama's light, right?
Right.
And in Virginia, we had something called the brown paper bag test. If
this is
darker than the brown, if you was the same color or darker than a brown paper bag, you was in a different caste. If you
right,
you would get the better jobs in the how can I say you in the house, right? In what we call a house. The house would be in the front desk. So hotels, you'd be able to work better assisting white families with their children, housekeeping. If you was dark, you get treated better, worse. So listen, I'm a product of that. And so when a nigga like Shakir comes on and says that I'm part European, he lucky. Well, listen, he just lucky. Don't talk about my family, what I've been through, right?
exactly.
My effing friend, and I'm not kikiing with you. I'm not kicking you, and see, the difference is I've been to Egypt.
Exactly.
So I don't care if
You've seen what goes on over there.
Yeah, I've been to Egypt. I've been detained in Egypt. So a lot of people have not been detained. I've been detained in Egypt, right? For political reasons. So, and I've been to West Africa too. And West Africa got its own goddamn problems.
Exactly, exactly. Please.
Right. You right about
yes.
that.
Right, you
smiling in your face, the same tribal people that smile in your face is the same people who put us on the slave ships.
Exactly.
Right.
So, so I've been to Cape Coast, Elmina, Fort Abanzi, right? I've been to those slave forts. I've been to slave forts in Goree, right? And so I've been to more than four slave forts, right? But but there were regional wars, and they're responsible for us. And you know what? They're guilty. They're guilty, and they're suspicious of us. They won't teach us their language, right? And then when we go there, most African Americans that go there, listen, when your money runs out, you get treated bad. And then please, if you got
Well, that's what I was gonna say though, Reggie. Too. It's you gotta look at who's who. Also, you know what I'm saying? Because those same people, that same class of people that put us on the slave ships, those are the motherfuckers in power. You feel me? So those are the people that go into that have a
yeah.
Those are the presidents that give lectures and say that we're the friends of the French because when they were colonizing us, they were giving us biscuits and shit like that.
Right, and that go. You guys have been going to a real good point because,
you know,
that's what
so
happened.
but let me just say, like I grew up there, right?
Okay.
And I know people that really go in.
Hey, I know y'all having a good build. I just came back in. I gotta close it down, but I want to thank y'all for holding it down.
Yes, sir.
That
Okay.
was like we got
Yes,
another
sir.
good hour in. I think I was listening.
That's
But
fine.
Yes, sir.
but I start falling asleep. Then I know the stream. If I wake up, it was gonna still be going in the morning. I did that a few times. But thank y'all for making
All
it
right,
a good
fam.
one. Peace, peace,
Good
peace
show.
to everybody.
1-1.
Peace,
One-
Fast.
one
Peace,
love.
Reggie. Peace,
Don't
everybody.
put me in charge again,
Oh
Smash.
no, you did excellent. I appreciate that, Reggie.
Where's
Thank
Pan
you.
African
Peace,
James,
Red.
man? Did he come on today?
I don't know if
No,
he
he didn't
came
come
on. He was probably
No.
busy. But peace to you. Peace to y'all. Thanks,
right, give me-
thanks for hosting,
Peace,
Rich.
peace.
And thanks everybody for watching. This was another good show. But I just was falling asleep watching some not UFC, but this Pride Fighting Championship.